No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Today went in this particular matter? It seems like the days are dragging on too. But how do you think today went?
Well, the questioning has been extensive. Some of it repetitive, but we are pressing along. The evidence that supports the request has been in since yesterday. And we have dates next week for continuation. So we're hoping that this will be completed and we can move on to another one soon.
Are you worried though that the magistrate admitted or allowed questioning with respect to political linkages or efforts between Guyana and the United States against Mr. Mohammed and his father?
An extradition has political and judicial aspects. Every extradition, because for there to be an extradition, there needs to be concord between the requesting and requested states, and so it's not surprising, and we're not concerned.
But in terms of political motivation in the line of questioning to establish that there was in fact some sort of political coordination between Guyana and the United States, aren't you concerned about that?
Every extradition is politically motivated by the fact that both states have agreed to a treaty to support the criminal laws of another state by bringing fugitives from the requested state to the requesting state. And there's a discretion in every extradition that is on the political directorate. So that is not surprising. Perhaps in this case, it has become a big issue because of the nature of the persons involved in the request. But every extradition has political and judicial issues involved in it.
Are you disappointed that the magistrate did not set time limit for cross-examination?
I don't, I'm never disappointed by any decision made by the court. I accept them and I move on. All right.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Very much, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. Let's move forward.
How did you think today went?
It's an ongoing process. We're going through the motions of cross-examination. We return next week to continue asking the questions we ought to ask.
Mr. Deon, you've linked, in an attempt to establish political motive, you've now kind of implicated the U.S. With regards to that political motive. Could you explain that a bit for us?
Well, all of what I've said in court is nothing new.
One love.
There's been in the circulation
One
in the media
love.
over the course of the
Delta
last
9
year.
travelers. Drop
I
a
think
9.
the
Drop a 9
case is
in the
clear
comment section.
where a government uses the juggernaut of government, the almighty government, uses the very machinery of state to try to send away its political opponents, spends hundreds of thousands of US
Who is in the live right now? Welcome into this live presentation. Team Delta 9 travelers, who is in the live as the Parliament is about to begin. Do remember to thumbs up the live. Thumbs up the live as you come into the live, buddy. It
in
don't
common
cost you
cause,
nothing to
laying
thumbs up
aside
the
all
live.
private
And
interest,
guess what?
prejudice, and
Guess what?
preferences.
We discover this broadcast for about 5 to 8 hours come off of the live, and when we go backstage we just see more than 20,000 views and not even 2,000 likes sometimes. So take a couple of seconds as you come into the live, because I know persons might forget as we get into everything that's being presented. Please and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Take a couple of seconds and thumbs up the live. It helps the channel. It helps the channel in the algorithm and overall. So do the right thing. As you come in, Delta 9 travelers, thumbs up the live. Thumbs up the live, please and thank you. We usually here for the next 5 to 8 hours, depending on the presentation. Let's get
I'd like
straight
to
into what's going on in the house.
Awal Mustafa Rahman passed away. Our Minister of Agriculture has been coming in and out of the house because he was attending to his late dad medical issues. The janaza for Muslims, which means the funeral prayers, most likely will be held on Sunday in Bloomfield.
Paulette, thanks for tuning in and being a part of this live presentation. Big up to every other traveler right now that's in the live. Courtney, we're going on. Big up yourself, King. Thanks for tuning in. Don, thanks for being a part of this live presentation as well. Celeste, thanks for being a part of this live and for tuning in to Delta 9 Media.
People of Region 6. And we thank that family for his services also. An update on our late member of parliament who was injured yesterday. There are 2 fractures in the leg. The honorable member will be in cast for about 6 to 8 weeks. I want to express our appreciation to the MPs. Mr. Jordan, you're going to have to start respecting the chair. You're going to have to start doing it. No, let's start with this, please. No, please. She's injured due to no fault of hers. In spite of all the efforts we've made to ensure the safety of everyone who uses this chamber, there was an issue at the stairs. The cabling is put in a metal trunking that doesn't have any flexibility, and her heels hit that part. Unfortunately, she's going to be out for 6 to 8 weeks. I say thanks to the members, staff, and the emergency medical team that is on site who rendered immediate assistance. The staff at the convention center and parliament is working to address issues of the feed, the video and the audio feeds coming out of the convention center. But we're suffering from Murphy's Law. We've done this for 5 years, and whatever can go wrong, he says will go wrong. And we've been experiencing a bit of that. Unfortunately, the equipment doesn't give you warning when it's going to go down. We have replacement devices for many of the ones we know could go wrong. So we are working diligently to do that. We have already had the occupation safety and health people in here, and they have suggested, recommended some changes, because fundamentally we are blocking entrances. And so the cameras will be repositioned Monday so that they are not going to take up space on the stairs. and there are some other issues that we will address as a matter of urgency. Honorable members, especially for the new members, and we also owe you a duty to help inform you about our standing orders, our rules uh, in the House. Today, we have to make some amendments to our standing orders. Not sorry, our order paper, and that is in the form of suspending some standing orders. And these are to allow for not only the debate and the consideration of the estimates, but for passing the necessary legislation to ensure that those budget measures which are in the budget, that those are fully legal. And all that happens during this process. Minister of Finance will be moving those. And I want to say to the new members also, the Parliament organizes educational sessions on parliamentary procedures after every new parliament. And this is not done by the clerk and the speaker. We could assist. But the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, we invite them to come and do those sessions. So while it's nice to see the speaker traveling business and going to all these conferences and so, there are many other benefits. We network, we get the brightest, the most experienced MPs to come. And they don't only do it for Guyana. So that is under consideration. Along with that, for the new members, there is the Caribbean and Atlantic branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And Guyana provides the secretariat services for the regional branch. And our clerks for the entire Caribbean, that branch. So you are going to get that session organized. We are looking at scheduling right now. We have two considerations. The amount of festivals coming up on holidays, along with Ramadan in 2 weeks' time, and the availability of the international resource persons who will come here for most likely a week. And for that, we also would invite other parliaments. Suriname wants to integrate a bit more. So a lot happens. And for the public, Parliament is not these sittings alone. It's much more. And so we want to ensure we provide all the training, the exposure to the representatives of the people so they can maximize with efficiency the service that we provide for those who elected us, and more particularly for the entire nation. Mr. Clerk?
Presentation of petitions and reports.
So we have to suspend the standing order too.
Just now you suspend.
Go ahead. Honorable Minister Teixeira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to move the following motion for the suspension of the standing orders. Be it resolved that standing order number 13, subclause 1, be suspended to enable the National Assembly to proceed with the following regulations and bills at its third sitting. 1, the excise tax amendment of Schedule Regulations 2026, number 3 of 2026 to be laid in the National Assembly. 2, the Fiscal Enactments Amendment Bill 2026, Bill number 3 of 2026. And 3, the Marriage Amendment Bill 2026, Bill number 4, 2026 to be introduced and read for the first time in the Assembly. These are all tax measures that have been reported in the budget document, and this is to allow us to pass this debate and pass these bills on next Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Teixeira. The motion is proposed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President. Am I ahead of you, Mr. Clerk? The Honorable Ashley Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I'm on my feet, allow me to join you in expressing condolences to my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, on the sad passing of his father, who, as you indicated, was not only the father of our current Minister of Agriculture, but was himself a long-standing servant of the people, a long-standing and dedicated and distinguished servant of the people of Region 6 and of the People's Progressive Party. So my condolences to Minister Mustafa and his entire family. And permit me too, sir, to join you in expressing best wishes for a full and speedy recovery to the Honorable Member, Ms. Coretta MacDonald, who suffered that very unfortunate mishap yesterday. Sir, the privilege is mine now, on behalf of this People's Progressive Party Civic Government, to table the following paper and/or report, specifically the Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule Regulations 2026, Regulations number 3 of 2026. I assume, sir, that I will be called on separately to table the Fiscal Enactments Act at the appropriate time. Thank you very much, sir.
And you move that it be read the first time.
And I move, sorry. So I'm just tabling the regulations at this time. I believe, sir, that you might be calling me in a minute or two under the next item to table the bill and to move that it be read the first time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Again, the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. Sorry.
Introduction of bills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that we are in slightly novel territory. The privilege is now mine, sir, to present to this Honorable House the following bill, the Fiscal Enactments Amendment Bill 2026, Bill number 3 of 2026, a bill intituled an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Corporation Tax Act, the Value-Added Tax Act, the Property Tax Act, and the Customs Act. And I now move, sir, that the aforementioned bill be read the first time. Thank you very much.
Let the bill be read the first time.
Fiscal Enactments Amendment Bill 2026, Bill number 3 of 2026.
Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg the House to present before this House the Marriage Amendment Bill 2026, Bill number 4 of 2026. And I move that it be read the first time.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let the bill be read the first time.
Marriage Amendment Bill 2026, Bill number 4 of 2026.
And again, for the newer members, if we do not do this procedure, we would violate the standing order, which says that we have to give 6 days clear notice before we could debate the bill. So if we do it today, we can do it, consider this on Friday next week. We good? So thank you very much. We can now move to the resumption of the debate. And today's first speaker is Mr. Shana Femi Curlet, our Shadow Minister for Home Affairs.
Konnichiwa. I begin this afternoon by giving thanks to the Almighty for strength, clarity, and guidance. I also want to give sincere gratitude to the people of this nation who supported our movement. With that being said, I want to give or extend a warm congratulations to the newly elected leader of the opposition, Honorable Azruddin Mohammed. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Member Yuj Todd used the word democracy to describe his government in what I can only call a meaningless presentation that lacked substance and direction, Mr. Speaker, I was flabbergasted because the people of this nation is still waiting to hear a clear foreign affairs policy from that side of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I asked, where was the democracy when it took 2 months and 23 days to convene a meeting so that the non-governmental MPs can elect an opposition leader? Where was the democracy when the committees of this House were paralyzed? Where was the democracy?
I just want to caution you. I don't like to interrupt at the beginning of a first-timer speech, but I want to know which article of the Constitution the Speaker violated in the election of the leader of the opposition, and which democratic principle I violated. I want to know.
I am moving. Where was the democracy when the president appointed 7 members
And there is a standing order about criticizing the president in this assembly. You could bring it in the form of a motion.
The leader.
You can bring it in the form of a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the Honorable Member, Todd, and I, and the rest of the world has 2 different definitions of democracy.
Okay, your time is running. I just want to know what is your definition and how our Constitution collides with your definition, since you go down there.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you to continue my debate. Mr. Speaker, the
I demand the same respect from all sides of the House. So I just want to know
Mr. Speaker,
your and the international definition I violated.
Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to the definition. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Mandalal came to this House bragging and boasting about his trip to Keto. Mr. Speaker, I'm quite certain that that member did not spend the night in that village. Because, Mr. Speaker, if he did, he would have known that the only light that village received at night is the moonlight, Mr. Speaker. And they're going to want to say that I'm bringing false information to this house. Because the Honorable Prime Minister had commissioned a 0.15 hydropower plant in that village. But Mr. Speaker, the residents of that village, they're saying that the plant only worked during the commissioning ceremony, after which it is not functioning. What is even more troubling, Mr. Speaker, is that the residents are saying when they go to the police station to make a report, the police officers have to use their flashlights to take the report because of the darkness. Mr. Speaker, and if you think that I'm exaggerating, here are pictures of that village in the night. I am not sure if the members on the other side can actually see the photograph due to the darkness. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Member, Pauline, talked about all the amenities and how that if you don't walk the ground and you don't be in the communities, you will not know. Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with her, 100%. She even talked about all of the roads that are linking communities. But Mr. Speaker, I want to ask her, what happened to the road that links Chinapau to Paramakatoy? She talked about the residents can use their ATV on the road now. Mr. Speaker, the residents are not riding their ATVs on the road. They are pushing it, Mr. Speaker, and here's an example. Because of the slushy loom on that road. And I know if that member was on that road, she wouldn't have been able to be sitting in this house today because they still would have been digging her out. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this house is asked to applaud bigger figures and not along every year as though money by itself is a proof of progress. But outside these walls, the Guyanese people are not living in spreadsheets. They're living in fear, frustration, and the growing sense that priorities are drifting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Home Affairs is charged with the most basic duty of any state, to keep people safe. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the same way that this ministry's budget went up is the same way domestic violence went up. Mr. Speaker, if you think that I am exaggerating, let's look at the numbers. In 2025, Mr. Speaker, this ministry was allocated just over $37 billion. In 2026, they're budgeted for more than $42 billion. Mr. Speaker, that's an increase of nearly $5 billion in 1 year. Mr. Speaker, domestic violence reports are running into the thousands. The most serious indicator, domestic violence related to murders, doubled from 13 to 26, Mr. Speaker. So you see, everything is going up. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This ministry is not underfunded. The issue before this house is not money. The issue is direction, priorities, and the judgment of the person responsible for spending the money. Mr. Speaker, and this is where this ministry is beginning to look less like a pillar of security and more like a broken compass spinning without control. Mr. Speaker, I want to be fair. The Honorable Minister did act swiftly on one issue when she assumed office. We all remember it. The country remember it. Vehicle tint. And let me say this clearly before anyone pretends otherwise. Enforcing the law is not wrong. Road safety matters. Order matters. But, Mr. Speaker, priority matters more. In 2025, the Guyana Police Force reported 124 fatal road accidents, resulting in 137 deaths. This was an increase compared to 2024, which was 117 fatal road accidents, which result in 132 deaths. Mr. Speaker, traffic enforcement data from January the 4th to January the 10th, 2026 shows clearly 3,107 persons had committed traffic breaches in just a single week. Mr. Speaker, I'm only going to look at the serious one. 964 cases of speeding, 37 drivers charged for driving under the influence, including some testing well above the legal alcohol limit, 49 unlicensed driver, 59 unfit vehicles for the road, 151 vehicles left in dangerous position. Mr. Speaker, and I can go on, but let me just give you an example. Just recently, a fatal multi-vehicle collision occurred on the New River Bridge connecting two regions. The driver involved was charged with driving without a valid driver's license. Mr. Speaker, and other traffic offenses. One life was lost and several were injured. Mr. Speaker, this incident highlights ongoing challenges in the road safety and traffic enforcement that must be addressed alongside crime and domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, but instead, the Honorable Minister of Tint behavior can compare to a plastic bag blowing in the air without no sense of direction. Mr. Speaker, the minister has explained that the old tint rules were inconsistent and needed reform to bring clarity and fairness to the motorists. But while clarity on tint is one thing, the real question is whether the ministry's focus and resources were directed towards the most urgent safety threats facing Guyanese families, like serious crime, of which murders has increased from 117 in 2024 to 130 in 2025. Mr. Speaker, while enforcement energy was being poured into tint, families across Guyana were asking and saying, why does the police arrive after an incident happened when you call them? Mr. Speaker, this side of the House is not satisfied with the growth in figures alone. We demand growth in outcome. We demand clarity of purpose. We demand that safety policy reflects the reality of people, not optics from ministers. Mr. Speaker, when we examine the budget, we see no proportional urgency. We see billions allocated, but very little clarity on early intervention programs, victim protection mechanisms, counseling support linked directly to law enforcement, or measurable outcomes for prevention, not just reaction. Mr. Speaker, a police response after violence occurs is necessary, but prevention before violence occurs is leadership. Mr. Speaker, leadership is exactly what this ministry is struggling to demonstrate. Mr. Speaker, there are numerous allegations against senior officers engaging in sexual misconduct with junior ranks. When such behavior comes from someone you work with, the pain cuts deeper. Mr. Speaker, and I speak from first-hand experience, because I was verbally threatened with sexual assault by the Honorable Kwame, who said to me, and I quoted, "I will do to you what I do to little boys." Mr. Speaker, this behavior is distasteful and it's abuse
Mr.
of
Speaker.
power.
Honorable Member, Mr. McCoy. 40. Standing order. 40.
Standing order 40, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, please.
I am standing on standing orders 40A.
Yes.
The honorable member just made a statement that accuses me of a remark to her of which I have never committed, I've never said, and I would like her to provide the proof of that today. Now, here and now.
Mr. Speaker, I have witness of it. Mr. Speaker, look.
Honorable Member, this is the second time during these debates which we have this situation. And unless, as I said earlier, I am not competent to judge hearsay. So if we can get the evidence on both sides, we will.
Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed.
Yeah.
There were persons around when he said it.
Let's produce those. The minister
Would you
is saying
like
he
to
didn't.
show?
Minister is not you producers to me. Continue with your presentation.
Okay.
I did stop the clock.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this behavior was distasteful and it's abuse of power and a gross violation of respect for women. Yet, this is a man who sits as a minister in a government that claims to put people first. Mr. Speaker, there are also serious culprit allegations against individuals entrusted with enforcing the law. Yet, Mr. Speaker, every time these matters surface, the response is the same. We are told they'll be investigated. Mr. Speaker, those investigations lead nowhere. File goes silent, victims are left exposed, careers are protected, while justice is postponed. Mr. Speaker, the tragedy of the Adriana Young exposed a dangerous gap in our system. At the time of her disappearance, in April 2025, this country had no national child emergency alert system. After her death, the opposition moved for the establishment of an Adriana Young alert system. Yet, that motion was blocked from debate. Instead of legislation, instead of a national
Honorable
public
Member,
alert mechanism,
you're going down some dangerous road, you know. Very. Who was the speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw it.
And there is a standing order that deals with the content of questions and motions. And every question and motion has to be read against the standing orders. The standing orders are our rules, the parliamentary rules. And I said at the beginning of the debate that the parliament is the supreme organ of the state. Supreme. So be careful how you're going down that road.
I'll be so guided, Mr.
And if
Speaker.
you ever have to bring a motion or a question, seek the advice of the clerk, who is one of the most experienced clerk in the Commonwealth.
So guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the public is asked to trust a system that repeatedly swallows allegations and produces nothing but silence. Due to this, public trust is left to collapse. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the estimate, we see buildings, furniture, equipment, vehicles, and land transport. These are not bad investment. We support investment that benefits the people. But, Mr. Speaker, we do not support infrastructure without strategy becomes decoration. Mr. Speaker, this budget claims to be about putting people first. But before we accept that, let us look carefully at what is truly being put in first. What is truly being put first? What is truly being put first? Food prices up, transportation costs up, household expenses up, utility bills up, rent and housing costs up. Mr. Speaker, you know what went down? Real wages, meaning what salaries can actually buy, down. Disposable income, down. Household savings, down. Quality of life for frontline workers, down. Financial security for their families, down. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that these frontline workers are valued at only $1 million if they die in the line of duty? Mr. Speaker, this budget has no meaningful signal that the cost of living pressure faced by frontline workers are being treated as a national risk. Mr. Speaker, what we saw was the threshold moving from $130,000 to $140,000 at a 25% PAYE rate. Mr. Speaker, that is equal to $2,500 per month. Excuse me.
Take your time.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, that is equal to $2,500 per month, which is roughly about $83 per day. And they sit across the room shouting, putting people first. In a budget of over $1.558 trillion, this is not a broad tax relief. Mr. Speaker, this is a pay slip of a police corporal whose gross salary is $158,000 per month. After all the deductions and the credit union loan, Mr. Speaker, he's left with $91,487. Mr. Speaker, and this government preaches about having the fastest growing economy.
Honorable member, you'll have to lay that over. And just because whatever you're quoting from, you have to lay over.
Yeah,
right? Yes.
Okay.
And I noticed you say less credit union loans, right? Included in that deduction.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Mr. Speaker, with that being said, you cannot stop bribery within an organization without first understanding and addressing its root cause. And when you analyze this ministry, the root cause becomes clear. The officers within these ministries are underpaid. They are struggling to survive. They are struggling to provide for their families. Mr. Speaker, do you know what it feels like to go home and see 4 eyes staring at you, hungry eyes, and you have nothing to give to them? Do you know what it feels like? By the time your paycheck reaches your pocket, it disappears as though they are holding it. Mr. Speaker, this is the daily reality of these officers.
Just to the honorable member, I would like to go in the ring and discuss what I know about poverty.
Mr. Speaker, this is a reality that members, Mr. Speaker, this is a reality that members on that side of the house will never understand, because they live in luxury, they live in comfort, they live off of large paychecks. And until this house is willing to confront that truth, until we address low wages and economic hardship, lecturing workers about questionable practices will solve nothing. Not even the $5 billion budgeted for body cameras will help. Mr. Speaker, you cannot demand discipline from officers who are struggling to survive. You cannot demand excellence from workers who feel invisible, and you cannot build public trust while neglecting those that are tasked with enforcing the law. Mr. Speaker, the prisoner-to-staff ratio is projected to improve slightly from 53:1 in 2025 to 50:1 in 2026. This is still a ratio that reflects strain, not comfort. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House is not arguing that nothing is being done. We're arguing that what is being done is not corresponding with the scale of the problem. Mr. Speaker, according to the estimate, the total allocation for the Guyana Fire Service is just over $5 billion. While this represents an increase of over the original amount for 2025, it does not represent a structural shift in how fire and emergency response is being strengthened across the country. Mr. Speaker, when we turn to the estimate, no major modernization program introduced. Mr. Speaker, there is no clearly identified new project aimed at reducing emergency response time, expanding coverage in growing communities, or modernizing fire and reducing capacity in line with increased urbanization and industrial activity. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly troubling in a context where communities are expanding rapidly. High-rise construction is increasing, and industrial and commercial fire risks are growing. Mr. Speaker, the fire service remains funded at a level that this side of the House is not suggesting, that firefighters are not working hard. On the contrary, they continue to perform under pressure, often with limited resources. But, Mr. Speaker, commitment cannot be substitute for capacity. Mr. Speaker, a modern state does not wait for disaster to expose gaps in emergency response. It plans ahead. It invests ahead. It builds resilience before disaster strikes. Mr. Speaker, the Custom Anti-Narcotics Unit occupies a uniquely sensitive position in our national security. It is an agency entrusted in intercepting illegal narcotics, seizing, safeguarding evidence, and supporting prosecutions against organized crime. Because of that role, Mr. Speaker, credibility, integrity, and control systems are everything. According to the estimate, the Canada receives an allocation of approximately, or will receive, $356 million. Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure is minimal. And when we examine estimates, there is no new project introduced in 2026 aimed at upgrading secure storage facilities, strengthening evidence management system, modernizing tracking or inventory control for seized narcotics, or introducing digital chain. Mr. Speaker, what we see instead are continual allocations, not reform. This is deeply troubling when placed against the public record of concerns surrounding missing or unaccounted for narcotics. Mr. Speaker, and this is where the 3 Ps finds itself along with the genie. What do I mean, Mr. Speaker? What do I mean, Mr. Speaker? They prevent the narcotics, procure it, ponder it, and then the genie turns it into flour. Mr. Speaker, I am not making any allegations against any individual, but it's a matter of public knowledge. Widely reports Mr. Speaker, in any serious anti-narcotics agency, such concern should trigger independent audits, hardened storage facilities, tamper-proof inventory systems, and transparent reporting mechanism. Yet, Mr. Speaker, when we look, we see no timeline, Mr. Speaker, of the evidence management reform or a secure vault construction, or independent oversight mechanism. In other words, the risk factors are acknowledged in public disclosure, but they are not reflected in the budgetary response. Mr. Speaker, credibility in drug enforcement is not built on seizures alone, it is built on what happens after. From the moment narcotics are intercepted, the state must be able to account for every gram, every movement, and every handoff. If the chain breaks at any point, prosecutions collapse, public trust erodes, and questionable practices, Mr. Speaker, find place to grow. Yet, this budget does not show that Kanu is being equipped to close those gaps. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House is not questioning the dedication of officers. We are questioning whether the systems around them are strong enough to protect them, protect the evidence, and protect the interests. Mr. Speaker, as I close my presentation, I want to say this budget has everything. Plenty money, plenty promises, and the same old problem without any complete answers. And that reminds me of a culprit, undesirable, who fled the BVI before deportation. A failure dressed up as second chance. No matter how it's presented, the reality underneath remains the same. Mr. Speaker, the government proudly chants the slogan of putting people first, but they never told us which people. Because, Mr. Speaker, when this budget is examined line by line, page by page, the majority of Guyanese are being left behind. Let me say this clearly. A budget that leaves most people behind is not a national budget. It's a selective one. And this side of the House cannot and will not support a budget that looks good in headlines, but fails the people in reality.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Ms. Femi Corlett. And now I invite the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thank you, sir. For a brief moment, I just wanted to rise above the partisanship and extend my condolences and the condolences of the entire team here to the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa on the passing of his father. I did not know his father, but listening to you, sir, and listening to the Honorable Minister of Finance within the Office of the President, it seems as though he was a gentleman who gave greatly in terms of community service to this country. Guyana is poorer for his loss. I thank you for this moment, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We will convey those to the Honorable Minister. And before Minister Onej Walron speaks, let us
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.
the National Assembly. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Onej Walron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the support of Budget 2026 under the important theme of putting people first. Mr. Speaker, let me quickly deal with the contribution, if you will, of my shadow. Mr. Speaker, the figures for domestic violence were inaccurate. I don't know where those figures have come from. Mr. Speaker, we are in fact experiencing in 2025 a decrease in the reports of domestic violence and an increase in the proportion of convictions as it relates to the cases that have been reported. So in all around, we are actually seeing improvements in the domestic violence statistics. The report is available. Please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fire, prison, and the Guyana Police Force has seen historic levels of investment by this PPPC government from the year 2020 and 2025. And Mr. Speaker, and these investments will continue in 2026. But it's important to announce to this House and to my shadow, Mr. Speaker, that on every level, we are seeing return on the investment. Crime is down historically by 25.5%, serious crime down by 25.5% from the end of 2025. Recidivism rate, where the young people from the Guyana Police Force is the lowest it is in the region at 14%. The rest of the Caribbean region has seen a recidivism rate of 40 and 50%. And she walks out when they don't want. Mr. Speaker, it is so disheartening, Mr. Speaker, to see the level and to hear the level of misinformation and an incompetence coming from the other side of the House. And Mr. Speaker, added to which, there seems to be an unwillingness to discourse and to learn. So the idea is to come to this House, spew the rhetoric, send this misinformation and disinformation, and then run away when we're having a discourse. Mr. Speaker, this is a debate. This is not the running the campaign and running your mouth on social media.
Correct. It's not Facebook.
This is not a brawl. This is a debate. And so you should be willing to open to hearing that, there's another side to the story. But Mr. Speaker, that being said, very well, I'm guided. All right, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has also raised the issue of. All right, Mr. Speaker, I will pivot a bit to speak to this as we're speaking about competence and building up we are in the serious business of building this nation. And Mr. Speaker, we have the budget 2026. A lot of us indeed, even the experienced one, miss sometimes how the mammoth task it takes to craft a budget like this, especially in the context of a nation that is rapidly evolving and changing and developing. And as we're talking about shadows, I took a look around, Mr. Speaker, over this week at the members on the opposite side as we are looking at the shadows and I realized, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Ashni Kumar Singh has demonstrated, along with his staff, such an expertise, acumen, astuteness, where it comes over these past few years, where it comes to crafting and presenting to this assembly a budget that is fit for purpose, for a growing economy. And then I looked around and I thought, but who can shadow this venerable Ashley Kumar Singh? They were smart. They didn't bother. They didn't even bother. They threw up their hands. They didn't even bother. And I looked around and I was, I did and I hope my colleague will forgive me for this. I did a quick Google of Ashley Singh's and his qualifications. I know Ashley must forgive me for this. And Google does not do him justice in terms of the length and breadth and depth of his qualifications. And he's modest, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I want to make the point that competence matters. You cannot come to this house mouth off, not bereft of ideas. Some of them on the other side claim that they can shadow the Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance together with their 50 minutes that they have. Now, Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh and the staff of the Ministry of Finance in crafting this budget, as well as the staff from the ministries all across the public servants for the work that they have put into, months and months of work in crafting this budget. My shadow mentioned in her social media while she took took the opportunity to criticize the capital projects. Empty vessels make the most noise, children. The empty vessels, there they are. She mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that the capital projects at the Ministry of Home Affairs, one of the capital projects, that some of the money could have been used. The money that she claims that was wasted could have been used for other social programs. And I invite the Honorable Shadow to consider what $11 billion could have been used for. I invite her to consider, as she knows what she was quite poised to know what the monies that Ministry of Home Affairs she claims had not been have been put to waste. She said in her script that, do you know what the $74 million could do? It can help the child who can go to school. And I would invite her to consider that $11 billion, and I would help her out with this one. $11 billion could build about 4,000 core homes. $11 billion, Mr. Speaker, can pay 110,000 cash grants for over 100,000 each. $11 billion, Mr. Speaker, can pay 1,000 workers a minimum wage for 9 years. And I will invite the Honorable Shadow to go and consider what else $11 billion can do. And Mr. Speaker, I often am baffled at the temerity of members of the opposition when they, especially on the win side, when they come around and act as crusaders of financial accountability. And they have all sorts of vile and vitriolic things to say about us on the government side. And Mr. Speaker, you yourself have been victim to these vile attacks, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering what gives them this moral authority to crusade around and say that they're the virtue and paragons. He said, I am here to call out all the wrongs. I am a crusade for the truth. What gives them that temerity, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I hold before me, Mr. Speaker, an indictment, a grand jury.
Honorable members, Mr. Jordan, Mr. Campbell, please.
Mr. Speaker, it's in the public domain, Mr. Speaker, that are the members on the other side, Mr. Speaker, that there is a public document, an indictment, Mr. Speaker, that is in the public domain. But Mr. Speaker, I will not read this document, Mr. Speaker, because I know that the word corruption, which appears several times in this document, appears too many in almost every sentence. So I will not be able to read the document, Mr. Speaker. But I wonder, Mr. Speaker, with the names and the activities mentioned in this document, how can you stand and say the things that you say about people on the other side, or on the government side? And Mr. Speaker, in sitting on the bench, as a magistrate for 7 years, I started to develop a natural curiosity to understand human behavior and to understand why people do the things that they do. Like I said, because this behavior baffles me.
Mr. Speaker.
And
the Honorable Member, Ms. Amanza Walton Dizier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order, Standing Order 48. I just want to be clear. Are we now allowed to say the word corruption in the chambers? Because I've heard the Honorable Member, hold on. I've heard the Honorable Member say it on 3 different occasions in the last minute. So I just want to be very clear as to whether we're now allowed to use the word. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, we have listened and she corrected herself. You didn't hear that? When she said that word appears, so she's going to desist, right? So please listen. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, I developed a natural curiosity, Mr. Speaker, in my time on the bench, as to understand human behavior and why is it that people are motivated to do the things that they do. And I spent a lot of time reading the works of Carl Jung, the Swiss psychologist and psychoanalyst, and Young, thank you very much.
Wait, that's Queen Turkia.
You pronunciation? That is okay, I stand corrected. It is spelled J-U-N-G. That's the spelling of the name.
Lecturing us on pronunciation again.
But he describes, Mr. Speaker, the mechanism, the individual, that an individual deploys, that is projected That is called projecting of traits that you most abhor in yourself onto other people. He coins this phrase, Mr. Speaker, as shadow, ironically, shadow projection. The shadow being the dark things in yourself that you can't confront, and so you want to project it. You project it onto the other person and criticize them for it. Criticize them for it. Mr. Speaker, it's a defense mechanism that individuals deploy unconsciously because they have to attribute their own thoughts and feelings and bad behavior onto the other person to avoid dealing with the shame and the discomfort and insecurity that these thoughts come.
We don't allow that word either.
Oh, to avoid, I apologize, to avoid dealing with the discomfort and insecurity that these feelings bring. So, Mr. Speaker, one might perhaps understand why segments of the opposition say the things that they do. Mr. Speaker, why it is that they decide that they have to denigrate the rest of us on the government side. And Mr. Speaker, we should listen to what they say, Mr. Speaker. We should listen carefully because they are really telling us about themselves. Mr. Speaker, I would like to coin the rest of my remarks from the budget speech of March 12, 1993. Mr. Speaker, and I do this, yes, Mr. Speaker, because
Honorable Minister, I see the Honorable Member, Miss Amanza Walton Desir, who puts herself up on a pedestal, always. And the Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, who last night I had to say a few words to, are now treading on a particular standing order. Go ahead, Honorable Minister. Mr. Q. Solomon, please.
Mrs.
Honorable Member, Mr. Prasad. Honorable Member, Mr. Prasad. Please.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Vincent, I suggest that you take a little while before you return. Please.
Mr. Speaker, clearly some things are rattling them. Mr. Speaker, I would like to kind of my remarks for these next few minutes within the context of a little sojourn in history. Because, Mr. Speaker, we've been finding that there has been a deliberate...
Honorable Minister, Honorable Mr. Campbell on his feet. Microphone.
Mr. Speaker, I know you spoke to this before, but I am forced to stand on Standing Order 38, subsection 6, that a member, especially a member of 6 years, almost 6 years in this House, continues to read her speech without the leave of the Speaker, sir. Sorry, it is ridiculous.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell, clearly you have a vantage point that I don't have. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, just for the record, I have nothing written. I'm making reference to all of my notes. There's no speech written here, Mr. Speaker. But that's the substance with which we have to deal with in this House, Mr. Speaker. We're in this government side in the business of building a nation, serious business. And this is the intervention he makes in the middle of my intervention. This is our shadow Minister of Finance, 15 minutes allotted. And by the way, he designated, Mr. Speaker, himself the shadow because it was the opposition, the main opposition, that has that liberty to designate a shadow minister. But he has prescribed on himself the shadow minister of finance, and gets up to make, yes, that intervention. So, Mr. Speaker, as I move on, it is...
Honorable member, Mr. Campbell.
The honorable member has just made an accusation that I at some point designated myself shadow Minister of Finance. In the same way, Mr. Speaker, and I've sent you a video today where I was quoted wrongly yesterday. In the same way, I remember saying yesterday.
I will uphold that intervention. Don't impute, because I don't know that the honorable minister appointed himself shadow. Right? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I heard him say that I am the shadow minister. I am shadowing the Ministry of Finance. I heard, and health, Mr. Speaker. I did not make that up, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable minister, we will check back the notes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. But that's the same thing he said he is shadowing. Mr. Speaker, I begin again. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we find that on the other side, they continue to be strangers to the truth in many instances. And the characterization of our history, Mr. Speaker, and where we have come from have often been misrepresented in this House over these last 5 days. And Mr. Speaker, it is in that context that I beg your leave, Mr. Speaker, to use the budget speech of March 12, 1993, to give a brief history lesson of where we've come from, especially for the young people, Mr. Speaker. Because as the saying goes, those who do not remember their history are doomed to repeat it. And Mr. Speaker, I go on to read this budget speech. It begins in September 1990. When general elections were called, all the opposition parties rejected the call demanding that procedures to make the elections free, fair, and transparent were effected before such elections took place. The heroic struggle of our people, supported by the efforts of the Carter Center, United Nations Development Program, other agencies, and friendly government, culminated in the change of government. We are grateful to the international community for the process of making free and fair elections a reality. This achievement resulted in the installation of the PPP Civic government, which takes pride in declaring itself as a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Mr. Speaker, this budget presentation is indeed a most significant event in that it is our first budget. This is the context that I want the nation and this House to hear. This is our first budget after being kept out of office for 28 years. The last time this party stood before the House to present a budget was December 31st, 1963. And it is no secret that over that period, not only did our economy stagnate and living standards deteriorated rapidly, but Guyana became the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. And also, our young democracy and democratic institutions were sacrificed on the altar of paramountcy of the PNC. His Excellency, the President, has said, with the support of a wide cross-section of freedom-loving Guyanese, fought hard and long for over 25 years to return democracy to our people. Mr. Speaker, this economy has been surveyed, analyzed, and subjected to innumerable consultation. The submission of the PPPC, Civic, is that the damage over these years was indeed devastating. The PNC hurricane leveled everything in its path, leaving no gain but a great deal of pain in its trail. This honorable member, Dr. David Hines, is the misery with which you are referring to. This honorable member, Dr. David Hines, is the darkness and the oppression to which you are referring to in your poem, It's a Dark Time I Love by Martin Carter. This is the misery. When a 5-year-old girl gotta stand in line because there's rationing on sugar and flour, and her siblings gotta stand in line in the sun so one person can have 2 pounds of sugar, the other person can buy 2 pounds of flour, the other one can buy a pint of oil, so they all come together and make for hours. When the little girl, that is the misery with which we are referring to. That is the misery to which Martin Carter is referring to. Their faces are strained and anxious. Yes, their faces are strained and anxious when they didn't have the money to leave this country and had to be subjected to a healthcare system that condemned them to death. That is, their faces were strained and anxious. Their faces and strained and anxious, Mr. Speaker, when they had 6 children have to sit on one bench to share one textbook in a dilapidated school. Their faces were strained and anxious. Honorable Member David Hines, the PNC regime put people last, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members under the people, but under the PPP Civic government, people come first. 33 years ago, Mr. Speaker,
And he will do it again.
the finance minister says he then was, time is,
Yes, they would want to.
that is why, Mr. Speaker, when we don't know our history, because we gave them a chance again in 2015, but I move on, and it's the same thing. The harsh realities we are faced with, the finance minister continues to say, the harsh realities we are faced in constructing this budget was one, scheduled debt service obligations accounting for 100% of revenue collection. Our schedule, this is a debate. I'm responding to the honorable gentleman of these interventions yesterday. Our scheduled debt service obligations accounted for 100% of revenue collection. Infrastructure in a state of disrepair. Inability to execute projects and draw down on external loans, grants, and other forms of financial aid. Incompetence. Infrastructure in disrepair. No money to pay the social services. No money to pay for the schools. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are happy to announce that Guyana is at a state where 5.5% of our revenue is being made to service debt. So we have the balance of that to pay for social services. Schools, hundreds of schools being built. Hospitals being built. World-class healthcare being established in 2026, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will move on quickly because I know my time is going to be expended. But Mr. Speaker, the compounding of harsh realities going on, Mr. Speaker, on the compounding of the harsh realities have been the wild, inflammatory charges Many compounding all the harsh realities have been the wild, inflammatory charges of ethnic discrimination, which the PNC and its leaders, to no avail, have consistently tried to corrode the legitimacy of the new government. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Guyanese will not continue to tolerate this cheap, divisive tactics. In recent times, because you've been relegated to 12 seats from 31, that's how we know that they're not going to continue it. In recent times, Mr. Speaker, this pathetic drivel and rhetoric has sunk so low that under the guise of freedom of expression, the PNC, APNU, AFT, all of the iterations of the pen, continues its invective on this due democratic government charged with a mandate from the Guyanese people to correct the excesses of a failed and sunk regime whose only last straw was ethnicity. Mr. Speaker, we continue to see this display by the intervention of David Hines, the honorable member, where he stood there with his 15 minutes intervention, pointed to the government side of the house and said the ancestors would be more joyful if the African Guyanese on that side, pointing to our side of the aisle, would stand up for the Afro-Guyanese dignity. Mr. Speaker, if we would stand up for the African Guyanese dignity. Mr. Speaker, he also used his last couple minutes to further the divisive rhetoric of who gets more and who don't get more. The hate, the division, Mr. Speaker, people are not going to tolerate it anymore. And Mr. Speaker, this member uses his platform to strip every single time by his words the very dignity he claims to want to uphold or holds us to uphold of Afro-Guyanese, Mr. Speaker. He has stood on his platform, Mr. Speaker, and called the people, and this is a matter of public record, Mr. Speaker, and the words that I'm going to say may upset some of our sensibilities, but it bears repeating, Mr. Speaker, that the people who support the African Guyanese, who support the PPPC government, are lick-bottom, lick-body house slaves. Mr. Speaker, I know it upsets our sensibilities, but Mr. Speaker, it has to be said, because this is the indignity with which
Honorable Minister, say it outside of the House, so let's keep in here to the high level you said we should.
Mr. Speaker,
I am authorized to give you 5 minutes to conclude. It starts now.
Mr. Speaker, this government, Mr. Speaker, is about the true empowerment. And true empowerment is not dependency. It is access, it is inclusion, it is providing an environment for the talents and ambitions of our people, our young people, that they can rise. That is how dignity is built, Mr. Speaker. The dignity we promote is dignity of work, thousands of jobs being provided. The dignity in education being provided, dignity in enterprise, the development bank, opportunities that are available, the dignity in owning homes. That is where the dignity is, Mr. Speaker. That as a nation, we can rise together, Mr. Speaker. Guyana is for all Guyanese. And this government will remain firm in its resolve to ensure that people of all cultures and ethnic groups participate in and enjoy the fruits of this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, I will speak very quickly, Mr. Speaker, on crime with which I have responsibility for, to say, Mr. Speaker, and reinforce that crime is on the decline, Mr. Speaker. There is serious reduction of crime being driven by intelligence-led policing, expansion of our surveillance infrastructure, increased police presence, community policing partnerships, investment in training and human capital. We are seeing, Mr. Speaker, this results from this investment, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, security is the pillar of development. And Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly mention that for the benefit of this House, Mr. Speaker, that security and crime fighting is a matter of national development. And, Mr. Speaker, we continue to face the scourge of financial crime in our country, the threat of financial crimes, as all crime, on our national development. And we would like, Mr. Speaker, I would like the House to understand, Mr. Speaker, that if Guyana weakens on its anti-money laundering enforcement, and our anti-money laundering regime, Mr. Speaker, as we speak of financial crimes, undergirds our national development, undergirds our financial sector. And if we have a weak anti-money laundering enforcement, correspondent banking relationships suffer, international financial transactions become harder, investors face a higher compliance risk, and the entire economy pays a price. And every person, Mr. Speaker, must ensure that funds, assets, and benefits that they receive can withstand legal scrutiny. And we need to let the House know, Mr. Speaker, because this, about the offense of money laundering that is created under Section 3, that a person commits the offense of money laundering if he knowingly or having reasonable grounds to believe that any property in whole or in part, directly or indirectly, represents any person's proceeds of crime. If the person converts or transfers property knowing or having reason to believe that the property is the proceeds of crime, conceals or disguises the true nature, origin, location, disposition, movement, or ownership of that property, knowing or having reason to believe that the property is the proceeds of crime, acquires, possesses, or uses that property knowing or having reasonable grounds to believe that is derived directly or indirectly from the proceeds of crime. It assists any person who is involved in the commission of an offense in paragraphs A, B, and C to evade the legal consequences of his actions, participates in, associates with, or commit or aids and abets, counsels or procures or facilitates the commission of any of the above acts. And the act goes on to describe what proceeds of the crime means. Mr. Speaker, it behoves us for the House to understand this, because there have been some worrying developments, Mr. Speaker. The proceeds of the crime means any property derived or realized directly or indirectly from a serious offense, and includes on a proportional basis property into which any property derived or realized directly from the offense was later converted, transformed, or intermingled, as well as income, capital, or other economic gains derived or realized from such property at any time since the offense and indirect proceeds of a crime, including income, profits, or other benefits from the proceeds of the crime and property held by any other person, assets of every kind. What this regime, this AML regime, and this legal framework provides, Mr. Speaker, that if I go out and rob a store, take the money home to my father, and he takes his pension money that he was saving up, and we put it together. That is the commingling with which you're talking about. And we go and we buy a property together. The rent from that income property that you go and you rent subsequently, the rental from that property is proceeds of a crime. And that, Mr. Speaker,
Minister, as you're dealing with crime, you've
Good, I will close off, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please indulge me. I will close now. Recidivism is down, historic numbers. Mr. Speaker, I want to close, Mr. Speaker, by noting that we will take financial crime seriously. We will continue to enforce our anti-money laws, and I, for the benefit of the House, read out the substance, and I urge this House to go read of what constitutes a crime under the Anti-Money Laundering Act. And Mr. Speaker, this matters to us because Guyana, as I wrap up, Guyana is on a trajectory of important nation building. Our financial sector, our financial regime has to be protected, and we will continue to protect it from crime and proceeds of crime and anything that will derail the growth and the trajectory of nation building that we are on. And Mr. Speaker, in the words of the finance minister, as he then was, like never before, as we envision this, our new Guyana in 2026, as we grow and our nation building and we are transformed like never before. The words of Martin Carter, Guyana's celebrated poet, echoes in the hearts of our people, and now in this august chamber. Everywhere, the songs of life are floating, like new ships on a new river, sailing, tomorrow and the world, and the songs of life. And all my friends, yes, tomorrow and the whole world awake and full of good life. Mr. Speaker, I beg to commend this budget to the House and move the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Oneish Walwell. The Honorable the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, the Honorable Mahabir Anil Nandlal, Senior Counsel. Sir, your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by extending my congratulations to my distinguished brother, the Minister of Finance, and his staff. Of course, all the staff in all the other ministries and all the other ministers whose collective efforts were presented here as in the form of our 2026 budget. And of course, I want to especially commend the Minister of Finance for his marathon presentation of that budget with his characteristic elegance. 6.5 hours, I think. So, Mr. Speaker, coming low down in the batting order has given me the advantage of listening to a number of presentations, almost the entire opposition side, and I dare say, Mr. Speaker, with respect, an inexperienced opposition, but they regaled us in all types of lectures. They purport to explain to us about how budgets should be presented, how policies should be crafted, all manner of things. When you listen to them, rather than temper their presentation with a commensurate inexperience, they unfortunately exhibited an uncanny degree of arrogated knowledge and experience. I want to lecture this bunch of veterans, as my brother Jacob said. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought it best to put on the record again of this House that the People's Progressive Party, on whose behalf I have the privilege to speak, has been crafting and presenting budgets in the Colonial Assembly and in this National Assembly since the year 1953, 73 years ago. And in terms of winning free and fair elections, we have demonstrated that we are the most successful unit in that regard, not only in Guyana, but the entire Caribbean. We know this thing. Every election, we go to the people with a manifesto, and we discuss with the people that manifesto. And the people, if they endorse the manifesto, then we tell them to elect us. And when they elect us, they put us in government, we implement that manifesto. Mr. Speaker, that winning formula was once again employed in the September 1st elections. And from 2020, we have been engaging constantly with the people of our country, recording those engagements, and we produced a budget which we took to the people under the banner Forward Together for a Better Guyana, the manifesto. And we traveled the length and breadth of this country, and we explained this manifesto to the people. We explained every policy. We explained every project. We explained every program. And we said to the people that if you wish us to implement these policies, if you agree with these programs, if you support these plans, then elect us and we will implement them. And we have, Mr. Speaker, an unenviable track record of success. We have that, of delivering on promises. So the people believed us. And when the results of the 1st of September 2025 elections were revealed, when the election results came out, we got 36 seats, meaning that the people voted solidly for those programs, solidly for those plans, and solidly for those projects. And they are contained in this budget that we are presenting. So with the greatest of respect, you don't agree with it? You didn't vote for us. You didn't agree with it? You didn't vote for us. The people who vote for us, we are representing them and every other Guyanese. That is the reality of politics, my friend. That is the reality of politics. And you know what? We don't have to put it on a manifesto that we are putting people first. We are in politics together. And the APNU did just like us. They did just like us. They went to the people. They had a manifesto. They told the people, these are the plans, these are the projects, these are the policies. If you want them, if you want us, and if you want these implemented, vote for us. And we are putting you first. They put that on the document. When the results came out, the people put them last. Today, they have been reduced to the back benches of the parliament. The last benches. Last benches.
Marcy, I know with the clapping. I like the clapping. I like that part.
So, Mr. Speaker, and let me explain these results, because I still hear some quibbling. One member says seats don't matter. We got 36 seats, you got 12. I know you're not strong in maths. That is 3 times the amount of seats that you got. You got 16, we got 2.25 times that you got. So you must know your places when you're talking to this side. You must know your places. And you, the Honorable Amanza Desir, we have to restructure a seat. She only got 3
Did you say Nadir?
Sorry?
Did you say Nadir?
Desir.
Oh, sorry.
Desir. Will never make such a mistake, sir. So we need to configure a new chair. She only got 3/4 of a seat.
Actually, it was like half. It was like half.
Mr. Speaker, and we know why the people voted the way they did. Because I sat in this house and I heard an honorable member on that side say that the 5Bs program that consisted of 2 32 20-seat buses, 32 22-seat buses, 3 bicycles, and 12 boats, that is a more superior program than our cash grant program. And when the honorable member said so, the comrade next to him said, you hear him? He's a businessman. He's a businessman, comrade. 32 boss. We are giving 206,000 children of our country $85,000. And these people are talking about 3 bicycles, 2 boats, and 32 bus. And they're surprised that they're on that side in a minuscule number of 12. And Mr. Speaker, I heard the honorable member Dexter Todd, he's not here, and maybe it is inexperience. The honorable member came to the podium and he was shrieking and he was screaming. I had to walk out of the house while the leader of the opposition was getting migraine in the court. I got migraine in the parliament listening to him. The comrade was screaming and screeching like a hyena in heat. But he said a couple of things that I must respond to. Mr. Speaker, he said a couple of things that I must respond to. Mr. Speaker, I am a fan of National Geographic. Check it out. He spoke about the International Observer reports in relation to the 2025 elections. And he tried to create some type of misconception and misconstruction of what the reports said. But let me say one thing. Every single observer team that observed these elections, their reports said unequivocally that the results declared by GCOM reflect the will of the electorate of this country. That is what they said. The comrade is a lawyer. He would know that that is the ratio decidendi of the report, and everything else is obiter dicta. He made another statement, and perhaps the honorable member Ganesh will convey to the honorable member, to Mr. Aubrey Norton, that you got to hold some classes with these people. There are certain things that you don't bring up. There are certain aspects of your past that you don't revisit. But inexperience came to the fore, and the comrades chose to speak about Dr. Walter Rodney's assassination. And yes, I will get to Comrade David Hines shortly. And he tried to convey in this, tried to distance the PNC from the assassination of that great historian and Pan-African scholar of Guyanese birth. A man whom we respect, and this country owes a great duty to revere and continue to respect him. It was the PPP government that established an independent commission to inquire into the death of Dr. Rodney. And that commission was consisted of international jurists, not Guyanese, jurists from the Caribbean, specially selected. The PNC appeared with counsel at that commission. They appeared by counsel. They chose to participate. And of course, by the time the commission concluded its work, they got into government and they stifled the work of the commission. But fortunately, the commission had completed its tasks. And let me read into the record, Mr. Speaker, two findings of the commission. Firstly, Dr. Walter Rodney was a man of large and significant stature, both in Guyana and beyond at the time of his death. He could only have been killed in what we find to be a state-organized assassination with the knowledge of Prime Minister Burnham in the Guyana of that period. It was a controlled society, and Burnham had a large and detailed knowledge of whatever was being done by the state and its agencies. Now let me go to conclusion number 2. We have no hesitation in holding that Gregory Smith was responsible for Dr. Walter Rodney's death on the 13th of June, 1980. And that in so doing, he was acting as an agent of the state, having been aided and abetted so to do by individuals holding position of leadership in state agencies and committed to carry out the wishes of the PNC administration. Put that on the record. That is what the Commission of Inquiry found. Mr. Speaker, when we come to this
and
House,
you'll table that report?
I will table the report is before the House.
Okay, sorry.
The third point that the honorable member made, and I don't know why this honorable member will say these things. He said to this House that this government must take its knees off of the neck of the judiciary. They watch TV and they get carried away. There is no originality. They get carried away with slogans in America. What is the evidence in this country that there has ever been an attempt to interfere with the independence of the judiciary by this administration? I say no one can produce any such evidence. And that is why I said, why the honorable member would go down that road when he sits on the benches of the People's National Congress. And the People's National Congress in 1970 abolished appeals to the Privy Council, removed the Privy Council from our legal system, thereby making the Court of Appeal of Guyana our final court, then go to the Court of Appeal and nail the party flag. Look, the party flag on the wall of the Court of Appeal to say to the people of Guyana, the PNC now controls the pinnacle of the Guyana judiciary. Under the doctrine of party paramountcy. And this comrade comes here to cast aspersions on the PPP. My God. Let me get back to my presentation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention now to the We Invest in Nationhood party. A party that all of us would agree was born out of the most dubious circumstances. What is manifestly undoubted is had the honorable leader of the opposition not faced certain legal problems, none of you would have been there. You know that. Each and every one of you know that. You were born out of personal necessity. Born out of personal necessity. But we live in a democracy. We live in a democracy. No! This, you are so much scorned that you prefer to go over there.
That's correct. That's correct. That is correct.
You have scarred the psyche of generations. Mr. Speaker, when people have their personal problems, we stay away from it. That's common decency. That's the order of civil society. But when you begin to hold public office, when you are an elected member of the National Assembly, more so a leader of the opposition, then some aspect of your private business becomes our business, the people business, and the public business. And the matter is compounded by the fact that the honorable member chooses as his main platform anti-corruption, not corruption, anti-corruption. That was not banned. I'm not sure the speaker. And he chooses the platform of transparency and accountability to launch his campaign. And nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that. Those are virtuous and pious platforms to mount. But when you do that, you must know that it is not a one-way street. As the honorable member Swetnam, and I told you I'll quote you, she said it beautifully, and she made it a thematic aspect of her presentation. She said, accountability is not optional. Accountability is not optional. And Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, honorable opposition leader is scheduled to speak after me. And in my capacity as the most senior law officer in this land, I call upon him to explain to this honorable house, and by extension, the people of this country, why he was sanctioned by the Office of Foreign Assets Control of the United States of America. Accountability, Swetnam, is not optional. He must come here and account to the people. He must come here and tell us. I call upon the honorable member to also explain why he's a subject of federal indictments in the United States of America on serious charges of money laundering and fraud. Accountability is not optional. Mr. Speaker, it is also common knowledge that the honorable member is the subject of an extradition request. It is also common knowledge that the honorable member is strenuously resisting the extradition process, as he's entitled to do. And let me say for the record, Mr. Speaker, that as Attorney General of this cooperative republic, I shall do as I have been doing, everything lawfully possible to ensure that he's accorded all the safeguards that the law and the Constitution guarantee to him. But I have to call upon him in my capacity as a member of this House to explain to the people of Guyana and this House why he's unwilling to surrender, to go to the US, face his accusers, and vindicate his innocence. I call upon him to do so. After all, Honorable Member Swetnam, accountability is not optional. The people of Guyana deserve those explanations. And Mr. Speaker, also, I'm not finished. The Guyana Revenue Authority has assessed the Honorable Opposition Leader and his businesses to be indebted to the GRA in what presumptively are taxes evaded in the sum of 190 billion Guyana dollars. Let me explain the magnitude of this sum. Mr. Speaker, when I entered this National Assembly, when I entered the National Assembly for the first time in my first debate 20 years ago, the national budget of this country was $90.5 billion. They commute Cartaway 2.5 times that amount. The whole national budget of the country. In my first budgetary debate as Attorney General in 2012,
Mr. Speaker.
the national...
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on 2 standing orders here for the 1-1, which requires the member to confine his or her observations to the subject under discussion, which is the budget, and standing order for the 1-6, which the member was just imputing improper motive to the member of assembly. The issue that he was taught as relates to GRA, it was before the court. They took it from the court, so it's not a case that it has been tried, and at this point he is imputing.
Honorable member, the speaker had given a lot of latitude to persons, and so.
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Attorney General, please continue.
my presentation is very, very part of the budget. I just said that 2.5 national budgets were taken. And I'm going to say now that in my first budgetary debate as Attorney General of Guyana in 2012, the national budget was $192 billion, the entire country budget. The subject of that audit is 190 billion. It's another country's national budget we are speaking about. Where is the pundit? He worried about a couple, worried genuinely about Gaisuku. But you know, the whole of Gaisuku's budget allocation in this budget is 13.4 billion. The allegation over there is 15 times that sum. It's 15 Gaisuku budget economy. Where the honorable member Nandrani Singh made a good point. She said that the budget has about over $70 billion of income tax in it. Great point. People pay a lot of taxes in this country. Check how many, I want the people of Guyana to divide 190 billion by 70 billion. And you will see how many times. About 3 times the size of all the taxes paid by the people of Guyana for the year 2025. Carted off.
23 times the ministry budget.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the Pandit if he could find 2 chaupai in the Ramayana to help explain these atrocities that I'm speaking about. Or at least 1 verse in the Bhagavad Gita. Why he's not here. Well, Mr. Speaker, these are serious and damning matters. And that is why we cannot play politics with national matters. You don't come to the national parliament. That's what we were saying. And they were saying that we were being political. We are saying that this is the highest representative institution in this country. And when you come here, this is the, I have to say it, I don't want to sound immodest. This is the big league. This is the big league. If you are not qualified to represent the people of this country, don't come here. Don't come here, you juke them. at elections. We tried to educate them, but they were doomed. Well, Mr. Speaker,
They have all been duped over there.
and then I wasn't Mr. Speaker, you know, I have not yet spoken about the 50 million US dollars and the 10,000 kilogram of gold that are the subject of the indictment. I haven't spoken about that. And I didn't plan to speak about the Lamborghini either. But then Honorable Member Natasha Lewis said in her presentation, and I nearly fell off my chair. She said in her presentation, I wish that the whole of Guyana could drive Lamborghini like my boss. But she didn't realize that the Lamborghini got the boss in all the problem. She wants the whole of the country to be extradited, Your Honor. We can't do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought that I repudiate that for the public record. So, Mr. Speaker, when the honorable member comes, the leader of the opposition, I hope that we can get some answers in the interest of transparency and accountability. Accountability is not optional. Now I send you home, girl. Mr. Speaker, the rule of law is the glue that keeps modern society together. In its absence, anarchy and lawlessness prevail. Look around the world and you will see where there is an absence of the rule of law, there is social disorder, there is civil unrest, there is economic stagnation, and there is a breakdown of civil society itself. In a state of anarchy and lawlessness, not a single project in this budget that we are debating can be properly accomplished, and not a single measure effectively implemented. The Attorney General, Chambers, and the Ministry of Legal Affairs is a critical part of the state's architecture that ensures that there is adherence to the rule of law and obedience to the Constitution. The ministry holds executive responsibility in relation to the country's administration of justice. It is also this ministry's responsibility to work with other ministries and important agencies of state in order to design and craft the legislative agenda of Guyana. Most, if not all, the main policies, plans, and projects of the government require a statutory framework for their implementation and proper regulation. The Attorney General Chambers plays a significant role in designing and crafting this framework. Mr. Speaker, from the year 2023 to 2025, the Attorney General Chambers have been engaged in two important projects: revising the laws of Guyana and updating our law reports. Revising the law of Guyana, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the viewers and, of course, honorable members, is simply all the legislation that we are passing. At some point in time, we have to insert them in the consolidated volumes of the law and reprint the laws to reflect those insertions. That is revision. We last revised our laws in 2012, and we are doing a second one. And I am proud to inform the House that we have completed revision of the laws from 2012 to 2022, December 31st, and we will be launching them shortly. Law reports, Mr. Speaker, many of us following the many cases that are attracting public attention in the press, and they are hearing about case law being quoted from all over the world. Case law reports allow easy access to past decided cases. So if there is a case that's going on in Guyana and there's a particular legal issue, I can draw from a jurisdiction with a similar legal system across the Commonwealth: India, Africa, Australia, Canada, England, the Caribbean, and I can go to those countries' reports and pull down and find a case of similarity which can apply. Well, the law in Guyana, we also have a very long tradition of compiling our law reports dating back to the mid-19th century. But we have had gaps since. And in this installment, in 2012, I launched 10 reports from 1977 to 2007. And just after these budget estimates are completed, we are going to launch, along with the revision, law reports from 2008 to 2022, law reports of Guyana, in which you will find all the important cases that we have decided in all the courts of our country. A very important institution for lawyers, judges, and even academically inclined people. Mr. Speaker, since the year 1996, under the presidency of the great Dr. Chenny Jagan, Guyana has been canvassing at the Council of Legal Education and elsewhere for permission to establish on these shores a regional law school. In the year 20, and of course, we have failed abysmally over the last few years. Honorable members will recall that my predecessor, Basil Williams, he went ahead and he turned the sod. He made a front page of the paper. He named the law school, but he never got permission from the lawful authorities to construct the law school. So it turned out to be a dupe. It turned out to be a sham. Anyhow, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, at a cabinet meeting, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali said, AG, go and let us get that law school done. And I am proud to announce that under Dr. President Mohammed Irfan Ali, we secure the permission of Council in September 2025 for the construction of a regional law school in Guyana. So far, we have already identified and cleared 8 acres of land at Campus Turkine of UG, and in this budget, we have the first capital injection, and during the year 2026, we will begin the construction of a law school in Guyana. It is going to be a regional law school. It will attract students from across the Caribbean, and of course, it will provide cheap and accessible legal education to our own Guyanese. This is not only an academic institution, but it is an economic venture, because people of the Caribbean will come here, they will have to live, they will have to find accommodation, they will have to board, lodge, and eat, and Guyanese will benefit from those investments. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Affairs Ministry and the Attorney General Chambers is also responsible for representing the state of Guyana, both in Guyana and internationally. And as is public knowledge, the Attorney General Chambers coordinates with the Office of the President and the Foreign Affairs Ministry in assembling and be responsible for our representation at the International Court of Justice in the arbitral award matter between Guyana and Venezuela. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform the House that on the 27th of January 2026, all the parties in that case were notified by the court that the hearings on the merits of the case will open on Monday, the 4th of May, 2026, and a detailed schedule for the hearings will be communicated shortly. Mr. Speaker, during the tenure of the APNU in government, they ran up debts, attracted liabilities, and put us in all sorts of problems across the globe. They took our rice from our rice farmers and millers, and they sold it $7 million US of it in Panama and never bothered to collect payment. We had to engage at the level of His Excellency the President. We engaged through the Ministry of Agriculture, through the Attorney General Chambers, and the Foreign Affairs Ministry. And only in 2025, we were able to secure payment, and the Minister of Agriculture, my distinguished brother, who unfortunately has a personal problem right now, distributed the proceeds to our rice farmers and rice millers.
Honorable Attorney General, you're in the last 5 minutes.
I have last 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I have so much more to say. Mr. Speaker, we have been building. The Legal Affairs Ministry also has executive responsibility over the administration of justice in this country. The administration of justice is one of the most crucial institutions in any democracy. It is to these institutions that the people turn for enforcement of their legal rights, constitutional freedoms, and resolution of their disputes. This institution also ensures the prosecution and trial of criminal offenses. Mr. Speaker, access to justice before an independent judiciary is the sine qua non of the rule of law and a democratic society. Our government continues to invest in the administration of justice, building out courthouses right across the length and breadth of Guyana. In 2024, we opened courts, magistrates' courts at Port Kaituma, Mahaika, Madia, Mabaruma, Friendship, a children's court at Charity, and a mental health court at Bartica, and the Anna Regina Magistrates Court. In 2026, we have many more courts that are under construction and will be opened. Mr. Speaker, we also invest in the judiciary in ensuring that they have personnel as well as the institutional capability, technological capability to manage their caseload. And today, I am pleased to announce that at almost every level of the judiciary, excepting the Magistrates Court for the time being, the High Court, the Full Court, the Court of Appeal, and the CCJ, the entire litigation process is now electronic and paperless. Electronic and paperless. And we are working to bring that to the Magistrates Court as well. Mr. Speaker, we have a long line of legislation in our legislative agenda slated for this year. We have the Developmental Bank Fund Bill, Guyana Natural Gas Bill, the Companies Bill, Evidence Bill, Depreciation Assets Sale Bill, a Trust Bill, Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill, Judge Alone Trial Bill, Alternative Sentencing Bill, Business Name Registration Bill, Road Safety Amendment Bill, National Heritage Preservation Bill, and Mr. Speaker, I have 2 or 3 more pages, which I will circulate for honorable members. Mr. Speaker, it is this ministry that also holds the responsibility for Guyana's AML CFT sector. And Mr. Speaker, that sector ensures not only we guard against money laundering type offenses, as my distinguished sister, the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, spoke so elegantly and eloquently about, but we ensure that our financial systems are protected from contaminants emanating from illicit means and illicit activities. And Mr. Speaker, I want to report here that we went to the CFATF, which is the governing body that has to assess us and examine our systems, examine our laws, examine our institutional framework, and examine our performance. And they assessed us over a nearly 1-year period. And we scored the highest in the independent English-speaking Caribbean. We are to prepare now, Mr. Speaker, for another round of evaluation scheduled to take place next year. I'll be bringing a slew of bills to this House, Mr. Speaker, to meet new and evolving and emerging requirements that we have to satisfy at the international and global level. Mr. Speaker, Unfortunately, I have much more to say, but I can't say it. We'll have to engage outside of the House to bring the nation up to speed with all the developments taking place in the sector. I close, Mr. Speaker, by lending my most humble but solid support to Budget 2020-2026 as we continue to build Guyana, beautify Guyana, modernize Guyana, and secure the future of all Guyanese. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs. Just setting some of the records straight, we're pulling up all the verbatim records for the contentious issues raised, and to the Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, I did err in saying I have an update on our late Member of Parliament. My apologies. And now for the Honorable Member, Chief Whip for the Opposition, the Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Hali.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the Budget 2026 debate. But permit me first, Mr. Speaker, to take a few minutes to deal with some statements that I must address at the onset. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member before me, that spoke before me, spoke about Dr. Walter Rodney and all that has transpired. Now, I don't need to defend the PNC. I think they're quite capable of defending themselves. But if I can recall, during that same process, there was a gentleman that was asked to come back to this country, because apparently he was the person, if I can call his name, Skip Roberts, who had all the information on what transpired and was supposed to give the main evidence as to what transpired. And for some reason, they put him up in a hotel for 6 days. He was never actually brought to testify. And this was under the PPP, so the question is why? If they had all the answers and had all the evidence, why they did not ensure that he came and gave the evidence? Mr. Speaker, I also don't understand why the Minister of Legal Affairs has an issue with all Guyanese driving Lamborghinis. I would think that in this fastest growing economy, with Guyanese doing better based on what the Minister of Finance is saying, that you would want the Guyanese to get to a point where they can actually afford Lamborghinis in this country. Mr. Speaker, any reasonable and intelligent person would prefer a comedian than accept a government, any government, that repeatedly elevates individuals facing serious and widely reported allegations of sexual misconduct, domestic violence, child exploitation, and other grave wrongdoings to ministerial office. What is even more troubling is the silence of those in that government, any government, who sit alongside him, fully aware of these allegations and countless accusations of sexual harassment and other forms of intimidation, and present themselves in this honorable house as though they are the paragons of virtue. Mr. Speaker, you would expect a 3-term member of parliament, a 2-time minister, and cabinet member to come to this house with something of substance that would contribute meaningfully to a body debate. Mr. Speaker, I have long held the view that neither time nor experience automatically matures into wisdom. One may simply repeat the same errors for years, in this case, 3 terms, as a member of parliament, and yet he is being applauded by those who have little interest in honest counsel and even less concern for humility. When such affirmation, Mr. Speaker, replaces reflection, arrogance and tomfoolery often go unnamed, Mr. Speaker. Hence, we are graced with the same flamboyant rhetoric being bellowed like a prima donna starring in an inferiority complex opera show. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, when one is still striving to justify the inefficiencies of the past, it is unrealistic to expect anything markedly different in the present. So for the rest of the 13th Parliament, I'd like to say to the honourable member, sing on, prima donna, sing on. Maybe one day they will provide the help you need to compensate for the obvious lack. Mr. Speaker, as I sat and listened to the honourable member last evening, doing his utmost to ensure his masters were pleased, the only words that come to mind were, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Mr. Speaker, after listening to such an abysmal attempt at justifying praising someone who has caused you such harm, I now understand why the other honourable member said, if you can be bought by someone, you can be bought by anyone. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Juan Edghill ought to be guided by the very word he professes to the members of his pew. 2 Timothy 3:16 and 17 tells us, all scripture is inspired by God and is useful to teach us what is true and to make us realize what is wrong in our lives. It corrects us when we are wrong and teaches us to do what is right. Mr. Speaker, the word should convict the Honourable Bishop. He must not enter this house behaving like the serpent who deceived Eve into believing a simple bite would open her eyes. This member presides over the ministry with the largest budget allocation year after year, Mr. Speaker, yet produces some of the poorest quality of work year after year. Year after year. This minister holds the record for the most repairs to completed works in the shortest span of time. Almost every project he touches requires immediate remediation. Mr. Speaker, soon we will need a specific line item in the budget titled Bishop's Repairs. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the honourable member should seek deliverance. It might just save the taxpayers some money. As for the Honourable Member Jacobs, Honourable Member Jacobs, during his maiden presentation, he claimed to feel like a veteran. I must agree, he sounded like a veteran, Mr. Speaker. Specifically, an old PPP groom campaign presenter regurgitating tired punchlines, Mr. Speaker. Then came the pomposity, the gloating over his title as minister. That, Mr. Speaker, is a fundamental problem on that side of the House. They view high office as a status of entitlement that allows them to lord over others, rather than an office of service to the people. Servant leadership, Mr. Speaker, is clearly a concept they have yet to grasp. I will move on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate the leader of WIN, the Honourable Member, Mr. Azuddin Mohammed, on his newly elected position as leader of the opposition. Congratulations to my fellow MPs of WIN who shattered all expectations. And together we did the work to become the first party in just 3 months to take the position of the main opposition in Guyana's parliament. In just over 3 months, Mr. Speaker, a political movement that many dismissed and clearly underestimated has emerged as the main opposition in this National Assembly, holding 16 seats. What was most underestimated, Mr. Speaker, was not a party, but the will of the people. From Region 1 to Region 10, thousands of Guyanese made it clear that they no longer accept politics as usual. After almost 60 years of independence, they are demanding something fundamentally different. Not louder speeches, not just larger budgets, but leadership that meets people where they are and responds to their real needs. The people have chosen a different direction. They have chosen leadership that treats all Guyanese equally, that believes disagreement can be principled and respectful, and holds that the wealth of this nation should never have to pass through party loyalty before citizens can have access to it. Mr. Speaker, I further wish to congratulate all other members of Parliament on their elections to this House. I pray that we take the oath we took seriously and work in the best interests of the people of this country. To the public servants who worked in every ministry and agency to help this budget, put this budget together, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, for 4 days, this House has been asked to accept assurances instead of answers. We have listened to the Minister with responsibility for finance insist that spending $1.5 trillion automatically places people first. Yet after 4 days of debate, ministers on the government side have struggled to clearly explain how this budget improves the lives of ordinary Guyanese in a substantive way. What we have witnessed, Mr. Speaker, is an overflow of arrogance. Whether the government accepts it or not, figures provided by GCOM show that WIN represents 109,000, approximately 109,000 Guyanese voters. Those Guyanese sent us here to ask questions. They sent us here to demand clarity. They sent us here to represent their interests. Arrogance in this House does not diminish us, Mr. Speaker. Arrogance in this House does not diminish us, Mr. Speaker. It diminishes Parliament itself. And by extension, it diminishes every Guyanese who deserves respect, every Guyanese who deserves proper answers and serious engagement on Budget 2026. Mr. Speaker, permit me to place on the record a matter that goes to the core of parliamentary standards, member safety, and the dignity of this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, it was mentioned earlier, I won't call names, that an incident occurred involving a government minister in which sexually degrading and threatening language was directed at a female member of this assembly.
I dealt with that already, so please.
I was right here. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the conduct, if I may say so, I wouldn't say what it is, represents what I believe is a fundamental breach, and I hope, as you indicated, that you've dealt with it, and it is dealt with in a manner that addresses decisively the issues and concerns that were spoken about. Let me now turn my attention to the budget. Mr. Speaker, it is always impressive theater when a government comes to this honorable House boasting of the biggest budget ever, delivered over 6 hours, followed by self-congratulation for presenting the largest budget over the longest period of time. Year after year, Mr. Speaker, the expectation is that ministers entrusted with spending over $1 trillion will come to this house and clearly outline what the money will be spent on, what gaps have been identified, what problems are being remedied, what monitoring and evaluation has informed any shift in policy direction. But size and duration do not equal substance, Mr. Speaker. We are repeatedly told that this is a people-first budget. The obvious question, therefore, arises: which people are actually being put first? Mr. Speaker, let us examine how they are putting people first. Yesterday, my colleague who did an excellent job in opening, Honorable Odessa Primus, spoke about the culture industry. Being a part of that industry for most of her life, she did an excellent job identifying some of the concerns in that industry, one of which was the forgotten legends of the cultural industry. But, Mr. Speaker, the minister came after her, and instead of listening to what she had to say, given her first-hand experience, just decided to throw it one side. A comedian doesn't know anything about culture. But let's read what was said. Let us read what was said. I came across an article on Facebook that I will also send to the Honorable Speaker. The article was written by none other than Annette Arjun. Miss Annette Arjun writes, Odessa Primus's presentation hit a nerve because all that she said about us not honoring our heroes while they are alive, much less when dead, were spot on. When Dave was alive and we drove across the Demerara Bridge and saw the new roundabout being constructed, I reached out to the minister and asking if a statue of Dave with a guitar could have been considered, given he was born in Region 3 and the relevance of Blade of Grass. Among his other major contributions, that did not happen. Since his passing, 1.5 years ago, I have advocated tirelessly for his legacy to be preserved, to no avail to date. Only recently I shared that I hope this will happen in my lifetime. The question in Dave's song, "Where Are Our Heroes, Caribbean?" remains unanswered in Guyana. This, Mr. Speaker, from the wife of a Guyanese icon. This, Mr. Speaker, Dave Martin, who has made songs that resonate with us until today. This, Mr. Speaker, a song that we use at the beginning of our parliament every sitting. This is how they put people first, Mr. Speaker. You are good enough to be used, but not good enough to be honored. The budget relies heavily on announcements, Mr. Speaker. It relies heavily on projections and repetition, but it's strikingly light on outcomes, strikingly light on timelines and accountability. We are told what will happen over time, but rarely when, rarely how, or for whom. Governance is not measured, Mr. Speaker, by how long a speech lasts or how large a number sounds. Governance is measured by whether policies materially improves people's lives. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. This budget does contain measures aimed at the poor and vulnerable. I won't pretend that it doesn't. But those measures do not lift people out of poverty. They manage it. What we are witnessing is not poverty alleviation, Mr. Speaker. It is poverty preservation. Cash transfers for struggling households are delayed, diluted, and stretched across 5-year timelines. while other policy decisions, such as tax concessions for double cab vehicles, are immediately implemented. That contrast tells us everything about the priorities of the Poverty Preservation Plan. Selective urgency is not good governance. It is political prioritization. Mr. Speaker, when we examine this budget holistically, the picture worsens. There is no provision for salary increases. It's not stated. I guess it will come at some point. Instead, we hear of a modest adjustment to the income tax threshold, translating into only a few $1,000s more in monthly take-home pay for a limited group. Another showing, Mr. Speaker, of the Poverty Preservation Plan. This exposes a harsh truth, Mr. Speaker. Too many Guyanese earn so little that they cannot rent a modest home, they cannot pay their utilities, they cannot buy groceries, they cannot save and live with dignity. If members on the other side, Mr. Speaker, believe that life is improving, believe that the minimum wage is good enough, I challenge them to live for 6 months on the national minimum wage. I challenge them to live for 6 months on the national minimum wage. Use public transportation daily, come out of your Prados. Rent a modest 2-bedroom home. Rely solely on public health care. Public health care. Pay utilities, buy groceries, and attempt to save on that minimum wage, Mr. Speaker. Then return to this house and tell the nation how well people are truly doing. That may be the only way, Mr. Speaker, that those on the other side of the house would come to understand that what they have been producing as a budget year after year is nothing more than a poverty preservation plan. Mr. Speaker, the government boasts of hospitals and facilities, but buildings without adequate staffing, buildings without equipment and supplies impose hidden costs on citizens. When ambulances take hours to arrive, Mr. Speaker, when families are forced to pay privately, when preventable tragedies occur, this is not development, Mr. Speaker. This is governance failure. Mr. Speaker, I'll go off script for a while. On January 13, 2026, my 100-year-old grandfather passed away at home. At 12:50, I called the ambulance. At 1:30, I called the ambulance. At 2 o'clock, I called the ambulance. Who? They said they had none. Then, Mr. Speaker, we called the police after he passed. The police said they're waiting for the ambulance. When the ambulance shows up, then they will show up. We decided then to get a private doctor to pronounce him dead. This is a reflection of how much they put the people first. When families are forced to pay privately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Honorable Sheriff Duncan, he questioned the Minister of Human Services about the care that they would have given to little Soraya's relatives after the tragedy that happened. And I listened to her responses. Mr. Speaker, what got me was the fact that 2 weeks ago, I actually went to the family, just to check in, just to see how they were coping. And in listening to what has transpired and hearing from the minister, there was something that was missing. Mr. Speaker, the victims that were still in the hospital that have survived that incident are currently paying privately out of their own pockets at a private hospital locally and one overseas. No help from the government. The family of Soraya, apparently, who had a little while before this whole incident had applied for a house lot. Never got one, but when this whole tragedy happened and everybody was coming to their door, somebody said, ask about the house lot, see if you can get it. So she decided to see what would happen. She was eventually told that she would get a house. She would have to pay $5 million for it, and the government would just help with $500,000. This is someone who is working at the Stabroek market, they're trying their best to survive on the income that they're getting, dealing with the tragedy. And in the midst of their grief, they're told that they need added expenses to deal with everything that is happening. This is how they're apparently putting people first. Mr. Speaker, even where development banks, youth grants, and incentives are mentioned, access is not always perceived as even. Too many Guyanese believe, rightly or wrongly, that political affiliation determines opportunity. I have heard too many stories of citizens being told that to resolve issues or access contracts, they must first go to Freedom House and pledge allegiance. I cannot be the only one that has heard those stories. If that is not the epitome of party paramountcy, I do not know what is. Mr. Speaker, a system where benefits are perceived to flow by favor rather than fairness is not democracy. It is governance by discretion and fear. Is this the one Guyana that is being promised, Mr. Speaker? I can't speak for you, Mr. Speaker, but it came across to me as a fast road to dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 is not a failure because Guyana lacks resources. It is a failure because of how power is exercised. When governance is arrogant, when poverty is just being managed instead of reduced, when relief is delayed but privilege is expedited, and when accountability is treated as hostility, no amount of spending can rescue a budget, Mr. Speaker. And it is on that broader failure of coordination, accountability, and institutional respect that I now turn. Mr. Speaker, good governance is not measured by speeches, by workshops, or glossy commissioning ceremonies. It is measured by institutions that work, laws that are enforced, and accountability that applies equally to all, especially those entrusted with public power. Mr. Speaker, there is a pattern that cuts across multiple sectors of our country. A persistent failure of governance, rooted not in the absence of rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, but in the absence of effective systems to prevent and address what I call corruption. Mr. Speaker, corruption is often narrowly understood as a direct misappropriation of state funds. But internationally, corruption is treated more broadly as the accumulation of wealth or benefits that cannot be reasonably explained by lawful income, arising from the abuse or misuse of entrusted authority. That misuse, Mr. Speaker, does not reveal itself only in missing money. It reveals itself in weak oversight, in poor outcomes, in compromised procurement, and the normalization of impunity. This House must confront an uncomfortable truth, Mr. Speaker. Guyana's legal and institutional framework is ill-equipped to deal with modern corruption risks, particularly those involving unexplained or disproportionate wealth. We rely heavily on an outdated Criminal Law Offences Act, Mr. Speaker, which requires the state to prove a specific criminal act beyond reasonable doubt before action can be taken. That framework does not recognize corruption as a standalone offense. It does not trigger investigation when assets are grossly disproportionate to known income. It does not compel forensic scrutiny of lifestyle and holdings. In short, Mr. Speaker, our laws punish misconduct only after it is proven, but provide little capacity to detect or deter corruption in real time. Mr. Speaker, we have reached a point where serious public concerns about the accumulation of wealth by public officials are met not with independent investigation.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, you have ruled over and over for the last parliament and this parliament that we must use the word corruption. The member is using the word corruption. There's no such word in the dictionary. It is a particular bastardization of the word corruption to try to get away with saying what you're saying, which you have not disallowed. I'm therefore asking that that all be removed. It can't be one set of rules for one people and not another for the other.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister was standing on Standing Order 4214. I am telling you, and Honorable Member, you provided your definition, right? I don't know English language much, but I know the continuous use of certain words migrate into definitions. I don't rely on Wikipedia, but I just use BRB since around 1989.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Right? And mom over shoulder when we used to use dial-up. They have now migrated. But be careful how you impute.
Understood, Mr. Speaker.
Good.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we have reached a point where serious public concerns about the accumulation of wealth by public officials are met not with independent investigation, but with political reassurance. But explanations, even if sincerely offered, Mr. Speaker, are not a substitute for institutional review. Mr. Speaker, no one at the helm of any government should be placed in the position of assessor, validator, and final authority over the financial affairs of members of the cabinet. That is not how checks and balances work, Mr. Speaker. In a properly governed state, allegations are assessed by independent bodies, clear legal standards, and transparent processes, not resolved through personal confidence. The core problem, Mr. Speaker, here is not whether explanations exist. The problem is that there is no sufficiently empowered system to test them. The consequences of weak governance, Mr. Speaker, are not theoretical. They are tangible, expensive, and deeply damaging. A Guyana's $6.6 billion 75-bed regional hospital, commissioned in July 2025 and described as state-of-the-art, is now within 6 months experiencing flooding due to roof failure. To date, there has been no publicly disclosed forensic engineering assessment, no procurement audit, and no clear statement of accountability. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure failure of this magnitude does not by itself establish corruption. However, the absence of investigation where public funds are clearly compromised is itself a governance failure. Globally, environments that lack strong safeguards against corruption often experience public works failures due to inflated contracts, compromised supervision, weakened standards, and post-completion impunity.
Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes to conclude, but you already had the leniency of 4 extra minutes than your original.
Thank
so
you,
you
Mr.
can
Speaker.
conclude
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
before I'll have to engage in some cover-uption of the standing orders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue before this Honorable House is not whether the government speaks about accountability. The issue is whether it has built the systems necessary to prevent, to detect, and address any issues that arise. When public funds are spent, when power is exercised, when projects fail, and when serious concerns arise, who investigates, Mr. Speaker? Who enforces, Mr. Speaker? And who is ultimately held accountable? At present, Mr. Speaker, those answers remain disturbingly unclear. Guyana does not suffer from a lack of laws on paper. It suffers from laws without teeth, institutions without independence, and accountability without consequences. If you are serious about governance, Mr. Speaker, particularly in a resource-rich state, then explanations must give way to investigations, assurances must give way to enforcement, and political discretion must give way to constitutional obligation. Until that happens, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to speak about governance while practicing something far less worthy of the name. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is a signatory to the United States Convention Against Corruption, I hope I can say that, and the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption. Those instruments do not merely encourage moral behavior, Mr. Speaker. They require states to establish effective systems to prevent, to detect, and to sanction corruption and abuse of office. That is what it's there for. On paper, we comply, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to give us an example. We have the Integrity Commissions Act, where declarations are filed but seldom verified. Wealth is declared but rarely interrogated. Oversight exists but without consequence. This is not an argument of presumption of guilt. It's an argument for functional accountability. The Integrity Commission collects declarations, Mr. Speaker, but lacks prosecutorial power. Investigations depend on referrals and discretion. The Latimore House principles, Mr. Speaker, which Guyana subscribes to, require that accountability mechanisms be independent of executive influence and properly resourced and capable of acting without fear or favor. But Article 17 of the Act, Mr. Speaker, violates that principle by design. It says that when the executive is empowered to review declarations, form conclusions, and publicly express satisfaction, oversight ceases to be neutral. It becomes a politicized clearance. That is what Article 17 does. Mr. Speaker, Article 17 says it empowers the President, Mr. Speaker, to access declarations of persons in public life and to cause inquiries to be made into their accuracy. That's what it does. But at the level of the executive to be in charge of this act, I think there is a clear violation of the Latimore House principles and should be looked into. Mr. Speaker, there is a further danger. Once governance depends on who occupies high office rather than on neutral systems, accountability becomes personality-driven. Today's executive may act responsibly, tomorrow's may not, and good governance is designed to survive both. Good governance, Mr. Speaker, is not only about money, it's about institutions that work. Which brings me back now to GCOM. The current impasse at GCOM, Mr. Speaker, is another manifestation of governance failure. not because the law is absent, but because constitutional silence has been filled with power struggles rather than prudence. Mr. Speaker, on one hand, the chair has asserted the authority to no longer recognize opposition-nominated commissioners. On the other hand, commissioners rely on the strictest legal interpretation. The result is paralysis. The work of the commission is stalled. Public confidence continues to erode. What does the government intend to do about this? Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I will say my last few words. Mr. Speaker, we and WIN are here to represent all Guyanese from regions 1 through 10 without exception and without qualification. Our parliamentary team reflects the full spectrum of Guyanese society across regions, backgrounds, generations, and lived experiences. That diversity, Mr. Speaker, is not cosmetic. It informs how we approach governance, how we approach accountability, how we approach national development, and how we approach the people. We do not speak for a select group, a favored few, or a politically convenient constituency. We speak for the teacher in Mabaroma, the farmer in Berbice, the fisher in Essequibo, the nurse in Linden, and the small business owner in Georgetown. And it is precisely because we represent all Guyanese that we will continue to raise issues of governance, issues of institutional integrity, and the proper use of public resources, not as an act of division, but as an act of duty. Representation, Mr. Speaker, is not about rhetoric or ownership. It is about responsibility. And we intend to discharge that responsibility fully, fearlessly, and in the interest of the entire nation. I thank you.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C. Samsung, keeping us connected no matter where in the world we're located.
I stand before you to support this budget as a proud Guyanese woman, a very proud Guyanese woman, as a grandmother and a mother, and the member of my party, the People's Progressive Party, and successive People's Progressive Party civic governments. I am proud to see my country move from what it was in the 70s and 80s to what it is today. I am proud to have lived long enough to have seen what is happening to my country, to see the change, to see the transformation, to see the improvements in the quality of our people's lives. I don't want to say to the younger generation, you weren't there, you don't know. But you can't say ignorance is not an excuse for what happened to this country. The Honorable David Hines, he's running away. Are we gone? Because I was going to refer to him. But I still will refer to him. I would like to have said it to his face. David Hines knows what the 70s and 80s and 90s were like in this country. He knows what Buxton was like, with no water, no electricity, and latrines. He knows what the squatting areas were like, where people walked in mud up to their knees, with one latrine for 100 people, and no water. And I could go on. The poverty in this country was stark, palpable. We talk about kwashiorkor. Do we know what kwashiorkor is? We had kwashiorkor in this country. It is the worst form of malnutrition when children's belly gets swelled up and the hair get red. I can't claim that happened to me, right? But beriberi, all these things. 57% of the children of Guyana by 1985 were suffering from malnutrition and severe malnutrition. You didn't have to go into all the interior areas. Just go to lodge in them long yards. Go in the long yards, but some places are like Alberton calls YY yards. And see children of Guyana of different ethnicity, but in Georgetown in Lodge was Afro-Guyanese children. Starving, no water. And I must be emotional about it. Because if you don't know where you come from, you don't know how far you reach, and you don't know where you're going. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have to make a public apology to my Speaker, Mr. Mansour Nadir, who was the Minister of Trade and Industry and Commerce about 15 years ago, if I can't remember the exact date. But he had an expo, and he put up this huge panel drawing of what Sheriff Street would look like in X year. And there was all these tall buildings and lights and a wider road. And I thought to myself, what the devil is my karma doing? When will we reach that? We were in debt. We didn't have money. We didn't have what you call oil money. And I thought, why the devil is my minister and my colleague doing this? He's going to raise people's expectations. I confess publicly, I was cynical even then that I didn't know how long it would take us to get out of where we were. You know, I've listened, Mr. Speaker, to MPs speak here. And while some people can say they're new and they know, no excuse. I started as an MP in 1992, October, when you had some really powerful opposition MPs. Former President Hoyt, the famous Winston Murray, Derek Bernard, for example, Kenneth King, Derek Bernard, as I said, Kenneth King, Faith Harding, Deborah Bakker, just to name a few, who when they debated substance. They came with facts and dollars and challenged you. They did their homework. Not come here and tell some sad story all the time. I can tell you some really sad stories of the brutality I saw as the Minister of Home Affairs during the crime wave of 2002 to 2006. What happened to our children who were murdered by the criminals in Lusignan and Bartica? And you come here now looking sanctimonious, as if, you know, nothing could, butter melt in your mouth. Your mouth could, butter could melt in your mouth. Mr. Speaker, you are elected as MPs. You come from your parties, and we know you all lose seats, right? And I go back to Mr. MP David Hines. You see, I know him as David Osborne. I don't know him as David Hines. But what I do know is that David Osborne Hines, or Osborne/Hines, has not lived in this country from the 1980s. And so I understand that he's in a, what you call a time bubble or time warp. He's still living sometime in the 70s, right? He cannot change. It has moved. It is transforming. How could you, when you're seeing the transformation going on, not feel proud as a Guyanese? Whether you like the PPP or don't like the PPP, you vote for APNU, you vote for WIN. How could you not be proud to be Guyanese at this time? To see what is going on. How could you be such, you're not blind, you're not visually impaired. You're not visually impaired. But you are intellectually and politically and academically, jaundiced. Absolutely jaundiced. I asked my friend, Dr. Frank, to help me if I'm using that word right. You are looking at the world through jaundiced eyes. You cannot see progress because then it would be to admit that things are happening in Guyana and things are changing and people's lives are improved. You can't say that because you opportunistically get votes on this story about, leading people to suffer. The level of opportunism at the political level, my colleagues, some of you young, you better learn quickly the responsibility of a politician and the duty you have to the people to be honest and to represent them honestly, not to come up here with anecdotes about granny so-and-so and auntie so-and-so when no one can prove anything and no one says you've had the permission of those people to use their names. You know, the level of anecdotes is quite interesting. Mr. Speaker, you know, as again, I said I wanted Mr. Osborne Hines to be here because I want to remind him and I want to say to you, go on YouTube. You're all much more technologically advanced. Go on YouTube and look for a film called Time and Terror that was put out by the Victor Horror Group and the WPA. It gives you a visual of what Guyana was like in the 1950s. So you don't have to believe me. Go do your work. It is a beautiful replication of what we suffered in this country. Then go to YouTube again and look up the Granada television movies, the documentaries on the making of a prime minister in 1968, and Burnham does it again in 1973. Go and look at those movies, documentaries, about how the Guyanese people were robbed of their right to choose their representatives. And it went on 68, 73, 1980, 1985, tried again for 1990, but 1992 is a change. And then we come to 2020, when again they tried it to thwart the will of the people. When we look at where Guyana was in 92, you know, if I were in the PNC, which I will never be, I would have gone when they won in 2012, 2015, and said, mea culpa. We did all these terrible things for 28 years when we rigged the elections and put Guyana back from one of the third highest ranking countries in Latin America and Caribbean in 1966, 64, to the lowest of the three countries in 1992. Haiti, Bolivia, and Guyana. What happened in those periods? When you destroy democracy, you take away the will of the people, you bring the working people down to zero. All the things we did to fight against that. Yeah, David was with us. But the problem with the WPA and people like the honorable member, when they joined the APNU, that was the death knell for WPA. Because they joined a coalition, and according to an Attorney General and the Commissioner of Inquiry report you read, that pointed to who was responsible for the assassination of their leader. So, and I must say to you, APNU, I feel awfully sorry for you. You know, why don't you just call yourself PNC? Because that's what you are.
That's correct.
I mean, seriously,
That's correct.
this we call masquerade, this masquerade, like you got in a mash costume, WPA, Guyana Action, what do you call Action Party, some Republican Party, some, what's the masquerade about? Just come clean. You're the People's National Congress. You don't have any of the WPA and stuff. You don't have any of them. Those parties are dead, dead, dead. And so, Mr. Speaker, I feel sorry for them because it's hard to see an old party go down the way it's going down. But Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, this is my 34th budget. And so some people may declare, well, it's time for she to go. She's been here too long. That's okay with me. That's okay with me. Because I am proud to be part of the process of the transformation of this country. When this house, whether in the government or outside the government. Because in all honesty, when I was 24 years old, my family said to me, what the devil are you doing going back to Guyana? There's nothing for you. And I came back by myself as a young woman. And my mother many times asked me, Gail, come back to Toronto, come back, live with us. You could be a politician in Canada. And I didn't. Because in my heart, I knew Guyana could do better. I knew we could make Guyana shine. I knew it. But it was a long, long trail. And I'm so proud of the young people that are behind me in this, on the government side. The young MPs have joined us because it means we have continuity. We have continuity. We're not a bunch of old people who are fossilized. And I ain't fossilized yet, so you don't worry about it. But Mr. Speaker, this budget, I've heard people talk about, you know, Nothing here for the poor people. And I see the MP, what's her name, Femi. She made a very funny comment, which I must respond to. She said, government side can't know what poverty is, as we all live in mansions, etc. And I thought, I was very bewildered by that, because there's a member of this house who lives in a palace, and it ain't on the government side, and who purchased in the last few months, or acquired 25 vehicles since we started this year, and who has a fleet of vehicles from before. So no one in the government has a mansion, nor those a number of vehicles. And so you must know, unless maybe you haven't been, maybe I've been invited to visit the palace. I hope you get an invitation so you can see for yourself. Mr. Speaker, the visuals of this country, and even if your heart is hard, when you see the Demerara Harbor Bridge, when you go down the roads, when life is easier for our people. But Mr. Speaker, the issue of, a number of people have said on this floor and on the social media from the different parties, the opposition parties. T. Mohammed has said, both on the floor and out in the social media, it's sad that the government has chosen not to prioritize the people at such a critical time when 58% of Guyanese live in poverty and the cost of living has skyrocketed. APNU comes with the same line, and in fact, by the way, APNU and WIN have a lot of common themes. Although they say they're different, there is convergence of the views of APNU and AFC. Convergence. So don't think they're two separate parties. They're the same. They're just wearing different colors, that's all. One is going to be a has-been, and one thinks they're Johnny come lately. They'll both be tested by the people of this country and tested over the next 5 years. But Mr. Speaker, this 58% that's been quoted, when you got a little bit of knowledge and you don't do your homework, you can flash numbers around as if you were the most knowledgeable person. First of all, it's using a report that dates to 2022 and data on COVID time. But all of those who quoted the 58% on both sides, both opposition sides, didn't read the report properly. You just read the figure and said, got them now. It's 58%. Isn't that so? Right, Jurata? Isn't that what you did? The issue is that, Mr. Speaker, let us look at the indicators of poverty. What are used as indicators of poverty? And let's see if your argument's right. One of the indicators is access to electricity. Between 1992 and now, the majority of people either have access to solar or to electricity. And so access is about it. The issue of access to water. Mr. Speaker, in 92, Georgetown, I'm not even going outside of Georgetown. You had to fetch water up and down. You had to fetch water from a mile away. The water was dirty, and yes, there were worms in it. Today, 90% of the population of Guyana have access to clean water and potable water. Villages that never had water before, water systems that to drink from the river, including where Honorable Member Ms. Hastings comes from. Who put in the water system in Cameron? Is the PPP government in the last government. And yet she did nothing about no water in Cameron. She didn't admit that. But I know the Honorable Member does not go home very often. She's mostly in Georgetown. We love you, Gail. We love you. I know. Thank you, my dear. I love you too when you behave. Mr. Speaker, the other indicators, if you'll allow me, is social capital. You know, how do you judge the accumulation of wealth, of people's ability to purchase, to use their money to purchase? So I said, access to services, health and education, water, electricity. But there's some other areas which are used. For example, in some countries, how many televisions, how many laptops, how many computers? Well, I'm going to bring two to you to Guyana. The number of vehicles and types of vehicles purchased between 2021 and 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is an indication of people having more ability to spend, to buy. So when I compare it with the 2015 and 2020 figures, there's a vast difference, a major difference. But let's just experiment with this. Hear me out. The number of cars that were purchased in Guyana between 2021 and 2025, that totaled up to 80,551. 80,551 in 2021 to 2025. So when people talk about it's only your friends and your cronies and PPP people benefiting, you mean these 80,000 is all PPP people? Really? All the people driving on the road with them cars? Because you know why this happened? When the APNU was here, they stopped the cars being older than 8 years old. Isn't that right? They put more taxes on it, and so people didn't buy. So when you look at the figures of 2015 to 2020, it reflects a reaction to the taxes and ability to buy. Because in the meantime, 30,000 people lost their jobs in that period. That was before COVID. 7,000 which were sugar workers. So that's cars. Let's go to lorries. So cars is no longer in the 2025 period, 2026. Cars in my day growing up as a child was a luxury. Only the rich could have it. Right, David? Osborne? And thank you very much, David. And some honorable member. So cars were luxuries. Up to 15 years ago, cars were luxuries. Up to 10 years ago, cars were luxuries. Let me give an example, and I ask my staff to forgive me. When the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, I give them as an example, the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Government Reform, there were two cars, my car as a minister and my secretary's car. 4 years later, with 22 staff, we have 4 people who don't have a car, of the 22. And of that 20, the 4, 2 are motorcycles. You have to appreciate what is going on in the society. You close your eyes, but you have to appreciate what is happening to our people. Our people are getting opportunities. The taxes are relieved. We're not putting taxes on. We're giving people space. Not like it was when the PNC, you had the state control the economy. Not when we went through all these period of 92, right up to 2011 to deal with debt and not having enough money. And this was long before oil came in. Mr. Speaker, lorries. Imagine, what do lorries represent? We have between 21 and 2025, 16,748. More business, more activities, more movement of materials, more, whether it's farm products or sand or materials or whatever. That's reflection. In the period of 2015 to 2020, it was approximately 5,000. So, sorry, 4,000. So we have 16,000 lorries being bought in this period and licensed. Pickups. Pickups are used in construction, a whole range of things. Again, the period 2021 to 2025, 8,101. Excavators, again, an indication of activity, economic activity, drainage, roads, airstrips, buildings. This was 2021, 2025, 3,280. Again, indication of economic activities. Tractors, indicator of agricultural activities, 2,666 in the same period. Tractors, 2,388 in the same period. These are indicators that are used in terms of social capital to look at the level of poverty in a country. Do people have the power, the ability to purchase, to get loans, to do these things? The example of the vehicles is an example. Yes, I see Mr. Vines talking about traffic and strain and stress. He lived in the United States for the last 40 odd years. He must know what strain and stress is, particularly for a black man in the United States. He must know that. Mr. Speaker, let me go to the next area of what you call indicators. And this is the issue of the internet. Again, and cell phones. They don't have figures on Guyana. They admitted in the report that the reports for Venezuela and Guyana, they went back to old data. But still, you come out and parade 58%. I want to remind you, in 92, the World Bank report did a report on Guyana's poverty. We were 61% of our people lived below the poverty line. And in those days, it was $1 US a day. So be careful, be careful. When you get to be so opportunistic, anything that makes Guyana look bad, you jump on. It'll come back and haunt you. Mobile subscribers. Between 2015 and 2020, there were 652,338 subscribers. This was 98,000, total difference between 2015 and 2020 was 98,819 more cell phone users. Between 2021 and 2025, the number of cell phone subscribers went up to 1,012,305, a difference in 2021 to 2025 of 313,498 subscribers in between 2021 and 2025. Where are people finding the money from? I remember in the Parliament quite a while ago when we were talking about some of the changes. An MP from the opposition side, of course, APNO and PNC in that day, said it's drug money. When we were advocating the housing program, we were told all them people get them house lot is drug people. What a level of disrespect that ordinary Guyanese and Guyanese cannot respectfully and honestly get a house at and build. I want to remind the opposition, I deal with you as a combined opposition, because as far as I'm concerned, there's no difference in your views, really. The issue is that I've heard comments said that, oh, we didn't have money, we didn't have oil money when they were in government with 2015 to 2020. I want to remind them, when they won the government in 2015 to 2020, but they didn't win it up to after December 2018, of course, because of the conference motion. But they took, the government that was left in their hands had $783 million in foreign currency reserves to cover the 3 months and more of Guyana's foreign currency reserves. And $13 billion in the gold reserves. In 2020, when they were out and you check the books, that $783 million went down to $300 million. Where the money gone? Where it gone? And then you had the gold account. Our gold reserves, $13 billion. Went from $13 billion to $2 billion because they sold the gold in huge batches at the lowest price at the time. That is the level of financial, what you call it, intelligence? Is that what you call it, Vikram? And so the issue of saying to us, oh, we didn't have money. You had money. You had money. But what you did with it did not benefit the people of this country. You know, something about the People's Progressive Party that you don't understand, and you will only understand if you read. Don't understand if you read. Not like all the noise, nuisance you have in your ears and the social media. Read. Go back to documents. These documents refer to are publicly available in a hide in someone's desk drawer. Go and read the Guyana reports to the international bodies. Go and read the Guyana reports and the reviews that are before the humans. Read, and then come back with your arguments. Instead of anecdotes and emotionalism. If you think that's going to get you far as a politician, good luck. Mr. Speaker, we have talked, I hear people say, this is not for poor people, this is not for people centered and so on. You know, the PPP is a party that's 76 years this year. And from the beginning, when our first government in 1953, right through when we came back again in 1992, we're the longest opposition party in the world to come back and win government. And we're proud of that. We led this country responsibly. We didn't allow this country to go into civil war because it could have. Things were horrible, unbearable. And so the level of tension, the level of, some of you don't know about death squad and what happened to people with the death squads. You got to learn about your country, learn about the trials and tribulations of our country. And that is why where we are today is so important. It is so important because the traverse we went, the path we went was so horrible. And I am so proud that the young people of this country, the children of this country, don't have to go through what we had to go through and the younger children had to go through all those years. I am happy that we in the government have brought free education, scholarships, books, internet, smart studies, cash care grants. I am proud because we have care. You can belittle the amount. I remember Valda Lawrence as former MP when we brought the cash care program for the first time, 2012, 2013. Said, oh, it's miserly. It's too miserly. But that's all the money we had. And then, 2015, in government, she's a minister. Abandon it. The people of this, the children of this country were denied for 5 years billions of dollars that could have gone to their homes to help them deal with their lives and their parents' lives. Mr. Speaker, you know, my comrades here on this side have spoken very well and presented many arguments. At this time, we try to mop up, as they say, to try to pull all the threads together. But Mr. Speaker, when we look at the indicators of poverty, I advise you, you know, there's something in the budget book. They're the indicators at the back. Have you read that? If you look at the back of the book, you have indicators. And under the indicator of gross national disposable income at current purchase price, the Guyanese have $24,023 US. This is a big difference from when it was less than $2,000 30 odd years ago. And so we have to measure where we come from and where we are and where still we have to go. No one is saying on this side of the house, we've solved all the problems. We're not saying that. We're saying that consistently, constantly, sustainably, we're moving this country forward. In the last 5 years, this country has done a trajectory never seen before and has never experienced this before in all its years of independence. We come to celebrate the 60th anniversary this year of independence, and it will be one that allows us as a people to have this pride of nation that where we are today, because at no other time, unless in the last 5 years, and now, has this country gone through what is going through. Not once. Not under the British, not when we became independent, never. And so you go, MPs, go to your book at the back, where we have about the purchasing power, where we have about the rates of exchange, and about inflation of 2.5%, where we talk about the issue of health and education, where we talk about the number of children who have been immunized. And just to go back to indicators of poverty, Mr. Speaker, we take for granted a lot of things. So, can you imagine if people had to pay for the public health services for vaccination of the children? As in many countries, they have to if they have insurance. And if they don't have insurance, they do without it. Mr. Hines knows that well. He's from that country. He knows. 40 million people in that country have no access to health services. But Guyanese receive vaccines, not only children, as it used to be in the past, but adults, the papillomavirus, the flu virus, and all these things, HIV, AIDS, multi-drug treatment, chemotherapy drug treatment, free. And therefore, when you talk about ability of people and what is the level of poverty, the IMF and World Bank in 1994-95 said to Guyana, you want loans for health and education? They said, well, if you want loans, you got to have cost recovery in health and education. And the government of Chad, led by Chedi Jagan, said, absolutely not. We will not. And we have not, up to this year, decades later, we have not introduced cost recovery in the public health system, nor in the educational system. The housing system, when we started in 1994 to look at houses and how would we have a housing program, no houses had been built for over 10 years in Guyana. And we came up with this scheme. Jetty went and did his thing with the IMF and World Bank. And they said, no. We can't give you loans unless you sell those house lots at market price. And we said, no, we can't do that. And up to today, from 1996 to now, our house lot program is subsidized by the government. Nobody pays the market price for it.
That's right. Tell them, Bill. That's right.
When you take the package of services, you can't just look at, oh, it's 5,000 more for this and 5,000 is now can't feed nobody. That is such narrow intellectual assessments that, you know, it's a level of bankruptcy. Seriously, mental bankruptcy. Because you have to look at the totality. A child is born in a public hospital free. In the United States, how much to pay for a child to be born in a hospital? About 20,000 US, if you got insurance. Our children are born free. They get their vaccines free. They get their school things free. We have the house lot program, which allows people to have a future. And to get the issue of, let's go to housing. Let me just show you some stats on housing. Because if you had to look at some of our reports internationally, you would have found these statistics, and they're available online. But let's go to that. Online or underline? Mr. Speaker, 85% of the Ministry of Housing Home Improvement Subsidy went to women. 85%. 65% of the core homes have been allocated to women. 46% of house lots were allocated to women alone. Let's take that data. Let's take that data alone. When a woman who's a single parent, whether the granny, the biological mother, or some cousin taking care of the children, when that woman has a house lot and she's able to build a house, this is one of the most powerful things to her. Yep. She has collateral for the first time. Ownership. She has dignity. She has the ability to take that and to build on it. I remember years ago when we started the program, and there was a guard, a female guard, and she got her house lot, and she was so excited she brought me her receipt to show me she paid up and she showed me the transport. And she said, Minister, the thing, me name. No man can put me out of my house now. I can put he out. He misbehave, he won't beat me outside because I own the property now. It wasn't just about it. The issue of owning your own home is one of the most enlivening, the most dignified and most powerful emotions for people. And for poor people, this opens opportunities you cannot believe. And that is why the Development Bank, the concessional funds to do with house lots and building houses is so important to bring people out of poverty. We're not saying there's no poverty in Guyana, but we're saying your 58% is opportunist and totally incorrect. But when people can live in a clean environment, not in squatted areas, not in Y yards, not in bad conditions, the level, the culture that develops of thrift, of this is yours, so you take care of it, so you don't want garbage thrown around it. There are social consequences. When a woman owns a house lot, her level of empowerment is enormous. And so this issue of domestic violence and sexual violence, you will see the social changes that will take place when this issue of reduction of poverty, reduction of people being vulnerable, that many women have had to be with men who abuse them and beat them. And we know about it in this house too, don't we? That they have the power to be free for the first time and to set their lives back on a course that is developmental. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I guess because you and I are in the same age range, I got caught up with reminiscing. but you're way over that time. I wouldn't tell you how much time you have left.
Okay, just give me my last comments, my last wrap up. Oh, did they? Mr. Speaker.
Take an hour of my time, Comrade Gale. Take an hour of my time. Yes, she is.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, she has. Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Speaker.
Take an hour of my time. Take an hour of my time.
Mr.
Minister, let me just remind some of the younger MPs that you were the Commonwealth recipient for your outstanding parliamentary service. And he helped collect your award. Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the MPs to look at the national population and housing census. You'll get an idea of also the challenges that the population has grown. You now have reached the million mark, and therefore, when you see increases in education, health, and housing and all, it has to reflect and take care of that increase in population, because we've been working on using the old census figures for a long time. And so this closing the gap between what are statistically proven documents and also what we serve the people with. And so this, with a larger population, there's greater stress on your budget, on what you do and how you relate to people. And so I encourage you to look at that. It has the regional breakdown. It has also the household breakdown. So although we have larger population, we have smaller households, which means more and more people need houses. Because when it was 10 people in a house, 8 people in a house, now it's more nuclearized, I call it a nuclear family, that you now have averages. But you still have, in the population census, the fact that the indigenous population of Guyana is the fastest growing ethnic group in the whole country. And we have to take that into consideration in terms of services that are offered and expansion of services and diversification. That population has grown from 5% in 1992 to what is probably 12% now. So I encourage you to read, study. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is, look, I've heard the comments about pensioners. And the issue of it's measly and stuff like that. Mr. Speaker, I've done some calculation. I'm not a great mathematician, but I think I'm better than a few in this House. So if we calculate the annual old age pension per person, that's of that age group, plus we add the $100,000 and water and electricity subsidy. For example, for pensioners, their pension stipend is equivalent to $2,833 US per annum. The 100,000 is approximately $462 US. Therefore, over $3,000, 3,000 odd to 200 odd, go in terms of pensioners receiving on an annual basis. If you add on water and electricity subsidy, and that is based on the fact of whether the person, the pensioner, has their name on the bill for electricity or water. That's how it's done. And so when we look at that versus other countries, this is a non-contributing scheme, eligible to all Guyanese, including those who lived in Guyana, live abroad, who come home to collect their money, because things rough in some of them countries now too. And so we mustn't belittle, because the same pensioners, just like the children, they will get health care. They will get their health care free. They can get their medicine free, including dialysis if those who are serious and need dialysis, those who have cardiac issues, those who have cancer. This is the things, and including, so we have to calculate. And in the budget, there's talk about homes and elderly care, that at-home care for the elderly. This is important. Elderly don't want to necessarily go into a home, assisted home. They want to be in their own house or with their family. And so that whole program of training people to care for the elderly at home is a very important intervention. And all that's calculated. So that, Mr. Speaker, I when I hear that, I get really angry when I hear about this. Oh, there's nothing there, it's 58%. I get upset because it's not real, it's not true. I'm not saying there's no poverty. There is. There are gaps we have to close. We have regularized squatting areas. We have given people new places to go. But some people create squatting areas, so some of them plan. Some I know were encouraged politically to create squatting areas, so the government come under pressure, and then they can give you the house lots. They're going to put us on the faster track for the applications. And there are others who create squatting areas who generally don't have any other choice. But there are also those who rent the house lots they've got, the houses they've got from government, and they live in a squatting area so they can get money. And these are things that are interesting, ways in which Guyanese address their social circumstances. You can talk about domestic violence and sexual violence and child abuse. And we as a people have to deal with these social problems, the level of alcohol use, the level of drug use. These are things we have to look at, but that's not, and in no theory or book you look at, it is ever put on government alone. Government has to bring measures to try to facilitate, to assist, to put money into things, but in most countries, it is a combination of government, private sector, religious bodies, civil society, to try to deal with the social problems at especially the community level. And if there is anything I think that your party should look at, is in what way to engage on those issues. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 is more than a sum of investments and measures. It expresses a vision for Guyana, where a dynamic economy is paired with social progress, where infrastructure development is paired with human development, and where the benefits of growth reach citizens in every region. It is a people-centered budget in the truest form, one that protects the vulnerable, empowers families, supports workers, strengthens community, and reinforces Guyana's emerging role as a regional leader in sustainable rights development. All the things I've referred to in this speech is rights-based, by the way. Talk about access to health, access to education, all these things. These are human rights-based. And therefore, this approach to people first, people-centered, in the 92 was called pro-poor, pro-growth. All these things we've been doing to enhance and strengthen the democracy of Guyana, to make this country one in which we are all equal and we can all have opportunities. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I close. This is my last lick, as they say. This is my last lick, if you will allow me.
No, keep going.
This for me, this is Guyana's golden era. This is our golden era. And we have really had a hard road to reach here. But in the last 5 years, it's unrecognizable. It is time for all Guyanese to capitalize on the opportunities available and experience how development can be personal, measurable, and centered on our own dignity as human beings, irrespective of our diverse perspectives and ideologies. This government will continue to put our people first, as we've done from 92 to now, when we had no money, and now when we have oil money. We will deliver policies and programs that uplift our citizens, strengthen our institutions, and secure a bright future for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister. And we are also enriched by her experiences in today's delivery. I also wanted to mention, and I forgot last night, the one person we didn't have to tickle about time, and that was the newcomer, the Honorable Dr. Peter Ramsrud. This is a good time to take the suspension. We come back at 7:05.
Greetings, Delta 9 travelers. So, what y'all thinking? What are your views? Who was the best presenter? Who was all over the place? I'm telling you, some persons. And definitely, what are the other trending and important headlines that we got to update one another with? You know, this is the halftime live presentation. I want to thank all the persons that are in the live right now, all the travelers, almost 500 travelers in the live with us right now. If you can hear me and you can hear me clearly, buddy, drop a 9, drop a 9 for me, drop a 9 into the comment section. And let's get it going. Let's get these updates into the record because we got some new bombshell information coming from the legal team. Plus, we have a number of other headlines that we definitely got to update one another with. So, without no further ado, let me put the number up on the screen because if persons want to call in, guess what? The hotline is open and you can definitely call in. And let's have some meaningful conversation about all of these very important details going on right now in our beautiful country. All right. Big up to all the travelers in the live. Big up to everybody that's going to catch this in the future in the rewind. And let's get into these headlines.
A bit repetitive, but we are pressing along. The evidence that supports the request has been in since yesterday, and we have dates next week for continuation. So we're hoping that this will be completed and we can move on to another one soon.
Are you worried though that that the magistrate admitted or allowed questioning with respect to political linkages or efforts between Guyana and the United States against Mr. Mohammed and his father?
An extradition has political and judicial aspects. Every extradition, because for there to be an extradition, there needs to be concord between the requesting and requested states, and so it's not surprising, and we're not concerned.
But in terms of political motivation in the line of questioning to establish that there was in fact some sort of political coordination between Guyana and the United States, aren't you concerned about that?
Every extradition is politically motivated by the fact that both states have agreed to a treaty.
That's some kind of sticky. What are your views, Team Delta? These are updates coming in from the legal team after the most recent court proceedings that went down today. I'm telling you, we're making sure that we bring you all the updates with everything that's going down with the extradition proceedings with Mr. Mohammed. We're hearing updates coming in that there were other documents in that particular process, and up to now, we're hearing nothing processing for the other persons allegedly that are supposed to be extradited as well. So the big question is, how come you are paying so much attention to what's going on with the Mohammeds, but none to this other character? Could it be some amount of bias, allegedly, that is going on? Well, listen, there's a number of things. Let's hear some more from the legal team.
To support the criminal laws of another state by bringing fugitives from requested state to the requesting state. And there's a discretion in every extradition that is on the political directorate. So that is not surprising. Perhaps in this case, it has become
Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media
a big issue because of the nature.
Blessing to the audience, blessing to the family and you. The win Mohammed is yet a new man from Trinidad who fights a foreigner. Yes. You know that?
You said he has a new attorney on the case?
Yeah, the one who fight Jack Warner.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they're looking in this direction to come forward to represent the boss himself, yeah?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. The debate, man, the debate is one thing, and, you know, when the Honorable Judiciary spoke just now, that, you know, it reminisced of a lot of years back, and, you
Yeah.
know, that was trending, shooting like that of young people, because young people didn't really know such, yeah?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like myself. But the first speaker was this man, and I believe she run the debate too quick, man, you know? She didn't take her time, and she just run. The change she had little talk, she had little thing, so she run too quick with it. All you feel that she come out of it.
From which collective, from which
The
party?
movement.
Oh, I think she came on too aggressive. You
Yes,
know,
man.
for her
She
first,
run with it too fast, man, you know?
yeah, for her first
She
presentation.
crossed a lot of standing order,
Mm-hmm.
and, you know, like no one really coaxed her and tell her what the standing order like and such, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Too aggressive for the first presentation. I
yeah,
think
man.
she could
Because
have did it a little different.
you know that cut out of like half her presentation is cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she still was able to catch her footing and stay focused, and I'm happy that she didn't completely get derailed, because it's kind of a rough thing when you do your first presentation and then the speaker itself is holding you up, and it's by right, because the way that she was presented and what was being said. But still, imagine it's like if you're reading in front of the class or you're presenting, and then the teacher say, listen, this, da 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 da, and you already had, certain particulars to set up on them thing,
And you heard the veteran, when the veteran told them from both sides, do your research first, man, do your research first, and then come forward with your argument.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, those same arguments could argue you in future.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
But my girl, God bless her, she's a scholar. And no one can fault her or flatter for teacher. She's a scholar. I love her bad, man. Bad.
Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to?
To
Oh, okay. Yeah. She stepped up. She did a masterful presentation.
Yes, man. She was on point, was on track, and everything,
She even had Gail complaining.
Yeah?
She had Gail complaining.
No, man. She just come to the point and come to everything.
Yeah.
What happened to our Home Affairs Minister, man? He didn't do nothing what she said, really, man. What she said, man. She got me confused. Half an hour she read and like she just talked about what happened in I don't understand, man.
I think it could be. I think it might be the fact that she's taken with so much that's going on right now in Guyana as it relates to the accidents. Then you got all of this rising crime. Then you got the situation with the back and forth with the smuggling and all of this other implications with migration and the extra demands on law enforcement. I'm making up scapegoats for the honorable minister. Me playing devil's advocate, because it was all over the place. It was all over the place. Yeah.
The thing that makes me laugh is that the minister calls the minister of things. He called her minister of things.
Yeah.
Another thing too, if you understand the brother, we should read at the bottom of our speech. You know, what is it she really telling the Guyanese public? That the government of Guyana gonna go after Azizin Mohammed, houses, property, and everything that he gets.
Yeah.
You will see that there's line people understand, you know, and that's why she was so in depth about that.
That's expected. This is expected.
Yeah, that is the point she just wanted to get over. Where she contention in that these proceeds come out of this thing. Once you see that they say you want to keep something and you proceed and you buy a car, you buy a house, you buy a this.
Yeah.
Everything could be.
So what about the conversation of everything that's going on right now in the Win party? Because remember, there's a conversation of it being financed from my own funds.
I didn't get a point.
Remember that there's the conversation allegedly that Win was financed from, you know, money from Mr. Mohammed's own funds. So is that going to be some of the implications they might be looking into? Or what about their own? What about their own self too? Because they were getting funding from the same. Listen. They ain't going down the road. You know what? Because now that I think about it, they got checking them thing, yeah. 20 million, yeah.
Clearly, is that there is a movement. There is not a one party. Person. This is a movement. And young people come together to form a movement. So and it's not Mohammed money, it's everybody's money because it's a movement. And there's a differentiation.
Yeah, but if they were even to go down that road, there'd be a lot of implications for themselves as well, because, you know, they used to get a lot of large amount of funding allegedly from the said persons, you know.
No, but if they want to go down that road, the PPP pays people thousands of dollars for things to allegedly. So they just can't say that them people alone. They just from one video they abstract that information from. It's when they went to region 3 or something like that, when they're giving people the stipend of coming from various areas and giving them back a stipend. So they see this video and run with it. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that is where they get the pain of hope from.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Blessing.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Thanks for calling in. Insights coming right there from a frequent traveler on the lines. What are your views? What are your views, Team Delta? Call it in or drop it into the comment section. Greetings. You're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Frequent traveler up on the line.
Hello, what's going on?
Come on, I'm watching the thing. Look, I enjoyed today. The girl from Win was her name, Tabitha.
Yeah.
Yeah, she make a new word, boy. She make a new word.
That's what I was telling you. Yeah. That's what I was just talking. Yeah, that's what I was just raising. She even had a person who been in the house for 30 something years saying, hey, you creating words for go wrong. Words that you're supposed to be using.
The language flow, right? Because, look, no, she just gave me a whole new word. I write a thing named Yellow Water Chronicles, right? For an intention.
Yeah.
And I used to play certain things was happening. But I put it in the stay, right?
Yeah.
And I post it up on my Facebook and things. But anyway, we should get that today, right? But shit, this, I like also, because now the West Side MPs could use the same one. Just like my card, remember now you got restriction on corruption. Was the main root. Corruption is the main root. People want to get to the bottom of the last 8 trillion that been spent from 2020 to this present day, right?
I tell
So
you.
you take in one move and something. They're going to be 9 point near 10, right? We call them 10.
Wow.
10 trillion, right? And you wonder what. So look, me saying, when I went down there, I see a lot of developments and things, right? But it's concrete seeds.
Yeah.
It's not poor people thing. It's conglomerates and individuals own a lot.
Yeah.
You said, me, I said, look, this budget, I like on the debating it, but if you want to kill them today, why she give you all the word and why? You say, come on, let's do.
Yeah, man, big up yourself, thing. Thanks for calling in.
Good.
Yeah, people definitely saying, listen, masterful presentation by Honorable Ali. So Rabu Ali coming out to win. Big up yourself wherever you're there for the masterful presentation. Big up to Odessa as well, who did her thing. Let's hear some more coming in from the legal team from the extradition proceedings that went down today at the courthouse. Let's see what's going on right here so we could be updated with all of these details before we head back into Parliament. If you haven't already, ladies and gentlemen, it costs you nothing at all to hit that thumbs up button or to subscribe and stay connected with everything that's trending in Guyana and in the diaspora.
Of the persons involved in the request. But every extradition has political and judicial issues involved in it.
Are you disappointed that the magistrate did not set time limit for cross-examination?
I don't, I'm never disappointed by any decision made by the court. I accept them and I move on. All right?
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Very much, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. Let's move forward. All right, shall I
How did you think today went?
It's an ongoing process. We're going through the motions of cross-examination. We return next week to continue asking the questions we ought to ask.
Mr. Grishon, you've linked, in an attempt to establish political motives, you've now kind of implicated the U.S. With regards to that political motive. Could you explain that a bit for us?
Well, all of what I've said in court is nothing new. There are things that have been circulating in the media over the course of the last year. I think the case is clear where a government uses the juggernaut of government, the almighty government, uses the very machinery of state to try to send away its political opponents, spends hundreds of thousands of US dollars, hires the finest lobbyists that money could buy to achieve its aim. The government can achieve its aim. So we're only highlighting these things to put them on the record for the court's benefit.
But 2 years ago, Mr. Mohammed was not a political opponent.
No. 2 years ago, the US government did not seek his extradition as yet. The extradition request came October.
The magistrate spoke today about a post-mortem. What do you see the critics who would suggest that you are arguing on what the Chief Justice has already ruled on in the High Court?
Well, when the magistrate said we're not endeavoring on a post-mortem, that was more directed towards Jamaican counsel, Mr. Herbert Mackenzie, who sought to resurrect the ruling of the Chief Justice earlier this week as a basis to justify us being shutting out from raising new bias arguments afresh in this court.
Two questions. Go ahead, Dennis.
Councillor, in your line of questioning concerning political motives by the Guyana government, and of course given the decision taken by the U.S. To seek his extradition, are you questioning the integrity of the U.S. justice system?
In effect, we are making such suggestions, yes, in a sense. This will not be the first time, it will not be the last time.
What do you make of Ms. Rupchand's statement this morning that another extradition request was received on November 27th? Does that allude to a new extradition that involves somebody else? And what do you seek as a legal team here to add Mr. Hussein, senior counsel from Trinidad and Tobago, who was a lawyer for Jack Warner, to your team?
The revelation about the request, another request being requested by the US government, is a bombshell revelation. Today in court, when I asked Ms. Rupchand, was this the first extradition request you received? She said yes, this is pertaining to the Mohammeds. After she received, according to her testimony in court, she received the Mohammeds extradition request during the night hours of the Thursday night on the 30th of October. The very next very next day, as you know, the Mohammeds were arrested and brought to court right away on the 31st of October. Of course, we know that Parliament was scheduled for the very next working day. Today, Ms. Rupchan admitted in court that as long ago as the 26th of November, she also received another extradition request from the US government. To date, we are unaware of any defendant being brought to court from then to now on a fresh extradition request for the United States government. We wish that this government would pursue treat all of its citizens equally. If you're going to pursue
Seems like it's some kind of bias, because if you got other cases you should be dealing with, how come we ain't see none of these cases brought forward? Could it be that they're processing? Could it be that there's cases that will be calling very soon and very shortly? We heard this conversation come from persons in authority as well, talking about other extradition that's going to start very soon, but we never see nothing start. So what's really going on? Because we're hearing now that it was an actual thing for real.
Ahmed, within 12 hours of an extradition request, you're going to bring him to court? Do it with everyone. But that is not the case here.
And Mr. Hussein's joining your legal team, what does he bring to this legal team at this time?
Mr. Hussein, we're thankful for his addition. He is a celebrated senior counsel of decades at the bar, and he is well respected in the Privy Council, where he's done, I think, over 20 cases, as well as locally. So we look forward to working with him and his team to join forces in these cases.
What are you hoping to capitalize on his expertise on extradition matters, given, the work on the Jack Warner case?
Yes, of course. I'm sure you'll bring to bear much experience.
So, how confident are you that this argument about political motivation will hold?
I don't want to spend too much time talking about what happened in court. We return next week. We have 3 days fixed. And thank you for your time. You guys have a good weekend.
Thank you.
You too.
Well, there you have it. The updates coming in directly from the legal team. What are your views, Team Delta? What are your views? Because listen, this can have a lot of far-reaching implications. Let's see what the travelers are saying in the live right now. Let's see what the travelers are saying in the chat. Walter, what's going on? Thanks for being a part of the live. There is a word named postpone. I tell you. Big up yourself. Thanks for dropping insightful commentary into the comment section. And thanks for being a part of this live presentation as well. Shamaine is saying, so Mr. Mohammed is not going to get his speech day in Parliament. It seems like his day in court is to keep him out of Parliament. Telling you. Marcia, thanks for tuning in. Marcia is saying APNUMP is the bomb with words. Win was sharp too. About the budget, these two parties need to keep their foot on the gas tank when it comes to budget 2026. Big up to all the honorable members of the House, all the MPs, big up to all the ministers, big up to all the secretaries, big up to everybody who had a part to play in budget 2026, all the people who did all the work, and everybody that is right now doing everything that they can do for the representation of the people, for the work of the people. Big up yourself. Uncle I Phil, what's going on? Welcome into the live.
Good night, Doctor. What's going on?
I said, cool, what's going on on your side?
Well, I am just here listening to these old fools.
I tell him.
This old lady here, what's the name, Gail? Gail was looking for 2 lash. Now, I want you to tell the people, because I am 68 years old now,
yeah,
and I know what the rioting, what the PPP did in the 1970s. I don't know about the 60s, but I'll tell you about the 70s.
Yeah.
When I joined the Guyana Police Force, this PPP used to be burning down the whole of Guyana. She forgot to tell the people how they burn down Congress Place, because the PNC headquarters.
Yeah.
She forgot to tell the people how they burn down the Guyana Rice Maps Import packaging plant in Water Street. She forgot to tell the people all the burning, all the sugar estate cane where they burning down. She forgot to tell the people about the schools where they burning down. I don't know that these people get some selective memory.
Well, you see, it's good that we got elders like you that's going to give us that bit of information.
This band of criminals, what really happened? The people who are around 50-something years are coming under, they wouldn't know, right?
Yeah.
So they will just take it for granted. But I'm over 50-something years, I'm 68.
Yeah.
And I can tell you now that Guyana is 50 years backward from where it was. When I compare the amount of industries that we had in Guyana, and we were self-sufficient in poultry and all these types of things, because I used to be running a poultry farm up to quarantine. We used to be producing eggs to hack and sell chickens all over.
Okay.
These fools really think that everybody's stupid. What the problem is that the PNC people, they have elders in the party, but none of them did not go around explaining to the population of Guyana the beautiful work that was done by Mr. Bonham. They are not explaining this. All they're talking about is Bonham banned flour, which is an utter lie. It's not he banned the flour, it's that Guyana had no foreign exchange, because after Bonham nationalized the sugar and bauxite industries, the white people decide that as we nationalize it, they ain't going to buy nothing from we. So we hadn't foreign exchange. All we should do is the minimum thing. And Bonham used to buy things from outside in exchange for sugar or rice or bauxite.
Okay.
It's a sad story. I'm old enough to understand and know what is going on. But the young people wouldn't know. This band of criminals, terrorists, this organization, this PPP, is a terrorist organization, just like the Hamas and this type of people.
I'm telling you.
Barajadio is a sadist. When I tell you a sadist, a cold-blooded criminal like Vladimir Putin. Cold-blooded criminal. Why they don't talk about the hundreds of people that they kill out?
It's a very sad story. All right, guys, I didn't listening. Have a
Yeah,
good time.
thanks for calling in and for dropping those insights into the
All
record.
right.
See, that's why it's great to have elders listening in, calling in and say, hey, travelers, hear this. This is what I left you know. They ain't telling y'all about this. I was there. I could tell you about it. Insightful commentary coming in on the phone lines. And we got almost 500 travelers live with us right now. Who is in the comment section? Big up to everybody in the chat right now. Remember, it's a subscribers only chat. So if you'd like to be a part of what's going on in the chat right now with all the Delta travelers, there's some live conversations going on right now in the chat. Hit that subscription button and drop your comments into the comment section or call it in. The hotline number is on the screen right in front of you. All right. But we just got the updates with what's going on at the courts. Recently, we know that it was mentioned that, listen, they're going to be going back to court sometime next week. Well, yesterday, I don't know if persons do remember, but yesterday there was a situation where a person fell in Parliament, and then we get to find out that is Honorable McDonald. So we definitely want to say, get well very soon, and take some rest on that foot, because we got the information that she would have hurt her leg by tripping on some stuff while at the Parliament yesterday, right? Now, with that and all of that went down, there's some updates coming in, and this is what one of the members of the WPA is pointing out about the whole situation. Let's listen in.
He's likely to have one or two technical persons with him, or should have one or two technical persons with him. And so it befuddles me, it baffles me how it is wires can be running, as we like to say, around the place in a maze that is unsafe, so much so that a member of the National Assembly can trip on a wire, become entangled on a wire, and fall to injure herself. You mean to tell me all these people were supposed to be leading us to a better place, a better Guyana? None of them recognize the danger, the threat to safety that those wires presented if they were not properly placed in the venue. Well, we had to wait for Coretta to fall for us to recognize that, I guess. But it highlights a bigger picture in that when you look around this country, scant regard is paid to occupational health and safety. Another example, glaring example of that, is the 4 young men who were found dead on a fishing vessel or some kind of seagoing vessel on the wharf recently. Some people say around the area of Natasha Singh. I'm not sure where it is exactly. But 4 of our male citizens are not dead. It is alleged, it is believed that they died from inhaling toxic chemicals or toxic fumes, that is, yes. Right? It is believed that they died from inhaling toxic fumes. Some people don't have nothing to bring to the discourse, so they're going to bring distraction. Who is this? Good morning, how may I help you?
Condolences to their family and rising power to the brothers that would have lost their life, right? So much going on, so many headlines, so much things that we got to stay updated with. But we got to make sure that we keep this into the focus as well. We know that it's Black History Month, right? So we got to make sure that we keep the focus on that aspect as well every time that we come live. So let's get into some of these details and stay updated. I'm going to harp on this, I'm going to make sure I bring this into the focus every time that I remember to. Dr. Vinlu Adamali highlighting this about India and Africa. And then we're going to get into some more details.
Everybody knows that, right? No. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. You also probably heard there is a big river in India called Ganges. Okay. To be frank, till 2 years back, I did not know what the meaning of the word Ganges. I simply know Ganges is Ganges. Do you know the name Ganges is one of the strongest and famous emperors of Ethiopia? That's right. Do you think some crazy Aryans would name a big river in India after an African emperor?
Why? Because it used to be the same place. We share a common heritage, you understand? And somebody is playing a divide and rule game for everybody, and we got to step beyond that. We got to look beyond the veil and realize that we got to move with more unity, because that's the thing that's going to empower all of us.
We're not. Simple logic says that. India used to be called, long time ago, Eastern.
Somebody benefiting from the divide and rule. How much longer we can give them that privilege? Can we see that it is about time, or are we waiting until this situation gets to building more tension? Is it a point where there's going to be something that's going to make us unify, something possibly like this? Because remember, these ships are still very close, but we're hearing that there's a slight move. There's a slight move to Haiti. So let's get updated with all of these headlines, with everything that's going on with Venezuela and everything that's going on in the region. Not because we got budget going on right now, we're going to let all of these headlines just fly over our heads without us paying attention. Nah. When you're hearing one of the biggest fleets is moving into Haiti, Haiti being a part of CARICOM, we know that it's going to definitely have a trickle-down effect, some amount of implications to different regions. So let's hear what's going on right now with Venezuela, the US, Haiti, and at an extent, Guyana and the Caribbean. Let me hear.
Weeks after grabbing Maduro, US warships are steaming into Haiti. No oil, no nukes, just gangs collapse, and a crisis 700 miles from Florida. Washington calls it stability. Critics call it intervention. Operation Southern Spear is underway, so why is America suddenly treating Haiti like a front line?
Operation Southern Spear. So could it be because this operation is already underway that they are trying to raise certain issues with what's going on with the extradition? Might this operation expedite, or will it hold back or create hurdles for what's going on right now in Guyana with the extradition process? I don't know, because if we analyze it, it will seem as if it's even more aggressive of the US if they're to now step in, right? And in any, Louis say, in any way that is a bit overt, where it's openly televised and showcased that, okay, the US come in and they take out the opposition leader of Guyana. And just recently, the US went in and they would have taken persons from Venezuela, they took the president, and they would have taken the first lady. It's going to make a large impact all over the world, and a lot of gripes are going to be then expressed about what's taking place with the aggressions coming from the US. I think that, this could be a good or it could be a bad. What are your views? Drop it into the comment section or call it in, because these are the headlines that we definitely got to pay attention to, buddy.
Just weeks after US Special Forces carried out a dramatic raid that apprehended Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, the Trump administration's Operation Southern Spear has pivoted to Haiti, one of the Western Hemisphere's poorest and most unstable nations. 3 American warships have entered Port-au-Prince Bay, the guided missile destroyer USS Stockdale, along with Coast Guard cutters USCGC Stone and USCGC Diligence. Their arrival comes as Haiti spirals deeper into gang violence and political chaos. Unlike Venezuela's oil or Iran's nuclear program, Haiti has no strategic resources. But located just hundreds of miles from Florida, its collapse poses direct threats to US security. Since President Jovenel Moïse's assassination in 2021, armed gangs control 90% of the capital. The government is non-functional, 1.4 million people are displaced, and 2 million face severe food insecurity. But Haiti's chaos isn't staying contained. US officials identify several critical threats. Haitian gangs increasingly facilitate narcotics smuggling, arms trafficking, and money laundering that flow through the Caribbean into the United States.
It's definitely building up in Haiti, and now we're hearing that the US is stepping in and saying, hey, we got to do something about this before it ends up being a problem for us as well. Yeah, we're going on.
The Organized Crime Index reports that Haiti's porous borders and weak law enforcement have allowed transnational criminal networks to flourish. Washington has designated 2 Haitian gangs, Grand Griffe and the Viv Ansam Coalition, as foreign terrorist organizations. Haiti's instability is driving mass migration to the Dominican Republic and the United States. The Trump administration's decision to end temporary protected status for Haiti while the country remains unstable risks triggering even larger migration waves, potentially backfiring on Washington's border security goals. The Transitional Presidential Council's mandate expires February 7th, and elections scheduled for that date have been declared materially impossible due to security conditions. They've been pushed to August 2026, though experts doubt that timeline is realistic. The warships are operating under Operation Southern Spear, launched last year to detect, disrupt, and degrade transnational criminal and illicit maritime networks. US Southern Command describes it as combining counter-narcotics enforcement with broader efforts to curb regional violence. The operation has already proven deadly. Over 100 people in boat strikes against suspected drug traffickers across the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific.
It's a lot of people.
Washington is also watching Beijing's expanding footprint in the Caribbean. China has steadily built economic and diplomatic ties throughout the region, and US officials fear Haiti's instability could create openings for Chinese influence near critical American sea lanes. The deployment sends a clear message. The United States considers the Caribbean its backyard under the Monroe Doctrine and won't tolerate instability that could benefit rival powers. The US Embassy in Haiti said the deployment reflects America's commitment to the country's security, stability, and long-term future.
Their presence
People are looking into their stability and their long-term future, analyzing certain things, you know what I'm saying, making sure that, hey, will it work or will it not work for our country? I'm telling you, we're going to hear right now, because remember, it's money time. So as we analyze the details, as we analyze these details, who better to give us some insights? Who better to give us some updates than the former finance minister himself, the Honorable Mr. Jordan? Let's get some insights as we bring the flight back to hover over Guyana as we analyze these very important details. It's all about money right now. It's all about the budget. It's all about 1 point something trillion. Let's hear these details.
+5 as to what they do or what they didn't do. Every budget speech, go to the Hansard. Every contribution to these multi-billion-dollar and trillion-dollar budget harks back to Burnham, 1970s, 1980s, this, that. No one seems interested in a trillion-dollar budget to trump up the virtues of the budget, to put out that horizon, that vistas that we should be aiming for. No one seems to be able to excite you in the spending, the proposed spending. They burn up enough time telling you a bunch of lies or a bunch of revisionist history. And you know what is the part that really gets me? Is the ones that they recruited from other parties. They are the loudest of the cheerleaders in the anti-camp, the anti-APNU, anti-coalition, anti. They were in the belly, enjoying the fat, but jump ship as soon they felt that the fat gone or is not about to come back. And they joined the revisionist history. One of them, not in Parliament.
Honorable Jordan highlighting some of what's going on right now in the House. Big up to Nav Joe, one of our loyal channel members. Thanks for supporting Delta 9 Media. Thanks for supporting independent media body. Big up yourself every time. Nav Joe, Flight, what's going on? Big up. Welcome into the live. Flight is saying Delta 9 family and friends. Greetings. Greetings, Flight. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being a part of this special presentation. I'm telling you, Budget 2026, day number 5. And you are live right here on Delta 9 Media. We have been presenting for almost 5 hours now, Delta 9 travelers. If you haven't already, take a couple of seconds. Take a couple of seconds, but they don't cost you nothing. Thumbs up the live. Thumbs up this live and boost it into the algorithm, so that it can help to assist the channel and help other persons to get updates about this very important and trending collection of headlines that we are presenting on for the last 4+ hours. I'm talking about Parliament to information from updates on the extradition. Now we're hearing from the former finance minister. I'm telling you, a different kind of presentation. And we're going to go into some of the notebook analysis of the 2026 budget. Yeah, we got some analysis of the budget. We're going to go into that as well. very soon and very shortly. It's going to give us some insights as to which one of the ministries we can cut the most from the overhead spending and redirect these funds so that persons will have more access to the resources. Yeah, AI can give us these insights these days, and we definitely got some of that coming up on this live presentation. And before I even jump into that, as I play some more of these updates coming from the Honorable Mr. Jordan, I'm going to put the barcode up so persons can scan the barcode. I'm going to ask that the moderator drop the link into the comment section for me so that I can share the link so that anybody can now have access to the notebook. And you can use the notebook as well for insights coming in from the budget. And guess what? You can create your own notebook as well for different things that you will be doing. And don't worry, we'll put the link into the description of this video as well for persons who would like to access the link in that manner for the notebook. Let me make sure I put it up on the screen right now. There you go. That's the barcode right there. You can scan that barcode and you can get all kind of different insights about the budget. But for now, let's hear directly from the Honorable Mr. Jordan. Big up yourself, Mr. Jordan. We have you there. Thanks for all your hard work and many years of elite service, sir.
Parliament, not in Parliament, but wrote a letter a couple days ago. And I was moved to send him a WhatsApp messages and said to him, I read your letter and I could not fathom that this was the same person I knew between 2015 and 2020. I could not fathom. How do people change in this manner overnight? It means that what? They were not convicted before? It means what? That they were conflicted before? How do you overnight change in such a manner? How? I looked at people who crossed floor from PPP to PNC in the 70s. In the 70s. Not one of them was conflicted about their ideology. Not Chandy Singh, not Tiko, none of them were conflicted about the ideology. How do we get our people who cross floor from PNC to the other side? Who you could go to the Hansard and wherever else to see what they said in their contributions. How can they change overnight?
I'm telling you, some persons switch up overnight. At least that's what the Honorable Mr. Jordan is highlighting right there. And there you go. That's the barcode that is, well, that's above my head. Then we got the link right there that you can access the link as well if you would like to get the information that is in the notebook. Now we're going to bring it up on the screen just now. We got another part to this intermission halftime live presentation. So much information for us to get into, man. Welcome into the live, Valerie. Thanks for tuning in and being a part of this live presentation. Big up yourself, Valerie. Orin, what's going on? Orin is saying good night to Delta, that former Minister of Finance. I'm guessing you're saying is one of the best finance ministers ever in this country. Big up yourself, Orin. Thanks for tuning in. Orin is saying good night, Delta 9. This is the former finance minister and one of the biggest, one of the best finance ministers ever in this country. Shout out to the Honorable Mr. Jordan.
And then we think it's only one Das who was across. They had so many we didn't know about. but they were just waiting to be activated. And they joined that band. They joined that band. I heard a discourse where I think is the Minister of Tourism was talking about the 5Bs program, and definitely, of course, the Education Minister would talk about the 5Bs program too. And I liked how Psycho Andrews dealt it. Kudos, my brother. You did an excellent job. Excellent job. I liked how you dealt with it. But I'm going to add some meat. I'm going to add some meat. And we said this before on this very program, but we have to say it again. The Because We Care grant was a spectacle. It was a distraction put in place in 2014 to distract from the troubles that Ramatar's government had found itself in. And those troubles culminating in the proroguing of the Parliament. And it had a lot of pushback from the international community. So much so that it got on the nerves of the PPP. And they decided to clap back in the instance of one minister or two going to the home of the American ambassador and giving him a feral blast on the anniversary, on the celebration of the anniversary of the American independence. That is how bad it was. So to deflect from the increasing opposition to an oppressive government, they came up with the Because We Care cash grant.
Big up yourself, right? Thanks for tuning in and being a part of the live presentation where we hear them details that were highlighted right there from the former opposition leader. He's saying, listen, certain things is going down in a manner. You got to pay attention. You got to pay attention to. Well, let's see what's being highlighted right here by the Honorable Priya Mani Chan, one of the busiest politicians as of recent, one of the most hardworking politicians as of recent, as we see she's been very active all over from since before Christmas and still very active and present right now. Let's see what's going on right here.
Hi, so I am at the President's One Guyana Kitchen, which is just opposite State House. So that's the President's residence behind me. The President calls it your residence, the people's residence. And right opposite State House, the President has and hosts a One Guyana Kitchen where people get meals and so on. I don't think you realize that, so I thought I'd bring it to you. The other thing I don't think you realize is that every afternoon, children come here from different places and they have supervision to get their homework done and to get extra lessons.
Big up to y'all for doing that. That right there is a great thing to do for the youths in every community, you know, and they just have access again. Nice, you come, you breeze out, you finish up your work, you know, you're in an environment where persons can assist you with certain things you might have a little challenge with from before. Great initiative. So big up to Priya and the whole team for initiatives like this one.
And that's an initiative of President Irfan Ali. So that's Miss Ann Thompson, an old teacher from Parika and then starters, and that's Erica Moore at the back there. She's not a teacher, but she helps out, and they're all children here doing work. And Miss Thompson was just telling me she knew my mother. And every time I meet someone, which is often, who tells me they know my or knew my mom, they remind me of what kind of a remarkable person she was and how she lived her whole life in service.
Hmm. And this is the things that we're glad to see, Listen, one of the wealthiest nations, one of the wealthiest nations right now. This is how, and even in better situations and greater initiatives, this is how we're supposed to be investing in the youth, investing, putting in certain policies and things so persons can live and enjoy the benefits of the resources in the country. It's always a joy when you can see things like that. So big up to Priya and the whole team for initiatives like those where they come together and they look out for the youth in any community, right? In any community. And big up the coach, man.
Improve and
So
pass it.
right now,
All right?
looking out for the youths on a whole different level. Hey, you know how many years this big man is, so big up yourself, coach, man. Fruit of conquerors, even though back in the days I was a part of Pili. So they was one of the biggest rivals from back then, but big up yourself, coach. From since then to now, you stay true to the game and you're putting back into the youths, you know what I'm saying? Looking out for the youths, giving them a good avenue for them to now invest their time and do something positive.
Start. Let's go. Stop it. Keep going to your right. Don't overhit. Don't hit it too hard. All right? Take your time, son. Just pass it back. Well done. Keep going to your right. Stop it. Pass it. Keep passing. You're going to your right all the time. Don't over here. Going to your right. Keep coming right. Stop it. Nobody should have the hand cold. Look, you should be looking inside, looking at the ball. Stop it first and then pass it. Stop it. You need to go back where you were. You don't need to move. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Simple skills and discipline. Many, many years invested by the coach, I could tell you. Because since I was a little youth man from Pee Wee days and them thing playing in Pili youth team, since then, I could tell you coaches are part of the conquerors. And since then, there's one of the biggest rivalry, Pili versus conquerors. You don't know. Yeah, but as we get into some more of what's going on the ground right now, as it relates to budget 2026, we're going to hear from none other than the president himself. Because I know every morning for the last couple of mornings, president is coming on and he's giving us some insights, some new information about the details coming out of the budget. Let's get some more of these details coming in from the Honorable Mr. Ali.
Especially those who are vulnerable. To summarize the budget would take me all morning, but I just want to look at a few things. A summary of some of the provisions that would directly impact every segment of our population. First, we have an increase in the low-income mortgage ceiling. Who does this benefit? Low-income homeowners, middle-income homeowners, young professionals who can now borrow a loan at 30 million and have the same rate applied as low income. How does this not translate into benefit? When persons own their own homes, when you have the security of your own home.
Telling you the security of your own home, the ability to have something that you could say, yeah, I could use this for collateral, right? There's the opportunities that persons is definitely looking forward to and glad to have as, a part of their experience. And it's something that a lot of persons are definitely looking forward to. not just because it's budget time, but because there's Guyanese and it's something that they're entitled to. Less than 1 million people, a nice big country. Everybody's supposed to got a place to live, at least, you know what I'm saying? But we're hearing this conversation about a number of persons that are being removed. We're hearing about this big protest that is set for tomorrow. So if you're subscribed yet, if you're not subscribed to Delta 9 Media, make sure you hit that subscription button because we're going to be bringing you all the updates coming out of Sapphire and other places. The opposition is getting everything set because they're saying, listen, this kind of behavior cannot be condoned. And they're coming out to support the persons that support them because they're being treated in a manner that is inhumane. Marcia is saying this, all PPP ministers want is to win local government elections. So they are going to do anything. Delta 9. I'm telling you, Marcia, thanks for tuning in and for dropping those insights into the comment section. Marcia saying all they want to do is to win local government, so they will do anything. Christopher is saying this, another frequent flyer is saying, that's my girl. I don't feel, honey, honorable honey. I don't know who he's referring to. I'm guessing that he's referring to Honorable Priya. Hysen, thanks for being a loyal channel member. Hysen, thanks for tuning in to Delta 9 Media. Thanks for being a frequent traveler as well and being a part of this live presentation. Definitely good evening to you and all the best. Roy is saying nice. Let me hear some more from the Honorable Head of State before we get into this presentation that we would have garnered from this AI
collateral
app.
that can be used to accelerate wealth creation. Of course, an housing improvement subsidy of $7.5 billion that will directly support the housing needs and home improvement of the vulnerable segment of our population. Reduction in VAT on various types of vehicles, making vehicles ownership easier. Why do you think an entire series is completed in 3 months now? Because we have made it easier for the ordinary family to own a vehicle. The reduction in VAT on various types of vehicles.
2026
Greetings, you're
national
on to
budget.
Delta 9
We're not
Media
just
Live.
scanning the headlines. Nope. We're on a mission to find operational
I'm doing good.
efficiencies,
What's going on with
places
you?
where the government can get leaner and more effective.
Yes, you mentioned you was from Peely.
We all depend on. Okay, let's get into it.
Yeah.
Where you here, sir?
I'm not sure.
Well, that's the important who you is saying Cooper is copper. 1972. One for all for one. Started in Albaistown, YMCA on Sussex Street.
Yeah.
I was a part of that. So imagine you belong to an organization when you're 15, 16, 17 that came up with a model. One for all and all for one. And it still exists up to today.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I want you to continue telling people that we don't have to call each other names just because we disagree.
They know, you know, but people is just, some people is just how some of we just think we okay with communicating. But I think sometimes we gotta realize that it's not right.
It shows shallowness because instead of coming back with something to make me change my mind or understand what you're saying, you go straight to name calling.
Yeah.
Okay? I go back home with PD every other year or what the case might be, okay? That was my team.
Okay. So you know Zara on them.
We started with Lava Barton and Dirty Butts and Our first captain was Wendell Manford.
Okay, okay.
It was when it first started, you know what I mean? Monty Wilson, Aaron Fanfare.
Okay.
A lot of the team got opportunity, Bumpy Lane, to go to Clemson in 1974.
Okay, okay. Me, I wasn't in the team them times. I was in the team the time with overseas and Zaro and Dork and
Right, well, just to show you, sir.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have been with Zaro and them. You wouldn't have been with Robin Hood.
I hear you.
Okay, you enjoy your night.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Thanks for calling in. Foundation soccer player from back in the days. Man, say they in Pili from since the 70s. I'm telling you. Big up to all the football players in GT. Pili, Conquerors, Western, Alpha, all the teams, everybody, you know what I'm saying? Big up to the whole sports commission, to everybody on the secretariat and everybody that's doing great things for sport within the country. Right now, we're going to be cutting the red tape as we analyze different ways that we can cut, readjust, and make certain movements with the funding in the 2026 budget. Remember, this is the days of AI. This is the days of technology, and we're going to use this technology to our advantage so that we can now analyze these thousands and thousands of pages in a concise manner, in a convenient manner, so that we can garner the information that is within these covers, right? In a unique manner, because before you don't get time to go through thousands and thousands of pages and do a presentation like this. But with the advancements of technology and artificial intelligence, here we go. We're going to get into these details right now. Take a couple of seconds and thumbs up the live. Thumbs up the live, because definitely it's a special presentation. Let's get into it.
First things first, I want you to just take a look at this number. 415.4 billion Guyanese dollars. It's a massive, almost hard to believe figure. But here's the thing, it's not the total national budget, and it's not the capital budget, so what in the world is it? And that, right there, is the big question we're tackling today. We're going to follow the money, figure out what this number actually pays for, and zero in on where there's a real chance to be more efficient. Think of it as a kind of fiscal investigation.
All right, so to even begin, we've got to crack the code on some official government speak. Our whole investigation really hangs on understanding this one key budget category, other charges.
And there's our answer. That huge GY $415.4 billion number, that's the total other charges. Now, the really crucial thing to get here is that this is the money it takes to run the entire government for a year, to keep the lights on. But it doesn't include a single dollar for salaries or employee benefits. This is purely for operational spending.
What I love about this is how it makes that giant number suddenly feel real. Other charges isn't some abstract concept, it's the everyday stuff we can all wrap our heads around. It's paying the electricity bills, covering rent, fixing government vehicles, buying pens and paper, paying for travel, and even for things like catering at meetings or funding national events. It's the cost of doing the work of government. And, as we're about to find out, some parts of the government are doing a whole lot more spending than others.
Okay, so now we know exactly what we're looking for. Let's start following that money trail. Where are the biggest chunks of this GY $415.4 billion budget actually going?
We're following this money trail so we could figure out where the biggest chunks in this budget is going, right? Hysen is saying this: Delta, while it is nice that people would be able to borrow funds to build, we must also acknowledge that 30 million is not enough to complete a decent home. Therefore, getting problems to see what's going on. with the rest of this message. Well, guess what? Let me see if I could read it over so I could. Therefore, those same folks will be stuck with an incomplete home, paying back what they borrowed. How does that help the low and middle income folks? That's a powerful question, and that's something that definitely persons were highlighting, and it's a definite thing that persons are talking about. People are saying, listen, back in the days is when you could have used, and we're going to jump into that and jump right back into this video where we're getting into these details. But I'm going to update you with some of the same information here that Hysen is highlighting, because it's a thing for real. It's a thing for real, because people still using some back in the days analysis for the average on these homes, right? And we're going to get into these details. You know, there's how we do it over here at Delta 9 Media. Now, one of the frequent travelers and one of our channel members, Hysen, is pointing out something. And this is what persons are indeed saying about it right here.
Stop using $15,000 per square foot to calculate how much your home is going to cost. That's completely outdated. People say you can build a home in Guyana for between $10,000 and $12,000 per square foot. That might have been in 1999. Today, the realistic cost to build a modern, safe, fully finished home is between $30,000 and $45,000 Guyana dollars per square foot, depending on the finishes and the design. So, for a 2,000 square foot basic finished home, you're looking at $60 million. Medium finish, $70 to $85 million. High-end luxury finish, about $100 million plus. That's why people run out of money halfway. They're still using a formula that stopped working decades ago. If you want to know the real cost to finish a home in Guyana, like, follow, and subscribe.
Okay, so this chart basically lays out our prime suspects. The top 3 agencies by far when it comes to operational spending are the Office of the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Human Services, and the Ministry of Health. Their operating budgets are just enormous, which means even a tiny percentage gain in efficiency could add up to massive savings.
Coming in at number 1, we have the Office of the Prime Minister, with a mind-boggling GY $83.8 billion. Now, a lot of this does get passed on to crucial sectors like energy, but the office itself is this massive financial hub. And that sheer scale makes it the number 1 place to hunt for ways to make processes more efficient. Right?
The Office of the Prime Minister, that's one of the places that was found to have the greatest opportunities to cut spending, right? To cut spending. Hysen is saying, wow, you see, yeah, it's that much. That's how high the prices gone right now, Hysen. That's how high the prices is
Prime
right
Minister,
now.
Brigadier.
Well, look at that. We're just talking about the Office of the Prime Minister, and there you go. The Prime Minister. I'm telling you, you can't make it up. You can't make this up.
I forget the medication. I forget the medication.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only reason I'm walking with this medication because I have concern for the honorable members on the other side of the House. So if during my presentation or afterwards, You need some relief. It's here. Mr. Speaker,
I was
again-
about to say thank you for walking with it. You reminded me to send for mine.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise again in support of Budget 2026. And I say again because I rose many times before from 2020 to now, supporting budgets that has transformed the lives of the people of Guyana. Proudly, as the Prime Minister of Guyana, supported His Excellency, and of course, supporting our Senior Minister of Finance in the office of the President, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. And I must take the opportunity to compliment Dr. Singh for once again having a budget prepared that continues to keep us on the trajectory, one of development. Mr. Speaker, this budget is being presented, it was presented on the 26th of January 2026 at a defining moment in our national life. Following the general and regional elections of September the 4th, 2025, the People's Progressive Party Civic government returned to office, not with 33 seats, with 36 seats. That's right. The people of Guyana sent a message, loud and clear. We want the PPPC in government for the next 5 years to steer the ship of development in Guyana. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I sat, unfortunately I wasn't here for the first 2 days, but I heard the presentations from the opposition, the combined opposition. The smaller and smaller components of the opposition. And of course, the seat that is awarded based on the Remain Notarium, enshrined in our laws, our electoral laws. Some say leftovers.
Left.
But then they will say a seat is a seat. Bombay. But you know, Mr. Speaker, before I go into the areas of development that falls within the ambit of the office of the Prime Minister, and you know, as the Prime Minister, this is a unique Prime Ministership. Harkens back to the time of Mr. Samuel Hoynes. He was a Prime Minister with responsibilities. And we had an interregnum, and we have decided to continue with the tradition.
Restore dignity to the President.
Restore dignity to the Prime Minister's office. And responsibility. So even though I speak to you as Prime Minister, I still have to report on several areas, not only on the Prime Ministerial Secretariat, on disaster preparedness, on energy, on ICT connectivity,
and on public communications and information in Guyana. Of course, I'm a member of the Defense Board too. And I'm ready to serve in any other capacity so directed by His Excellency, our President. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 or 3 matters that I want to clear before I move into discussing those areas of responsibility. And unfortunately, I would have expected the opposition leader or leader of the opposition to be present here, because that would be in the true fashion of a budget debate. Should not be one-sided. Both sides should be led by their appointed, constitutionally appointed leaders. Me being leader of government business and the leader of the opposition, unfortunately his chair is empty. So we start with an empty chair. After a lot of excitement, a lot of protests, to occupy that seat. And now the seat is empty, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, if you're going to come to this House, in the absence of the leader of the opposition, I want to educate the members over there. If you're going to come to this House and you're going to criticize the policies, the projects, the programs of the government side, at least do some research. I know somebody complained that there's a lot of reading, but I used to be an instructor to staff school in the military. And whenever a student come to me and say, but you know, directing staff, it's a lot of reading. My response to that student was always, it's only a lot of reading if you do it all. Bit deep, right? It's only a lot of reading if you do it all. The reality is that if you want to pass, you have to do the readings.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
You have to spend the time and do the readings.
Government is actually real work.
You as opposition is an important part of the governance structure of Guyana. And you as opposition, you are, I said you are. I said you are, I did. I said no, I'm sorry. If I said that, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. You as opposition, you are an important part of governance. You have to keep us literally and figuratively on our feet. And you could only do that if you read. As somebody said before, leaders are readers. So now that you earn your seat on the side of the opposition, you have to do the reading. You have to do the readings. It will be a lot of readings. And you have to do it all if you're going to be effective here. So you don't just ask somebody to send a photograph. And in addition to reading, you have to do research. You have to go on the ground. The members on the depleting side of the opposition, they have a favorite term they always use, boots on the ground. You have to put on your boots and go on the ground. Not to come like the honorable member, Ms. Scarlett, and tell this House, but the lights off at K2. The lights ain't off at K2. The lights never went on at K2. You know why? Because we constructed the hydropower dam and we wiring the 32 buildings to take the current. We finish wiring 28, and tomorrow, we will turn on the lights, because the staff who has to man the facility 24/7, they went to let them for training. And including in the staff are 5 women. You should have pulled one of them aside and asked them. Don't come and mislead this house. Because if you're a member of a party that started on a lie, you have to end on a lie, because you're led by lies and liars. Is that a lie?
Mr. Speaker.
No, Honorable PM, it's not, but you're treading on the unparliamentary language.
Untruth. I replace lie with untruth. Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. I replace lie with untruth. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Sarah Bohali come to this house and introduce a new word, corruption. What is corruption? You are led by the poster child or poster boy of corruption. That is your leader. That is your leader, and that is poetic justice. You come to tell us one thing and it fly back right to your face. Because you are led by the poster boy of corruption. Are you going to shout, Mr. Speaker, again? Are you going to shout, Mr. Speaker? And when you have your next conversation with your leader, tell him that once you're blessed with life, there are 2 things that you cannot avoid: death and taxes. I say no more. Don't come to this house as merchants of grief, trading on people's sentiments and sorrows. You come here with your emotional appeals, false crocodile tears. I could cry too, and I could wipe my eye. You talking about a hospital that since it opened every day treating hundreds of Guyanese free of charge, saving lives. And then they had a routine servicing of the roof and the guttering, and somebody failed to turn off the tap, right? Failed to turn off the pump when they check in the roof and the pumping system. Some water get on the ground, somebody picks and send it to you, right? And quickly they clean up the water, right? Mop up the place, fix the roof, fix the leaks, everything, and continue to serve people. You must not be a merchant of grief, a propagandist. Because if you keep telling yourself that over and over, everybody around you gonna believe in the lie. You're set. Don't come to this house and tell half-truths and untruths. Well, again, I corrected myself. Half-truths and untruths. Half-truths and out-truths. You're strangers to the truth. If you started with half-truths and untruths, you will continue along that line. You continue along that line. You hear me? And you know, Mr. Speaker, come back to this thing about reading. If you don't want to read, use the phone that is given to you as a member of the opposition. And Google. Use your phone and Google. And AI will give an overview of Guyana's budget. Just type in Guyana's budget 2020 to 2026. No, I'm trying to help you to understand, because I thought it was something difficult when we reading, but then I realized AI already captured it. Guyana's budget 2020 to 2026 reflect a shift from pandemic recovery and economic stabilization to rapid oil-driven infrastructure transformation and social development. Hold on, hear this one. Putting the people first, focusing on massive infrastructure, investment, education, and strengthening household incomes. That is on AI. So if you didn't do the reading about AI, you would have been educated. Don't come to this house. The honorable member, Ms. Sweetnam, in our presentation, talk about Sweetnam, I stand corrected. Talk about lived reality. Live reality. I am 64 years old. I'll be 65. I'll be 65 this year. And I want to tell you about live reality in Guyana. And it's significant that this year we are celebrating our 60th anniversary of independence with a democratically elected government in place. Remember, in 1966, we had a democratically elected government in place. Hello. I was not taught in 66. I never said that. I was 5 years old. But I remember I did all the readings. Don't try to throw me off. 1966, we had a democratically elected government. Our level of education and development was surpassing the poor. Don't worry who we led by. We were led by Burnham, but he disappointed all of us, and I don't want to invoke his name here, Mr. Speaker. Fast forward to 1968. What has happened in Guyana from 1968 to 1992? She gotta walk. They can't handle the truth. Once you walk, it's because you can't. It's two things. Either you're going to use the bathroom or you can't handle the truth. He's going to use the bathroom. I said it. You either go to use the bathroom or you can't handle the truth. He's going to use the bathroom. 1966, independence under an democratically elected government. I ain't going to history. 1968, right through the 1985 electoral malpractices that kept a government illegally in office in this country and took this country downhill. You heard it from the previous presenter. At the end, by the time we took office in 1992, we were among the 3 poorest countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. You had Bolivia above us, then you had Guyana, and then you had Haiti. Comrades, and I know my dear friend, Dr. David Hines, Professor Hines, previously known as David Osborne before he earned his doctorate. You know, I want to take you down memory lane because you chose in your earlier life to be a member of the WPA, the Working People Alliance, and you sitting next to people whose leader that they glorify by calling his name just now referred to your group as the worst possible alternative. You remember that? Worst possible. You comfortable sitting next to them. As a little boy in Linden, when I was going to school, I had to cross the river in the boat. Charles Solomon don't know about this. He didn't burn yet. He didn't burn yet. He burned after. And when you cross from the western side to the eastern side, behind the bus terminal, written there was "Reactionaries beware. The PNC will fight fire with fire and steel with steel." And I kept reading that every time I come over. And I decided to do further readings. And I saw that they also had other slogans aimed at the WPA, because the WPA was a pain in that side of the anatomy that I will not mention in this house of the PNC. You were advised to sign your wills. Yes or no? Dr. Hines, you were collectively advised to sign your wills. Let it sink in a little bit. They will understand. Don't worry, the hecklers. Don't worry, the hecklers. They should keep quiet and understand. Fight steel with highly tempered steel. No holds barred. That is what you, as a young activist in the WPA, you had to dance between the raindrops. Because if any drop fell on you, you would not have been here with us. You would have suffered the same fate like your fellow members who was left lying in the promenade gardens with the weapons next to them. Do you remember that, Dr. Hines? Give me a nod if you remember. Give me a nod if you remember. Give me a... So they were revolutionaries too. They were revolutionaries too. You're revolutionary, but you're on the wrong side of the house. Joshua Ramsamy, you name him. And for the young people here, don't let them fool you. You read about Venezuela. It happened in Guyana too. I was a youngster going to school, and I had to fetch water. Comrade Dale talk about fetching water. I had to fetch water, and my friends who had no gas stove, no kerosene stove, they had to gather wood and coals. So we had a PNC government that relegated us, in a biblical sense, to the fetchers of waters and hewers of wood. That's what the PNC did to us. Fetchers of waters and hewers of wood. When you go into the supermarket, and I used to go to a supermarket in Linden known as the Co-op Crescent Supermarket, used to be run by the government. Let me talk. Don't try to shout me out. There was nothing in the supermarket beyond rice and sugar, obviously, because it was grown in Guyana. Whenever they bring the supply of the other stuff, you had to line up, and it was rationed to you. And as a little boy, we like to play with names and abbreviation. So LFSB, as little boys, LFSB meant Linden, Forbes, Samson, Borum. But as little boys, our lived experience caused us to see LFSB. And we said it as little boys because we were innocent. Line up for soap and butter. That's what we did as little boys. Line up for soap and butter. That happened in this country. People had scurvy. Comrade Gale called another name. People had rickets, scurvy. You ever hear about Vantiram? You ever hear about rice flour bread? And after day 2 and you pull it so, there's some long slime. Berry, and you can't stand up properly. White mouth. And you come and telling us, but people starving. Fast forward to another time, because y'all benefited from the democratic dividend that was ushered in the 1992 elections, and you were able to win an election in 2015, and you run this country from 2015 to 2020. We fast forwarding now. But before we go to fast forward, I talk about the supermarkets. They had, and you know they had this way, like many socialist countries, of finding some peculiar names for enterprises. Mr. Hines, Professor Hines, do you know or can you remember the Knowledge Sharing Institute? Can you remember the Knowledge Sharing? Am I lying? KSI, they used to sell fish. And the honorable member talk about corruption. When you go there, you have to beg the guy who's selling not to give you basho only. Throw in some bangameri, throw in some butterfish. I am saying this because I want everybody here and the whole of Guyana to understand what took place in this country under the PNC. It started in 1968. And it continued until we took office in 1992. Comrades, I'm telling you this because those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it. And many people enjoy the democracy in this country. They enjoy the social and economic gains in this country from 1992 to 2015. In fact, to 2011. So they get complacent and they decided to vote for y'all in. And y'all took them right back. Like the proverbial swine who returned to wallow in the mire. Y'all took this whole country right back to what obtained. What obtained in 1968, 1985. Fast forward to 2020. I did everything in the army, including leading the army. Including being the head of the army. You have to be talented to be selected as the head of the army. Unlike you. Comrades, 2020, we went to an election. The people said clearly with their votes that we don't want you. We give you 5 years and you failed. And you held on to office for 5 months. We recounted the votes, and what we knew on closer business on the 3rd of March 2020 was finally declared as the official results of that election. The PPPC was returned to government. The PPPC returned to government at a time when people were starving again as a result of an APNU clouded, changing the name, but it's PNC. AFC government. The people were starving. We had COVID. We had COVID and we had the worst spate of management. In fact, it was a high level of mismanagement in this country at that time. You were trying to hold on to government. You were filling your pockets. You were spending without any budget that was legally authorized by this house. Because you could not have come to the house. You could not have come to the house. Right? Because you should have held the elections after the no confidence motion. You held on to power. And this country went down. All the markets were closed. You closed the markets. You closed the supermarkets. People were in their homes. Then, you know what? You continue to fool the people. The Honorable Member Sarabo talk about a hospital that was leaking. You took a hotel and you say you're going to convert it to an infectious disease hospital. You had inherit what? You had a commissioning activity and the media's there. You could ask them. After they had the ceremony, they cut the ribbon and they asked for a tour of the facilities. You said no, no tour. Because nothing was in there. Nothing was in there. We assume office on the 2nd of August, 2020. And in less than 3 months, Dr. Frank Anthony and his staff had that hotel converted to a hospital, up and running, with gas, with specialists, with medication, and saving lives. That's what we did for these people of Guyana. And that's what I'm saying. Do not forget the past, because you're condemned to repeat it or to endure it. If you elect people, you forget the past and you elect people, you're condemned. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025 elections, 109,066 Guyanese voted for win. 77,998 Guyanese voted for the remnants, AP and UFC. Win got 16 seats, AP and you got 12, and the left. The person who got the largest among the leftovers got a seat. And you know what? We got 242,498 votes. But we made a promise to the people in our manifesto. We made a promise to the people in our manifesto that when the PPPC is in government, we manage for the improvement of all the people. We don't care who you voted for. We don't care who you voted for. We manage for all the people in the government. Comrade, listen and learn. If you're disabled, if you're old, if you're young, if you're unemployed, if you're underemployed, if you're a business owner, if you're a woman, you're a child, there is something in this budget for all of you. All of you. Comrades, that is not important. What is important is that you are on the other side of the house. And we will ensure that you don't starve, because we will ensure nobody in this country starve. And that's why we have the measures in that budget. Read it and read it again and again and again until you understand it. And when you understand it and you start believing it and see it being unfolded around you and start benefiting from all the programs and all the projects by 2031, you will be voting for us on this side of the house. Mr. Speaker, this budget is about putting people first. Comrade, when you finish, I will continue. Mr. Speaker, given the above context, it is now my honor to demonstrate the developments and achievements across the core programmatic areas that fall under the auspices of the Office of the Prime Minister, and how they play into that vision. Power generation. You failed this country at power generation. You had no vision, and there was no growth. So you sat on what you were generating, and you felt that that was enough for Guyana. But after dealing with COVID and setting this country on a sound footing for economic takeoff, that's a new term, check it out. For economic takeoff. For economic takeoff. We have seen tremendous growth in the demand for power in our country. And we had to plan for it in the short, medium, and long term. Something that you failed to do. Mr. Speaker, power generation sits at the center of our development agenda because it underpins productivity, competitiveness, and quality of life. Our approach, Mr. Speaker, combines investment in renewable energy with transformational projects such as the gas-to-energy project to deliver affordable, reliable, and accessible electricity to all Guyanese. And Mr. Speaker, this is directly aligned with our commitment to advancing the global goal of universal access to modern energy while reducing costs, strengthening energy security, and supporting sustainable economic expansion. I write to myself. Mr. Speaker, the gas-to-energy project remains the most consequential investment undertaken by this government and is aimed to transform Guyana's economic foundation. In 2025, the program moved firmly from planning into large-scale execution. At Wales, Phase 1 construction advanced materially under the EPC, and that is the Engineering, Procurement, and Construction Works Program. Approximately 67% of foundation piling was completed to date. More than 3,000 cubic meters of structural concrete were poured. All 4 turbines were transported and positioned on their foundations. Mr. Speaker, 6 power transformers are now in place at Wales, and the structural foundations for the 4 heat recovery steam generators were completed. This, Mr. Speaker, is a transformative project that will take Guyana into the future. We will have electricity from that project in the last quarter of 2026. 2026. Reliable and low-cost electricity, enabling heavy manufacturing, anchoring Wales development zone, and it will attract local and foreign investors. That, Mr. Speaker, will have a tremendous industrial and economic impact here in Guyana. More stable electricity supply, that's how it will affect you. Low energy costs over time. New job skills. New jobs and skills training. Stronger local industries. More affordable food and goods. As part of the project, Phase 1, we have Phase 2. And Phase 2 will see an advancement in terms of the procurement process this year. But definitely, it is on target for completion by 2030. And Phase 2, we will have the fertilizer plant, which will lower food costs in Guyana, a gas bottling plant,
low cost of cooking gas in Guyana, a glass factory, the construction and export of glass from Guyana, data center, important for us here in Guyana, will be established to support our digital economy and the NGL export for revenue generation. Mr. Speaker, comrade, just listen and learn. Listen and learn. Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, the Guyana Energy Agency has played a central role in advancing our government's commitment to affordable, reliable, and renewable energy, particularly for hinterland and riverine communities. Between 2020 and 2025, we have invested as a government $25.4 billion in renewable energy interventions. Over that period, we've installed renewable energy in many locations of Guyana, and we've expanded the capacity from 5.35 megawatts to 37.23 megawatts, while more than 4,500 jobs were created across construction, installation, operations, and maintenance. 2026, we will install 21 new solar photovoltaic mini grids in Guyana. We will upgrade 11, coming to you, we will upgrade 11 solar photovoltaics PV mini grids in Guyana. We will construct a 3 megawatt solar PV plant at the Chedi Jagan International Airport. And we have a project that is ongoing with the World Bank, where we will implement Caribbean efficient and green energy building projects, putting solar PV system on over 250 buildings here in Guyana.
Honorable PM, I have the authority to give you 5 minutes to wrap up.
PM, take an hour of my time.
Mr. Speaker,
Take an hour of my time here. With the Speaker's permission.
Mr. Speaker, this upgrade of an installation of solar PV systems will benefit many of our hinterland communities. Over 12,300 persons will benefit, and villages like Baramita, Sibai, Karaburi, Kwebana, Akawini, Yarakita, St. Monica and Wakapau, Orial and Separuta, and Cradorao, all will benefit from these projects. The 21 new solar PV mini grids will be installed in regions 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And Mr. Speaker, I want to add that at Linden, we are constructing a 15 megawatt solar PV farm for the people of Linden. And we have been able to encourage a private sector investment from both sides, who will also construct a 10 megawatt PV farm in Linden. Linden will get a combine of 25 megawatts of renewable energy by the end of 2026.
Excellent, PM. Excellent.
More than any other tongue, more than any other region in Guyana. That is what will happen to Linden. Mr. Speaker, they like to talk about NDMA and Wi-Fi and what they did. My lived experience, Mr. Speaker,
My lived experience. Honorable member over there, I'm using your term. My lived experience. Prior to 2020, when I was campaigning in the hinterland, every location I went to, I asked a simple question. Are you connected to the internet? They said, oh, we got a Wi-Fi. And I tried to connect. I spent on the average of 2 hours holding political meetings and visiting people. And when I'm ready to leave, I check my phone again. It still has connecting. Today, 253 villages in the hinterland of our country, 100% connected. Villages and satellite villages. Go to any one of them and go to the ICT hut or go to where the Wi-Fi GY is and you will get on the internet. Thanks to the PPPC government. That's what we did. I don't have the time to give all the details as to how we did it. However, Mr. Speaker, 96% of all our schools are now connected to Wi-Fi GY. In 2020, 23% was connected. Today, 96% connected. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, 10% of our health centers and hospitals were connected to the internet. Today, 88% are connected. Mr. Speaker, 7% of our police stations were connected in 2020. Today, 69% of our police stations and all our stations in the hinterland are connected. Mr. Speaker, our prison, and no surprise, 100% connection. You had about 60%, 100. Our fire stations, 100% connected. Mr. Speaker, this is progress. And this is what the people of Guyana has been looking forward to a long time. And they've enjoyed and benefit from 5 years of progress, 2020 to 2025. And it's no surprise that they elected us with a great majority because they're looking forward with great expectations for another 5 years of development, which we will deliver. This is just the first installment. This is just the first installment of the second phase of development for the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that we could build all the infrastructure, but if we are to move forward into this information age, we have to spend time and money on training our people. And we have established an industry and innovation unit out of the office of the Prime Minister. And that unit will be busy again this year, training our people, not only on the coastline, but in the hinterland, training our public servants, training the trainers, who when they come, they will go back to their villages and train the people in their villages. We're spending more money doing that training. We're spending more money on competitions because we recognize that in this digitalized world, we have to build the capacity. We have to spend money on upskilling our people. Another important project before I go, Mr. Speaker, there was a project known as Hinterland Poor and Remote Communities ICT Connectivity Project. That was set up, quite rightly said by Mr. Sharma, it was set up by the APNU, AFC government. I assumed office on the 2nd of August. And I called the project leader and I asked him some questions. And he kept avoiding me. And I decided I want to do a field visit. Let's go and see the equipment.
What did you find?
I find several containers parked in a hotel on the East Bank with the equipment. And then when I tell him to open those containers, overnight he moved it. He converted a supermarket in Diamond to a storage barn for the equipment. Mr. Speaker, we arrested that situation. We restaffed that facility and that unit. And today, I want to report to this House that we have constructed 172 ICT huts throughout the hinterland and the coastal and riverine areas of Guyana. We have another 18 under construction, and by the end of this year, we will satisfy the requirement for that project with the final construction and commissioning of all 200 ICT huts. And we have trained over 2,000 young people, not so young people, women, to manage those huts, to deal with the repairs for those huts. Mr. Speaker, they don't want me to talk. They don't want to hear progress. But Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful for the time you're giving me to finish. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. The digital identity card is up and running. It is issued under the authority of the Digital Identity Card Act number 19 of 2023. You just said no legislation. You just said no legislation. While we have adopted a phased approach, listen and learn. While we have adopted a phased approach to implementation, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, this process is governed by law. The current pilot phase is strictly voluntary. Mr. Duncan, strictly voluntary, ensuring no citizen is compelled before the full commencement of the act. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, it is appropriate to note that the data being captured is that which has already been legally provided to other state registries, GRA, GRO, and immigration. This is simply a consolidation of existing legal records into a more secure format. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, with the appointment of the Data Protection Commissioner on January the 2nd, we have established the independent oversight necessary to ensure that every byte of data collected meets the highest international standards of privacy and security. And very soon, very shortly, I will issue the commencement order.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Mr. Speaker, disaster management and disaster preparedness is important for any country. If you're talking about development, you have to plan for disasters, because a disaster or a complex emergency that you have to deal with disrupts the development process. And Mr. Speaker, as the minister responsible for disaster preparedness, I am thankful for this budget that will provide $73 billion to ensure all of us are safe in Guyana, and to ensure we have the early warning and all the contingency plans in place to secure a Guyana that is developing and transforming at an accelerated rate. Mr. Speaker, you know, I would like again to commend Dr. Ashdi Kumar Singh, the Director of Budget, Ms. Sonia Rukdat, and all the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Finance for another stellar performance in crafting and delivering a budget of 2026 that put the people first in this country, that put all the people first in this country. The people who voted for the opposition, the people who voted this government in the office, the people who refused to vote or for some reason could not have voted, all the people in Guyana will benefit from this budget. putting the people first, aptly named. Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging me beyond the time. I have more information that I will gladly impart to the honorable members. They're very receptive, at least this side. The larger of the opposition, they're very receptive to what I'm saying. And but I have to leave now. Next week we have the estimates, and you could come with some questions. Linden will continue to develop without you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very, very much. The next speaker His Excellency Dr. Bharat Jagdeo. His Excellency Dr. Bharat Jagdeo. Gail.
Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that the Vice President will not be yet to speak. So I believe his time can go to the additional time go to the Minister of Finance when he's closing.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable, just before we start, I'd ask you to give a message to a young lady that she's not permitted. 3 violations. Shut up.
We'll wait till then. Good. Respect the boss here.
Honorable members, our next speaker is the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Member, Mr. Azruddin Mohammed. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, your time will start now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as the leader of the newest political movement, We Invest in Nationhood, which was established on Independence Day of 2025, and in a mere 3 months was able to disrupt the political landscape of Guyana. Despite the name calling, sanction man, gold smuggler, international fugitive, despite the delay, resistance, and every effort to keep me out, I am standing tall and strong. Yes. And as the youngest leader of the opposition, because over 109,000 voters believe in me and my MPs. They chose hope over fear and gave win a chance. I thank our supporters who therein bestowed on me this opportunity to scrutinize the largest budget ever in the history of Guyana, putting people last. Yes. And in this vein, I want to remind the members on the opposite side that Guyana's parliament does not belong to you. It belongs to the people. Mr. Honorable Nandalal, I want you to let the nation know about the extradition request. The extradition request that came here on the 26th of November. That is transparency and accountability. That is transparency and accountability. There is an extradition request since November, and up to now, we cannot charge and bring these persons. I hope you're in trouble them law books over there now. I hope you're in trouble those law books over there.
Right, let's go.
I want you to know that you could never be a presidential candidate for the PPP. Never. Today, in this honorable house, I am conscious of the weight of the moment, conscious of the expectations of the Guyanese people, and conscious of the responsibility that comes in responding to a national budget of this magnitude. Let me from the onset say thank you to the hard-working public servants of the different ministries. Although nothing is in the budget for the public servants, absolutely nothing. Even your guards out there, no increase for them. That is the heart you got for the Guyanese people, Honorable Nandalal. Of course, I know the numbers more than you. I want to know how much is in the budget to pay all the lawyers, the prosecution team. We need to know that. Concerning the sanctions, the PPP influenced the sanctions. Before the sanctions, no, the country must know. I want to answer this. The country must know. Before the sanctions, your leaders told me that if I don't release a statement that I won't be running for office, things gonna happen. And indeed it happened. We need justice for Crummy Wing. What about justice for Crummy Wing? Mr. Speaker, let me make this clear. The size of the budget does not impress us on this side.
Not at all.
Does not impress us. Perhaps the honorable member, Ashley Singh, can draw comparisons to the nation and size versus substance.
Julius.
And while he can present for 20 minutes short of 7 hours, this much he won't be able to do.
Right.
Because this budget lacks substance. Putting people last.
Right.
This week, I listened to PPP members heavily focus on personal attacks on opposition members, and very little on their respective portfolios.
Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
The government presents this budget with much pride and chatter about its size. You're right. I think we get a lot of headache under this government. A lot of headache under this government. All week speakers from the government boast about their $1,558 billion budget.
Yes.
With assurance to the nation that the budget is financed entirely with no new taxes.
Right.
But I want to caution those honorable members who are out of touch with the realities of the ordinary citizens.
All the time.
That size
All the time.
is not a measure of success. This year's budget represents a 12.7% increase from last year's budget and is 5 times larger than the PPP's first national budget in 2021.
Exactly. Size don't matter for you, because you might.
Every year, they come to this house with historic groundbreaking numbers. But where is this money going, Mr. Speaker?
Right.
And who really benefits?
To Florida. Money in Florida.
A budget should be judged not by how much is spent, but how smartly it is spent,
Right.
and how the people benefited.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, the first duty of this House is to therefore look behind the glossy, catchy headlines and ask tough questions. Who are the revenue streams carrying in this unprecedented level of expenditure? How much of this budget flows from oil revenue? A responsible nation plan must be built on stable foundations, not on hope that the world market will always be kind to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ashley Singh told this noble House that the economy is projected to grow 16.2% overall, and the non-oil economy will expand by 10.8%. These are impressive numbers. They look good on paper, but they do not help a mother who stands in the market and finds that the salary she earned this month buys less than it did last month. Ask me how I know, honorable members. It is because I have been on the ground. I have traveled the length and breadth of this country. And I have reached into my own pockets on numerous occasions to help many people when the government failed them.
Oh my God. Continue, sir. You're doing a fantastic.
Honorable Gail Teixeira, you're present? Why are you finding out about the little $298,770 monthly? I had a lot of respect for you, Honorable Teixeira. But don't worry, every month I will donate some money to you for cigarettes. Don't worry.
You continue, nobody won't disrespectful.
I listened to your speech. How you can lie and say,
Right.
sorry, can't use those words.
Mr. Speaker, did I hear a word that's unparliamentary?
Dishonest. Withdraw. I withdraw that.
You better have. Thank you.
Yes. You mentioned 98%.
Honorable member, both words are unparliamentary, but more particularly for me is the imputation.
Guided. You mentioned 98% of Guyanese receiving water, potable water. 98%. Is that true?
Right. Continue, sir. Don't let the pedophiles distract you.
No one can distract me. I went through the worst under the People's Progressive Party. And that is why I will ensure, by the blessings of Almighty God, I work every single day for the people of this country, for the voiceless, the oppressed, to get you out of power 2031.
Yeah, especially
So I ask, are these projections realistic for ordinary citizens facing high cost of living? At a time when the recent IDB stats, I know you don't like to hear the stats, 58% of Guyanese living in poverty and 32% in abject poverty.
Right. The thief, you know.
Where in these figures do we see betterment for the single parent, the teacher, the cane cutters, the fishermen, the pensioner, our indigenous people? The Honorable Sarah Brung is here. Please do better for the indigenous people.
Yes.
Please do better for them. Because we will be on your backs every day to ensure that you better the lives of the indigenous people. Growth that is felt only in boardrooms and government reports is not growth. Those connected to the PBP are the only ones seemingly happy. And even they are tired of the dishonesty. They are in my inbox complaining every day. Every day they're giving me information as it relates to corruption. Corruption. Our priority should be the poor people. Our priority should be the poor people in this country. We're going to address that very soon, very shortly. We're going to address that very soon, very shortly. If the PPP was so keen as it relates to this $191 billion they are claiming taxes, why they drop the charges? Why did they drop the charges? Kwame, Honorable Kwame, back in 2018, when I used to bankroll the PPP, your leader told me don't leave the money with Kwame. He told me don't leave the money with Honorable Kwame. Mr. Speaker, the government wants the nation to believe that because the budget is the largest in our history, it will automatically produce the best outcomes. But bigger budgets do not equal better lives. Ask the farmers, the youths, or better yet, speak to the auxiliary staff in the ministries. A family can double its spending and still fall deeper into debt if priorities are wrong. A country can triple its expenditure and still leave its people struggling if those monies are not properly spent. Do the salaries of our frontline workers and public servants increase relative to the rising cost of living?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to go back to standing order.
Honorable Member, Ms. Shashir.
Yes, thank you, sir. 38.6. A member shall not read his or her speech except with the leave of the speaker, that he or she may read excerpts from books or papers in support of his or her arguments and may refresh his or her memory by reference to notes. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for you. This has been raised several times in the House. I'm raising it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you heard the point that the Honorable Minister raised. Continue.
Thank you, sir. I saw the high fluff man in Belize reading his speech. I saw him reading his speech.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I think everyone know who you're trying to talk about. Please. Please.
Okay.
Right. The great bishop is no problem.
We must ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, how callous are the members on the opposite side of the House to stand bold-faced in this chamber and present the biggest budget in the history of this country, while more than half of Guyana lives in poverty. And there is little to nothing to cushion the cost of living or to ensure that the people of this country can live better lives. If parents must still choose between medicine and school supplies, then the size of this budget is an empty boast.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, as Nelson Mandela reminded the world, a nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones.
Right.
Let that be the standard by which this budget and the PPP government are judged. The opposition does not oppose development.
Mr. Speaker, 38.6 again. The honorable member is making no attempt to not read his speech. He's a politician who has won elections. He said that he won 109,000 votes. Mr. Speaker, the Erskine Mayor.
Mr. Speaker, just give me a second, please. 38(6) says, a member shall not read his... Can I
Honorable Chief Whip for the opposition, I think I'm well. And while I might be the slowest person in the room, I wouldn't mind some lessons from you in interpretation. Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, sir. And let me remind the members of this assembly that everybody had a first time. Honorable Teixeira, who rose and stand in order 38(6) during our first speaker's presentation. Even she had a first time. Mr. Speaker, you stood in this house once.
I want to remind the honorable members, he said he's new on the job, he's a new kid in the block, that under Derek Jagan, as Speaker of the House, we were not allowed to read our speeches.
Honorable Minister Teixeira, you and I know the rules well. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you were speaking about the Speaker's first experience?
No, sir.
You were saying about my first experience?
No, what I mentioned is even you had a first time. We all had a first time. Yeah.
Except my first time, I think I ad-lib.
Very nice. I like that.
Yes.
I like that. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, permit me a brief personal reflection. 36-year-old Stacey Ann Rossum and her two teenage sons from Moko were promised assistance from the very members right in here. 3 honorable members promised to assist her building a home. She waited for months. She's differently able, and I'm happy to know that I delivered and built a house for her. Although we have $900 million in the budget for the Men on Mission program, we got to ensure that these monies are spent to uplift the lives of the people.
Someone take note. Continue. We go and we got time.
That said, when I stand in this assembly, understand that I'm not here to criticize without solutions. I am first a humanitarian before I'm a politician. I am first a humanitarian before a politician. I am not here for the position, the title, the ranks, to sit in the Land Cruisers, right? To live the big boy lifestyle. I lived it and I know of it. And it is from these real stories, Mr. Speaker, from standing face to face with real people and real hardships, that I can confidently say this budget does not benefit the people. What this budget is designed to do is to have big numbers on paper, and then in dark rooms, billions of dollars are siphoned off for kickbacks. Ask Zulfikar, Susan, Vikram, or Batilayan. No. I'm referring to them.
One now the name tag.
Yeah.
Continue.
This is why every single day, with the strength of Almighty God, I will ensure that we highlight, expose, and scrutinize public spending. We will pay attention to how taxpayers' dollars are spent. And come next elections, you will be out of office.
Right. How the place?
Mr. Speaker, when the members on the opposite side of the House announced another historical budget, I hope that this budget would have been a turning point from dependence and poverty to empowerment.
Right.
This is not putting people first. This is putting people last.
Right.
On these fronts, this budget falls short painfully. I listened to the Honorable Mark Phillips.
No, that was painful. That's painful.
You're failing us big time with GPL. Every day blackout. Every day blackout. Just now in Region 6, residents call and say blackout while you were speaking.
Lucky them.
Despite $40-something billion a year for the power ships, for the rental every month and the fuel, $40-something billion. When those power ships decide to leave, what happens?
Oh my God, we done with.
You promised 50% slash in the light bills for last year up to now. No decrease in the light bill.
Right.
Honorable Vikram, remember in 2020, we talk less story because you guys get excited when I hear about gold.
Right, excitement.
Remember in 2020, you didn't know how much pennyweights make an ounce? Remember you didn't even know the gold price and how to find the price? But I know there's a first time for everything, sir. I know there's a first time for everything.
How we know what it? Right.
We get a lot of reports in Marudi.
Right.
The name, I think the name Rodrigo. You got to look into that, Honorable Vikram.
Right.
I know the name rings a bell to you.
Let's go. Let's go. We're doing this.
Licensed gold dealership for 2025 declined steeply by 21.5% to 121,000 ounces. But when I was in the business, the declarations were higher.
Right.
Where is the gold going, Honorable Vikram? Where is the gold going? An average of $2 billion leaking out of our banking system, causing a heavy rate. Right now, if you go to the banks, if you go to any one of the banks, you can't get US.
Don't listen to them.
And the Honorable Ashley knows very well what I'm speaking about.
Right.
If you go to the banks for 20,000 wire transfer, you gotta wait 2-3 weeks.
Right.
But when I was in operation, the banks would call me midnight to ensure they get a couple million US for the next day.
Right.
So that is why we are facing a heavy increase as it relates to the cost of living in Guyana. But they won't tell the honorable members in here about this or the people. They won't mention this. And this is affecting the people big time in this country. You don't worry about that, sir. Tens of billions you mentioned spent on roads. And look at the condition of the roads.
Right.
I would highlight it every week.
Right.
But we know where the money going. When the contractors receive their payment, they're not doing nothing, no job as it relates to maintenance of the roads.
That is it. You continue, sir.
Elections time.
They don't want it to.
Prior to the elections, You went and meet all these small miners. You give them engines, you give them tarpaulins, you give them pumps. And in the other hand, you shut down all the small miners.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the small miners are the lifeline and the backbone of this mining economy. We need the small miners.
We do.
The gold price is $5,000 an ounce. Right? You check if $2 billion US are coming back to the system. Y'all withdraw $2.4 billion US from the NRF. Just imagine $2 billion US leaking out the system. And you guys are turning a blind eye.
Right. God help poor people.
I know very well about the gold business.
Exactly.
And from 2015 to 2020,
Right.
from 2015 to 2020, the PBP benefited the most from my business. I could recall a story. Back in 2019, 2020, a senior person on this side in government called me and they mentioned, I want you to release a statement that you're not providing security for the big boys in the PPP. I said, I can't do that. I said, I can't do that. That man is my brother and I won't do that.
Oh my God.
Do you know that the APNU never victimized me for that, although they were in power? Never victimized me for that. And I told them straight, that man is my brother. I assisted both parties as a businessman, but I cannot do that. Honorable members on this side, victimizing everyone that is supporting the Win party. Look just recently on the highway.
Yes.
Just recently on the highway, a lady went for a house lot. And they told her that she's a Win supporter, she cannot get it. But I want to thank the Honorable Colin Cole. I think he looked into the matter and everything was sorted.
Right.
Yes.
That is it.
Was your friend, sir? Your friend.
Right.
Mr. McCoy, please have some decorum in this house. What is the heavy hatred about?
Continue, sir. Let's go. Let's go.
Honorable Vikram, I would like you to make lands available for the small miners.
Yes.
Viable lands. Ensure you focus on the small miners.
Right.
You seize all the lands.
Right.
Tell the people, you seize all my mining lands.
Right. So
You seize all the mining lands. The gunmen are terrorizing the small gold miners. We got to ensure the Minister, Honorable Onich, we need to put systems in place as it relates to security for our small miners. Mr. Speaker, turning our attention to oil and gas. Honorable Vikram told this assembly that oil and gas have propelled development. Oil and gas are a catalyst for developing other sectors. Guyana produces 920,000 barrels of oil every day. Record numbers, and more than half of the country live in poverty. We were told by the Honorable Minister that the oil revenue is managed by parliamentary oversight. But how are we going to be parliamentary oversight when you guys controlling everything? Is that transparency and accountability? The minister claims oil revenues are protected because Parliament approves withdrawals from the NRF. But parliamentary approval under a government with a built-in majority is no oversight. No oversight.
All right, let's go.
Real oversight requires transparent audits done by internationally recognized forums.
Right.
Not reports filtered through the same government withdrawing and spending the money like there is no tomorrow. At present, the same executive that requests the money controls the vote, the agencies, and the reporting system.
It is madness. That is madness. Where is the transparency?
Honorable Teixeira, we had one of the biggest business in this country, right? Where all the banks depended on me for foreign currency, and also your party too. So have some respect. I don't know what is this. What is the problem with her?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Mr. Speaker, we are generating revenues that previous generations could only imagine. Yet this budget treats oil wealth as routine income, not as a transformational opportunity. Wynne made it clear oil wealth must be renegotiated, restructured, and redirected for across-the-board national benefit. This budget does none of that. There is no commitment to revisiting unfair contracts. There is no clear strategy to protect future generations from the volatility of oil dependency. Mr. Speaker, oil money spent without reform is oil money wasted. And we see that from the poor quality infrastructure. This government is heavily invested in new schools, hospitals, and roads with alarming structural defects mere months after completion. But we know why they like these big infrastructural projects. We know why. Oversight must be judged by outcomes. A country earning billions should not have communities begging for basic services. The EITI that the Honorable Vikram Bharat boasts about, at the end of the day, there is no transparency and accountability there, because all the records you have to submit to the EITI. The extractive industries, Extractive Industries Transparency Institute.
Yeah. You learned something there, lad.
Many resource-rich countries are EITI members and still suffer massive exploitation, and Guyana must guard against such. The minister boasted about transparency in the oil and gas sector, but could the minister tell us what the final cost of the gas-to-energy project is, and why they secretly settle a dispute with the contractor without telling the nation what that cost is? Where is the report for the third audit of ExxonMobil? That audit reviewed over US $19.6 billion in expenses that Guyana must pay. Yet it is being hidden from Guyanese. Where are the quarterly updates and the field development plan? The VP wants us to believe that the reports were published. But when we found out differently, he then said that it doesn't need to be published because the Guyanese people won't understand to read it. But I know how to read it, and I will read it and analyze it for the Guyanese people. The current system allows the government to decide NRF withdrawals, the same government to control information flow, the same government appoints key oversight officials. This concentration of power is exactly what oil-producing nations are warned to avoid. Guyana cannot risk repeating the resources wealth for a select few and crumbs for the majority of citizens. Let me offer some solutions, because they are quick to say we criticize without having any solutions. Mr. Speaker, here is what real oversight would look like for the approximately 3.25 billion USD sitting in the NRF. Forensic audits published in full, a truly independent NRF board with opposition of civil society nominees. Re-establish a petroleum unit with specialists to provide oversight on the FPSOs 24/7. We want to hear one man from Natural Resource, a man from GRA, one from the Bureau of Standards. We want a 24/7 service fully monitored.
Right. Correct.
Additionally, many of the offshore workers and the 4 FPSOs are being unfairly treated. And if they dare speak up, they get transferred or knocked off. Yet you stand in this assembly to clap for yourself on the oversight you give to the natural resources sector. The young PPP minister, the Honorable Kioma, who was ballsy enough to address WIN with disparaging remarks on bank accounts, gloating in the victimization of his master through prepared PPP rhetoric. Honorable, the same bank accounts, the fellow members benefited so much from them. Mr. Speaker, the PPP ministers would be happy to tell this assembly that over 1,200 Guyanese businesses are covered by the Local Content Act. How much belongs to those same PPP members?
That's the thing, man. That's the thing, sir. That's the thing, sir.
We got to see how much the shell companies do. Mr. Speaker, there are many gaps between what was presented and the realities on the ground.
Right.
Let us turn our attention to social services. Allow me to amplify the voice of my colleague, Honorable Natasha. Mr. Speaker, this budget glorifies social services as world-class through big spending without sensible reform. We propose in our manifesto an increase in pensions, an increase in children's cash grants, and modern and improved hostels. We propose to build care homes, special needs centers, and child care facilities. Not like the overpriced $94 million flat building at Anna Katrina. But I'm happy since I visited there, the building is finally open for the public. Big fanfare, fancy headlines, ribbon cutting ceremonies before the elections, and yet that building was there for months. But our people, they are benefiting from the building now.
Right. Thank God. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because of it. Thank you. Let's go.
They boast about having housing programs. Well, housing must be treated as an extension of good social services. Housing and a livable wage are all inseparable. Housing without affordability cannot provide shelter. I could tell you a thing or two in this regard. I have built many homes out of my pocket. Mr. Speaker, we the members of WIN believe that this budget has plenty of words and big numbers with heavy misguided spending so that the elites on Rob Street could get wealthier. Against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, here's what a winning budget would have done. Increase salaries for public servants. Cut the cost of living by employing several measures, even if temporary, while we await the major projects to offer more fixed relief. Measures like offering subsidies on electricity, Honorable Phillips, on water across the board, setting up food banks, even if it's to offer rice, flour, oil, and sugar to the poor and needy, reducing VAT, and started a nationwide kitchen and community garden project. These are measures that should help one to understand the plight of the people and what is needed to ensure you put the people first. This and more could have been included in this budget. What we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is to invest directly in people, not just projects. Many people still cannot afford food, rent, transport, and utilities with salaries alone. If a pensioner still depends on family remittances or informal work after an increase, that is not major relief. It is survival support. In 2023, we had 73,000 pensioners, and I'm using numbers presented to this House by the Honorable Ashni Singh. In 2024, we had 76,000 pensioners, an increase of 3,000. And in 2025, just over 76,000 pensioners. No fixed number on the increase, but in this year's budget, Honorable Natasha Singh said we have approximately 95,000 pensioners. Where did we find these new 19,000 pensioners? Are we therefore implying that in the year 1961, 19,000 Guyanese were born? One must question if these numbers are accurate and where the money is going. Can you live on the 46,000, Honorable Phillips? You said you're one of them. Can you live on $46,000 a month, sir? Mr. Speaker, while the PPP government spent approximately $4.245 trillion from 2021 to 2025, $4.245 trillion spent from 2021 to 2025. How did it uplift the lives of the people? Pensioners received a pittance of approximately $4,100 per year. And this year, the PPP comes to this house asking us to support a meager $5,000 for our pensioners.
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Is that putting people first?
Listen, 5,000 increase.
5,000.
Let's go. $160.
I could recall in Mashabo, Region 2, I built a house for the oldest citizen ever in this country, 115 years of age, right? When her family sent me the pictures, how she used to live before, in deplorable, inhumane conditions. But after all, this is the uncaring government we have to deal with, the PPPC. These are things that the PPP should look into to better the lives of the people of this country, especially our centenarians. I visited so much of recent, and they all complain that it's hard to survive on $41,000 a month. What is required, Mr. Speaker, is a different vision for Guyana. But some of the honorable members are visionless. This budget supports inequality, it fuels frustration, and it does not meet our expectations. We on this side of the House and thousands of WIN, APNU, and even PPP members refuse to support this hardship. Guyana deserves a future where prosperity is shared, not promised on if the people behave well.
That's fire.
Not like the Eccles rally. If you behave well, you're going to get this cash grant. Trick the entire country. But come 2031, this is not going to happen again. Mr. Speaker, Guyana deserves a present and future where dignity is guaranteed, not negotiated. Mr. Speaker, the interest of the members on this side of the House is to serve the people, not to lord over them, but to serve them. And we will continue to demand a budget that does the same. There is little evidence that the 2025 social services measures provided any transformation relief to citizens. Especially when you pay a visit to the Palms or the Amerindian hostel. I visited, so I know. They act like the realities elude them. Mr. Speaker, let the honorable members address the declining birth rate in the country. Fewer women are making babies in Guyana, with 2025 recording the lowest birth rate in years. Despite the introduction of the newborn 100,000 cash grant that takes months, and their leader stood right here and promised the mothers that they would receive it before they leave the hospital. I asked a few women, why? The same song reverberates. The cost of living is too high. You can't raise children comfortably in this economy with no proper social safety net. Budget 2026 expanded spending in some areas, but by how much? These social services barely increased under the PPP administration. Pension increased by a meager 5,000. WIN proposed an increase in pension to 100,000. Public assistance went up from 22,000 to 25,000. When proposed an increase in public assistance to 50,000. From 2021 to 2025, the PBP only increased public assistance by $9,000. How can our differently able people survive? Increases were not indexed against inflation because they do not care. We promised to reduce VAT from 14% to 10%. Mr. Speaker, not only did we suggest a meaningful reduction in VAT, but we also proposed a revision of the PAYE and the income tax thresholds to protect working class families. In our manifesto, we proposed PAYE from 25% to 20%. And the income tax threshold to 200,000. Right. But this uncaring government only increased the income tax threshold to $10,000, to 140.
Let's go. Come on now, let's go.
This uncaring government did not reduce VAT.
Right.
Instead of easing the burden on food, utilities, school supplies, and transportation, they remove VAT on things like new vehicles, hybrid SUVs, security systems, jewelry, and high-end furniture. Walk through our markets or ask a normal man on the street. Speak to, have some manners, please. Speak to staff in your ministries and ask how many of them can afford to buy new vehicles, upgrade their home, or buy jewelry. These measures are more like gifts to contractors and the rich than relief for ordinary Guyanese. These tax measures favor luxury purchases over daily necessities. Mr. Speaker, you cannot claim to be putting people first.
Again, I'm raising 38.6. The honorable member is reading his speech.
Thank you, Auntie.
Honorable member.
The campaign trail, you're going to hear it. Don't worry. On the campaign trail, you're going to hear it. You're going to hear it on the campaign trail. Our nearly 70,000 hard-working public servants got nothing in this budget. Absolutely nothing. Not even a small salary increase. Not a bonus. Nothing planned for them in this year's biggest budget. Nothing at all. On Teachers' Day in 2025, I can recall sitting in the botanical gardens and the teachers complained bitterly how hard it is to survive and the pittance they're receiving. Mr. Speaker, our public servants carry this nation on their backs, but this budget turns its back on them. They come here and praise them with words, sell big dreams on the campaign platform. Sell big dreams on the campaign platform. In turn, they pay them with crumbs. This budget brings no serious wage reform, no consideration for rising food prices, rent, and transport, no answer to the frustration in every ministry and every police station. WIN's manifesto offered a real solution. Structured wage increases tied to productivity, funded by national growth, and phased responsibly. Because we understand this much, you cannot demand first-class service while paying third-class wages. This budget forgets the working class, but we will not. Mr. Speaker, after infrastructure, which demands the biggest portion of our budget, we have education next, demanding an allocation of $183.6 billion. Notwithstanding that in the last 5 years, from 2021 to 2025, we have expended over $500 billion. Over $500 billion to the Ministry of Education. But in every region, our schools have plenty of problems. In every region, we have problems as it relates to our schools. Our education system is not properly managed. The big C word we can't use plagues the Ministry of Education. And Mr. Speaker, I have highlighted and assisted many schools with inefficiencies in education. My track record will show that across nursery, primary, and secondary schools, I have reached into my own pocket to assist students and teachers.
Mr. Speaker, again, I raise 38-6. The honourable member is making no attempt to abide by the standing rules.
Honourable member, the standing rules, the standing orders are quite clear about reading. So,
picking up the slacks long before I was elected leader of the opposition. Honorable Parag, you need to ensure you do better for our children. 28 years now, the PVP in office, and the children of this country are forced to use pit latrines in schools. Bullying in many of our schools across Guyana is excessive. The school feeding program needs a complete overhaul. We have received so many complaints about the meals, and with the billions spent to build these schools and dorms, many are way behind schedule, and there are visible structural defects within months. I urge the Honorable Parag to take a walk up the road to the $700 million Brickdam Dry Weather School. Walk across on a rainy day and you will see that the school is leaking. Another rush project, another example of mismanagement.
Honorable member, two things. The Honorable Minister said the roof was not leaking in this house, that a tap was left on, and that tap was left on between the roof and the floor.
Right.
So to accuse the Honorable Minister of not doing anything about a leaking roof is not accurate.
Guided, sir.
And then the second thing is, look at the reading, because it's obvious from here.
Okay. Yeah. Our honorable members on the other side of the house want to talk about putting people first. These are some of the issues you need to address if you truly want to put our people first. Address bullying and blunt violence among our students and even physical assault meted out our teachers. A senior female teacher at Charity Secondary School in Region 2 was brutally assaulted by a grade 9 male student on January the 22nd, 2026. Address the unstable electricity supply in schools like Kurukuru Nursery and Blackwater Primary in the Barima River. Address the bat and pigeon infestation in schools, namely the Zeeburg Secondary School and Port Kaituma Nursery School.
Right.
Work on fixing schools of our dear Amerindian children, like the dangerous, dilapidated Chinawing Nursery and Primary Schools. The Chinawing School. Some schools in the hinterland that should have dormitories are still waiting to see them built, though the contracts were awarded. Though they were awarded, a lot of them unfinished. Parents must send their children to live with relatives or keep them home. Teachers sharing beds at the home of another teacher because the living quarters they were given is not fit for humans. Allocate more space for sports and recreation for many of our schools that are woefully lacking. The Because We Care Cash Grant, $200,000 before the elections in Letem was promised to the 206,000 children across this country. And now you come to this honorable house to give us $85,000. To give us $85,000. $85,000. What happened? You promised $200,000. $200,000 you promised the children. Mr. Speaker, as if enough mess was not made at Ministry of Education, they picked up this very member and put her in a corner at local government. The Ministry of Local Government is asking us to spend $2 billion to upgrade markets. But in 2025, the Ministry of Local Government expenditure was $41.9 billion, with over $2.7 billion approved for upgrades to border and other markets. So we must ask, where is the money going? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Priya is wrong about the markets, taking pictures without addressing the issues. It is like putting Band-Aid on a wound that needs to be cleaned and dressed properly. I have visited both markets, and they are poorly maintained and remain the same. Poorly maintained and remain the same. We need to desilt the drains. We need to ensure the washrooms are working. The vagrants are taking over the market. So these are the things we have to focus on. Last year, billions were budgeted for solid waste management, yet garbage bins were overflowing in the city. This year again, the big spender comes for more billions. Mr. Speaker, the PVP cabinet is uncaring. How a minister could try to convince us that chocolates from humble beginnings can have you buy houses abroad and build mansions at home. The average chocolate vendor would be lucky to get one of the core homes they're building. And according to the Honorable Member Duncan, your bath towel is a wall-to-wall carpet in some of the homes they are given. But they do not care. I keep saying their priorities are misaligned. The Honorable Member can find time to address me so often. To address me, but can't sort the things out for the common man on the road. A city that looks neglected is not just an aesthetic failure, it adversely affects tourism. Tourism is built on first impressions. Visitors remember how a place looks. When a vlogger films overflowing garbage bins and stagnant waste in downtown Georgetown and highlights it for an international audience, that message becomes the image of our country, the millions of potential visitors. Infrastructure without cleanliness is like building a showroom with broken windows. But Mr. Speaker, if we want to put people first, we will redirect our energies to ensuring the trillions we are spending are spent wisely, and people in every sector are getting a part of the pie. Mr. Speaker, I choose to dub the sad state of public infrastructure in this country as expensive incompetence. Mr. Speaker, under public infrastructure, a whopping $196.1 billion has been earmarked to expand and rehabilitate the country's roads and bridges. The largest single transport infrastructure component of the 2026 budget, another installment for the big boys. When the government chooses to hand out road and bridge contracts to their friends and family, instead of awarding the contracts based on merit, what we are left with is not quality infrastructure. We are given infrastructure that is unable to stand up to the test of time. This government touts a 2026 budget in which over 50% reflects expenditure on capital works, boasting about providing transformational infrastructure, world-class infrastructure. What world-class infrastructure are we talking about? Is it miles upon miles of road infrastructure plagued by shoddy work, requiring massive repairs just a few years after they were newly constructed? Linden to Kwakwani, our children can't go to school. Komaka to Quebano. Honorable Sarah Brown, please let your husband look into this. I heard he's the contractor. Roads built today, break up tomorrow. Bridges built today.
I just want to interject about the standing order, people who are not here. I don't know who is the contractor, but whoever is the contractor, they're not in this house.
Guided. Poor planning, poor quality infrastructure, poor outcomes, And the sea well, Mr. Speaker, you banned that word from the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this government's incompetence is expensive, a burden that our ordinary Guyanese brothers and sisters are forced to shoulder. To the Honorable Edgel, what you need to do is simple. Allow the process of awarding contracts at the tender board to function as it should, transparently, so that qualified contractors and, as far as possible, local contractors get a fair chance to qualify for these projects. Very soon, very shortly, we will address the CEO of the tender board.
Right.
Playgrounds and recreational spaces. Mr. Speaker, this assembly cannot ignore the state of our nation's playgrounds and recreational grounds. Across Guyana, even recreational spaces for our children and youth to go play gets named among the Big C. The Honorable VP has repeatedly spoken about the importance of recreational centers and community grounds, yet they are being sold to friends, families, and favorites. To this end, I laud the efforts of my colleague, Honorable Odessa Primus, for debunking the myths that all is well over the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. I highlighted so many problems with community grounds, and the list keeps getting longer. We have cows in these community grounds. Most of the community grounds in this country. Most of the community grounds in this country. We got grass taller than me. We need spaces for our children, for the families in these communities to go in the afternoon when they come home from school, to play a game of cricket, a game of football. Mr. Speaker, budget 2026 spends more, but it does not do more. And that is why we are seeing increased allocations, which alone do not equal improved outcomes. From 2021 to 2025, we have expenditure of nearly $485 billion. Yet we see that hospitals without experience and adequate staffing do not save lives. Ask the family of the 22-year-old Renisha Niles, who died at the state-of-the-art Diamond Regional Hospital due to shortage of oxygen tanks, or Wendy Wharton, the mother who lost her baby girl at said hospital, or ask the surviving children and family of the 36-year-old mother, Latoya Griffith, and her baby who died at the New Amsterdam Hospital. And Honorable Frank Anthony has the temerity to stand up in this assembly and tell us health care has improved. Where? Some health-related problems.
38-6, reading of speeches.
Delayed
to invoke the standing order, please, sir.
Delayed payment to
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I don't know who is saying read on, but clearly that's a big violation of the standing order. I would urge you desist.
Delayed payment to staff, especially to our patient care assistants. Shortage of nurses, migrated in record numbers. Timely turnover to get labs done. Rush hospital projects. Hoarding medication at the regional offices in the hinterland. Vomit engineering. The New Amsterdam Hospital project. And the maternity and pediatric hospital right here at the Ogle. Yet billions, I'm sure, in the budget here. But these facilities should have finished long now.
Right. Don't argue, Frank. Fix the problem.
I saw you commission an ambulance boat in Region 2. And just the other day, the ambulance boat in water at the Supernam Stelling. 80-year-old patient from Region 1 on a goods trolley at the Ogle Airport. An 80-year-old. I had to call the hospital. She was there at the airport for 1 hour on a goods trolley. And that is improved health care. Expired cancer drugs at New Amsterdam Hospital. It was posted online all over. Of course.
And it was wrong.
Many health posts and centers are not equipped to store vaccines due to lack of proper storage facilities. Midway Care Center, you know about that company, Honorable Frank? Huh? The name sounds known to you, Midway Care Center? Midway Care Center, it sounds known to you? I heard you're the owner of the company. Uh-huh. Suffice to say, Budget 2026 repeats the 2025 approach. Larger allocations, no proper planning, same outcomes. But the Honorable Minister is not concerned about improving healthcare. His focus is on his private healthcare facility. Where is training prioritized in this budget? Why are we bringing 400 nurses from Bangladesh and doctors from Trinidad? Why not pay our own better? The Honorable Minister of Agriculture wants us to believe all is fine and dandy over there. But our sugar workers were promised 3 or 4 days out of crop. They were promised 3 and 4 days out of crop, and the retroactive from January to August. Up to now, they cannot be paid. And yet, they claim they care about our cane cutters. If it wasn't for me to visit the cane cutters at the Albion estate, up to today, I'm sure they wouldn't have been paid. Honorable Schumann failed the indigenous people. For decades, 3 fishing companies operated in Guyana. Noble House Seafoods, Pretty Paul Singh Investments, and Rupee. 10 years ago, Seabob shrimp catches were about 45 million pounds per year. Now in 2026, the catch is only 3 million pounds. Noble House is closed. Redhead is closed. Pretty Paul Singh is the only one that remains. Right. This company has been the largest seafood company in Guyana and the Caribbean, with catches reaching a maximum of 28 million pounds back in 2013. Right. In 2025, catches are down to 3 million pounds annually. Together, these 3 companies employed over 2,500 workers. At present, the lone company, Pretty Paul, has only 450 employees remaining. So now the question lingers, why are these companies closed? What happened to the 2,050 employees who were laid off? So when Honorable Member Zulfikar boasts about putting the people first, these are the realities he refuses to accept. Mr. Speaker, government could have helped the fishery companies to keep them alive, so that our Guyanese people could have remained employed in these companies the same way they cushion other industries. They could have given the companies economic concessions such as incentives and reduction of taxes on various fishing supplies, like the endless concessions given to the Chinese. Because we know the PPPC, we know they're very close, to so and so. So I ask again, how are we putting the people first? NDIA. Mr. Speaker, just take the period from 2021 to 2025. Approximately $190 billion was spent, and yet the ills continue. You can take the entire budget, $1,558 billion, and give it to the NDIA, and yet it won't solve the problem. Poor management, poor leadership.
That's good.
Is this how we manage the affairs of the people of this country? Right. Mr. Speaker, at its bare minimum.
Let's go. Let's go. Don't listen to foolishness.
Kwame got some tablets there. Mr. Speaker, the rice industry has 238,000 acres in this country, with 2 reaping per year. Rice farmers are losing money in this country, and the government is doing almost nothing to improve their livelihood. Mr. Speaker, if only the honorable member would be contented with the wealth he amassed in the PPP's first term in office. This last term, he should source export markets with the best price. Until that happens, it is our farmers who suffer. Livestock, cattle, and poultry. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing in large quantities of meat and poultry from foreign countries, including Brazil and Suriname. When we have vast amounts of land and well-established cattle and poultry farmers who are not afforded the opportunity to produce adequate supplies of meat and poultry for local consumption and foreign export. Mr. Speaker, while we are here, whatever happened to the black-belly sheep, which came from Barbados? The last thing we heard, the black-belly sheep, they were at a farm on the Linden Suzaik Highway at Long Creek, at a very posh farm too. Mr. Speaker, almost 30 years in office, the PVP has failed to effectively address our electricity supply. 2 power ships, and we are struggling with inadequate electricity supply. No, we gotta go back there, because GPL is one of the biggest issues in this country. This year, in our 2026 national budget, a total of 119.4 billion has been allocated to enhance the country's electricity supply and energy infrastructure. The PVP's inability to find real solutions to these real problems continue to see our country spending enormous sums of money with no concrete solution in sight. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, poor water quality in many parts of Guyana remains a problem. Some places we have aging infrastructure and some none at all.
Honorable Member, I think there was an agreement on timing, so I don't want to say you have 5 minutes, but it's now bordering on almost an hour and a half.
Oh, hour and a half to them here? Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. As I move to close this debate, let me remind this House that budgets are not meant to be impressive by numbers and records. Budgets are meant to improve lives. Budgets are not meant to dominate headlines. Budgets are meant to ease burdens. Budgets are not meant to inflate egos. Budgets are meant to uplift people. They reveal who matters, who waits, and who is asked to be patient yet again. The people of this country are not impressed by how many pages this book contains, nor by how loudly it was applauded by those on the government benches. Guyanese will judge this budget by a far simpler test. Did it make my life better? Mr. Speaker, this budget exudes the myth of putting people first. The government has chosen this as a central theme, and it is a phrase that sounds compassionate. It is a phrase that sounds inclusive. It is a phrase that suggests empathy, but a slogan is not a policy in action. When we move past the polished language, or for some of the honorable members, the abuse down market behavior speeches, and examine the actual nature of this budget, we begin to see a troubling disconnect between rhetoric and reality. Because putting people first means more than finally announcing a delayed promised cash grant. Putting people first means more than asking citizens to be grateful for crumbs from a table made rich by oil. True people first budgeting requires structural and systematic reforms and deliberate redistribution, especially since the cost of living has increased by 75%. This budget offers the maintenance of hardship instead of the elimination of struggle. Guyanese are not asking.
Just a second, Mr. Speaker. I'm just confirming, because you said we have he is at 1.5 hours. I have 1 hour 15 minutes. Just confirming if that is accurate.
I am not going to get into a discussion on timing, but you have here an hour.
Just wanted to
Okay.
confirm. No problem. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, Guyana stands at a historic crossroads. Never has our nation commanded resources of this scale, but with that privilege comes responsibility. We cannot sit here as leaders of this great nation and mistake volume for vision or lavish spending for strategy. History will record what we did with this opportunity. Let it never be said that at the hour of abundance, that we did not do our best to ensure all 800,000 plus Guyanese benefited from our wealth. That said, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support the 2026 budget for passage in this assembly.
No, you continue. Pedophiles don't like you at all, apparently. Continue.
Honorable Anil Nandalal, a matter of national importance. We have an extradition request here since in November 26. Right? Please make it known to the public. Honorable Onej, the extradition request came to you and Honorable Todd. Please make it known to the public. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. Ashni, should I take a suspension? Seems that your side is now ready for you.
Mr. Speaker, as you are no doubt well aware yourself, we're always ready. Mr. Speaker, the privilege is mine, and it is indeed a great privilege for me to be able this evening to rise on behalf of this People's Progressive Party Civic government, headed, of course, by His Excellency the President, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, and comprising, amongst others, the Cabinet, the government members of Parliament gathered here in this Honorable House, and so many others, in whose hands and in whose care the task of formulating and implementing and executing government policy over the course of the next 5 years has been vested. I listened keenly, Mr. Speaker, to the entirety of the debate on this year's budget, as I always do every year. But of course, this year had a number of special characteristics that resulted in me being reinforced in my view about the importance of the debate in this year in particular. First, of course, is the fact that 2026 is the first year in this government's current term of office. And therefore, almost by definition, Budget 2026 was going to be an extremely important budget because it was going to define the path that we will traverse over the course of the next 5 years and set out our government's agenda for this current term of office. But it was also going to be an important budget debate because it is being considered, or it was going to be considered as it has been considered, in a parliament of a considerably different configuration from any that we have seen perhaps in the entire political history of this country. I started the budget speech, Mr. Speaker, by setting out this political context and by making the point that we hold the largest parliamentary majority that has been won by any political party over the course of the last 2 decades. And we won that majority, we secured that majority with the largest number of absolute votes and the largest or widest margin in the popular vote in the history of democratic Guyana. There was, however, Mr. Speaker, a third dimension or aspect to the political configuration that is perhaps worthy of highlight. And I'm reminded of its importance, having heard and listened, and indeed having paid keen attention to the presentation just made by the leader of the opposition. Because this parliament bears a characteristic that has, I believe, perhaps never hitherto been seen before. And I believe it was the Honorable Vice President who said it, and I will repeat it, and that is that this 13th Parliament, apart from the fact that the People's Progressive Party Civic government has the largest majority that we've had in 2 decades, we are in this Parliament with that majority, with the most fragmented and the weakest opposition in living memory. Because for the first time in decades, the opposition benches are almost evenly split. We can split hairs about whether it's 16 or 12, but they're essentially evenly split. There's no party with any dominant presence in the opposition benches. And so they are fragmented and they are weaker than any opposition that we have seen in living memory. And if we needed this point to be demonstrated or to be reiterated to us, one had simply to pay attention to the past week of this budget debate. And I will, over the course of my presentation today, elaborate why this is indeed the inescapable conclusion from the last week's deliberations. Let me start, first of all, Mr. Speaker, by saying how incredibly proud I was to be sitting on this side of the House amongst these People's Progressive Party Civic members of Parliament. And I consider it a personal privilege and honor to be a member of this People's Progressive Party Civic team. Mr. Speaker, over the past week, we saw towering political giants, and at the risk of perhaps disappointing some who might expect me to identify their names, and we have many towering political giants on our side, some with more longevity than others, but we witnessed over the past week towering political giants like the inimitable Honorable Gail Teixeira, who has sat continuously in this House since 1992 with distinction, and who has served the people of Guyana for decades before that, and has served her party for decades before that. I'm coming to that in a minute. We saw the nation and the world were treated to political giants of the measure and caliber of a Gail Teixeira. We saw some who were newer to politics, but are giants nonetheless, and have served this country with distinction. And Honorable Prime Minister, permit me, sir, notwithstanding that I am not in the chair today, permit me, sir, to say to you that were I in the chair, but Mr. Speaker, I would never dare to usurp your authority. The Honorable Prime Minister deserves to take a bow. I'm not inviting you to take a bow, sir, because I don't have the authority to do so. But we have in this...
You now have.
Thank you very much, sir. We have in this People's Progressive Party, and as leader of government business, the Honorable Prime Minister, who has distinguished himself in service to Guyana for decades. A highly decorated military general. A highly decorated military general, respected by all around the world, and certainly and especially in this hemisphere. Never previously in politics, but in public service for all of his life, deciding and voluntarily choosing to associate himself with the political cause that is the People's Progressive Party. And Mr. Speaker, we saw some who did not spend their entire lives in the People's Progressive Party. We saw some on this side of the House who indeed are completely new to the People's Progressive Party, including colleagues, Mr. Speaker, who started their political life elsewhere. And they know the belly of the beast on the other side from the inside. And knowing the belly of the beast on the other side from the inside, they chose voluntarily and willingly to associate themselves with the People's Progressive Party. And they acquitted themselves at this podium in a manner that made me proud to be Guyanese and made me proud to be PPP. Again, at the risk, Mr. Speaker, again at the risk of offending some. Once you start calling some names, you will omit others. But we heard from a James Bond. We heard from a Tandai McAllister. They were not born in the People's Progressive Party, sir. They didn't start their political lives in the People's Progressive Party. They know the other side very well. And when, at the first available opportunity, some will say that they ran, at the first available opportunity, they stood up and they said, in a very intelligent and well-informed way, and I might even say, Honorable Charles Ramsden, that I disagree. Perhaps I don't think they ran. I think they weighed the alternative, because these are smart people. And this was not an impulsive or emotional move. They analyzed the alternatives before them. They could have been over there, or they could have been over here, and many of them gave sweat and perhaps even blood for the PNC. And when the PNC had an opportunity to give them a role to play, the PNC turned its back on them. And having weighed the alternatives, Mr. Speaker, and having carefully considered the matter, they decided voluntarily to associate with the People's Progressive Party. And they too deserve to take a bow. And then, Mr. Speaker, there were others who also didn't spend their entire life in politics. They are well-established professionals in their respective fields. But they came with incomparable political pedigree that none of my colleagues on the other side of the House could even possibly begin to imagine. But having been born in politics in the People's Progressive Party and having spent their entire life as a professional, distinguishing themselves in their particular field, in the case of the example that I have in mind, chose eventually to leave the comfort of professional life and get involved in frontline politics. And allow me here, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge my colleague, the Honourable Member, Minister Vanessa Ben. Born as the daughter of Cherry Jagan's Deputy Premier, spent her entire life as a professional and distinguished herself as a professional and could be working anywhere in the world. And again, as a professional with the qualifications and track record to be working anywhere in the world, looked around and said, having spent my entire life outside of politics, well, she's still a young person, so I could hardly say my entire life, but having spent all of my life hitherto outside of politics, it is now time for me to associate myself with my father's party because of what I see transpiring in the political space in Guyana. And of course, there were many, many other bright sparks, brand new MPs who spoke for the first time. Regional MPs spoke with passion and energy. Who could forget a Suresh Singh or a Zamal Hussain speaking with passion and energy about what the People's Progressive Party is doing for people in their community, in their respective communities. Mr. Speaker, this is the People's Progressive Party Civic. We heard from Minister Hodej Walrun this afternoon. Again, not born in politics, certainly not born in the politics of the People's Progressive Party, but made a conscious decision. Today holds one of the most important cabinet portfolios in our government and is discharging her responsibilities with distinction. And we saw that distinction on display earlier today. And I could go on, but I won't on this occasion, Mr. Speaker. But what we saw over the course of the past week was a full and rich I turned and my eyes fell on young Minister Sarah Brown and MP Sonia Lachman, young indigenous Amerindian women coming to this podium. And I don't believe there's anybody in Guyana whose heart was not filled with pride when they heard Honorable Sarah Brown and Honorable Sonia Lachman speak at this podium. You could not help but be proud to be PPP. And I was proud to be PPP when I heard these MPs speak. And so, Mr. Speaker, we received the benefit of an abundant display over the past 5 days of why the People's Progressive Party remains Guyana's only truly national multi-ethnic party. And I say to all Guyanese, there is a home for you in the People's Progressive Party, including those on that side of the House, including those on both sides of the House, some of whom I know will eventually end up on this side. Well, I can't necessarily, it's not my place to say that they will end up on this side of the House, but some of whom I know inevitably will end up with the People's Progressive Party. And moreover, sir, as I saw our young MPs, as I saw our young members of Parliament distinguish themselves, I was reiterated in my, I'm coming to that in a minute. I was reinforced in my view that the future of the People's Progressive Party and therefore the future of Guyana are in good hands and are alive and well. Mr. Speaker, in contrast, sir, we have on the other side of the House theoretically three parties, all of which really came from the same source. They really are, I think it was Honorable Gail Teixeira who said it. They're all the same. They're all really PNC. And I'm not going to repeat this scatteration joke. I think it has taken the internet by sufficient storm for me not to dare to try to replicate what I did when I presented the budget speech. But they all came from the PNC. Like I said, some over there. And the Honorable Amanda Walton Desir is PNC. The several WIN MPs are PNC. And those who are not PNC, as Honorable Priya Manichan said, it's some rejects, some derelicts from the PNC, and the rest of them, I believe the word she used was they're all disaffected people. The rest are all there because they have some grouse or the other. They have a grouse, they have an act. You don't enter politics. You don't enter politics to grind some historic acts or some personal cause. Well, I'm coming to that too. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go through all of the speeches made by all of the MPs. I believe that those who spoke after them have already abundantly and adequately responded to the various and rebutted and rejected and corrected where needed the points that were made by all of the MPs on the opposite side during the course of this debate. In the interest of time, sir, I will focus on two particular presentations. One that came from a new backbencher. One that was made, a presentation that was made by a new backbencher who leads the 12-member APNU contingent, which incidentally, sir, is the smallest PNC contingent. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make sure that I was correct. I even took the years during the dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, in the 1966 Parliament, the PNC had, in the first Parliament, we are of course in the 13th Parliament. In Guyana's first Parliament, the PNC had 22 seats. In its second Parliament, the PNC had 30 seats. In the third Parliament, and of course, like I said, I'm saying they had, I'm not saying they won. They occupied. In the third Parliament, they occupied 37 seats. Mr. Speaker, by 1981, the fourth Parliament, they occupied a whopping 53 seats. And they increased their presence in the Parliament. In the fifth Parliament, the 1985-86 Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the PNC occupied, legitimately or otherwise, 54 seats. In the sixth Parliament, they occupied 26 seats. In the seventh Parliament, 25. Well, of course, we are now in the post-1992 era. In 1992, they occupied 26 seats. In the seventh Parliament, they occupied 25 seats. In the eighth Parliament, this is the 2001 Parliament, occupied 27 seats. In the ninth Parliament, they occupied 22 seats. In the 10th Parliament, by then they had changed their name to APNU or APNU-AFC, I'm not sure. There's a lot of debate about putting peoples first. The word people has been at the beginning of the People's Progressive Party since time immemorial. We didn't discard the name starting with People's National Congress in their case, to hide under the disguise of another name. But that's a discussion for another day. By the 10th Parliament, they held 26 seats. In the 11th Parliament, they held 33 seats. This is the minority. Well, of course, I should have said in the 10th Parliament, they held 26 seats, but together with AFC, 26 plus 7 is 33. That's when they had what we have described as the one-seat majority. But in the 11th Parliament, they held 33 seats. In the 12th Parliament, which of course is the Parliament that was just concluded, where we were returned to office, they held 31 seats. And in the 13th Parliament, they hold 12 seats.
Unlucky number 13.
Mr. Speaker,
Friday the 13th.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the evidently questionable results during the 1964 to 1990 period, I think it is fair to say that this last election, the people of Guyana delivered a very clear message to the PNC. And it is under these circumstances that the Honorable Terence Campbell was catapulted to lead this band of merry men and women of 12 backbenchers. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, because I try to be a respectful person most of the time, and I believe I succeed most of the time, not necessarily always. But I try to be a respectful person most of the time. I have had the honor to have served in parliaments where I sat opposite Robert Corbyn. I didn't have the privilege of sitting in a parliament opposite Desmond Hoyt. When I came into the parliament, the leader of the opposition was Robert Corbyn. So I served in a parliament where the PNC was led by Robert Corbyn. I served in the parliament where the PNC was led by David Granger. I served in the parliament where the PNC was led by Joe Harman. I served in the parliament when the PNC was led by Aubrey Norton. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I have never, in any of those previous instances, witnessed anything like I witnessed over the last 5 days. Because if the PNC had not already hit a low point by securing only 12 seats, they certainly had hit a low point by the performance of the Member of Parliament leading them in this House. Mr. Speaker, no PNC MP. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you this, because like I said, I too wasn't born in politics. I have good relationships with a lot of people in the PNC. I have good relationships with everybody in Guyana. I have never witnessed a more vile, personalized behavior, a more vulgar, vicious, vitriolic behavior by anybody who led the PNC in this parliament, like I witnessed displayed by the Honorable Terence Campbell. And Mr. Speaker, he has this interesting way. I don't think it is a secret that there is a historic family association, because he mentions it every time he launches a personalized attack against me. I think he mentioned it in Parliament the other day. I think he said he and my father are friends. Well, and it's not the first time he said it. He keeps repeating it. Every time he launches a personalized attack against me, he keeps saying it. And it reminds me, sir, of that famous old analogy of the Nazi who would always say, but I'm not really a Nazi because I have a Jewish friend. Or of the Indo-Guyanese man who is rabid and racist, but who would always say, me, I couldn't possibly be a racist because I have an Indo-Guyanese friend. Or my best friends are Indo-Guyanese. Or vice versa, the Afro-Guyanese person who is rabidly racist and says, me, I could never be racist. I have an Indo-Guyanese friend. Now, why could you possibly describe me as a racist? The Honorable Terence Campbell, repeatedly, I have never in my political life been subject, and I'm not only speaking about myself. I have never been subject to, and I have never witnessed such vile, personalized attacks on people in politics. Never in my life. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to speak because I've been in politics for a while, so I could handle anything. I'm coming to you, Honorable Priya Manikchan. I'm coming to you, Honorable Minister Manikchan. This honorable member, Mr. Speaker, notoriously made a post on Facebook body shaming a female minister. Well, I'll tell you what, the wave of reprimands that was unleashed on him made him delete the post, including by people who are connected to him. And I'm not going to name them.
Some of them sitting in the
I'm not going to name them out of respect for them,
Ganesh,
including by people connected to him who said to him, shame on you.
come on, Ganesh.
And he was forced to delete. He was forced to delete the post. But Mr. Speaker, you can't change the innate characteristics of a person. So, having already been publicly shamed because of his behavior towards women in politics, the honorable member comes to this house. When did he speak? Yesterday? Yesterday. And he's speaking about projects. I think somebody mentioned something about a project that had a design flaw. I think the Honorable Priya Chan. And I had to listen to this because I was like almost in disbelief. I had to listen to this thing, and I'm inviting the public to play this video back. There are certain lines, Mr. Speaker, that you don't cross. None of us is perfect, but there are certain lines you don't. And I know, I haven't discussed this matter with the Honorable Minister Manik-Chan, but I know she heard what he said. No. I'll tell you what, though. It reflects an attitude.
and a mindset.
And a mindset. And for those in this house who did not catch what he said, he thinks that he got away with it. I know a lot of people didn't catch it. I'm going to tell you what he said. So the Honorable Priya Manichan spoke about the design flaw. She was speaking about Hags Bosch, and she was speaking about the road along Hags Bosch, and she gave her explanation. The Honorable Terence Campbell comes to this house at the microphone as the leader of Forbes Burnham's party. As the leader of Forbes, he dressing up like he go look like Forbes Burnham. And somebody say he wear the Burnham suit on Monday or Tuesday. I don't pay attention to them things. But coming to this parliament, taking the podium, leader of Burnham's party. And this is what he said. There have been so many design flaws in this country, and he starts to list examples. He said there was a design flaw with Skeldon. There was a design flaw with Amila. He gave a couple other examples. He said there's a design flaw on the Barajagdeo Bridge. The trucks are rolling back. And then he says there's a design flaw with everything, including Priya Manichan. Put that phrase in quotation marks and watch the video back. Watch the video back. There is a design flaw with everything. There's a design flaw with everything, including Priya Manichan. End of quote. And they laughed uproariously. It was a joke. A woman member of parliament, a woman minister.
And Ganesh laughed. Laugh now.
Leader of Forbes, no amount of dressing up in Burnham suit will take you out of the gutter. No amount of dressing up. And no amount of shouting and raising your voice in this house to give yourself fake gravitas will lift you out of the gutter.
It's a mindset.
Mr. Speaker,
Standpipish behavior.
Mr. Speaker, there was much ado. Somebody posted, so I presented this budget under the theme, putting people first. Well, we have always put people first. So we have always put people first. We have always put people first. Well, somebody apparently made the point that APNU, I think, had this as their manifesto theme. And they posted a big picture of the budget speech cover and myself. And they put the big word, it's a non-parliamentary word, sir, so I will say it but not say it. They put a big word marked thief with Ashni Singh's photograph and a picture of the theme. And a big word called, I can't remember, I don't want to, it's a member of parliament on their side who made that post. And the Honorable Terence Campbell, friend of my father as he claims to be, gleefully friend of my father, as he claims to be, shares this post with a big war thief and Ashmi Singh picture on there. But guess what? So he's accusing me of being a thief, because apparently a thief, the theme, putting people first, which incidentally they thief from Bill Clinton. But we'll put that aside for a moment. But guess what? A couple days later, he was driving in a brand new, I think, Toyota Land Cruiser, one of those big vehicles. And very pleased with himself that he had bought this, very pleased that he had bought himself this Toyota Land Cruiser, and apparently this time paid the taxes. And obviously paying taxes was a very unfamiliar sensation to him, because he was very elated and excited to post that he had paid X amount in duties and taxes, being unfamiliar with paying taxes apparently. So he posts that I've paid the taxes on this vehicle. Well, there are a lot of Guyanese people paying taxes on vehicles and then jumping on Facebook and posting it. But guess what? The honorable member captions his post in big, bold, all caps. 3 words. Unbought, unbossed, and unbothered. You remember the post? Well, Mr. Speaker, you would think that Mr. Originality, like they got Miss Congeniality? Like how you got Miss Congeniality? You would think that Mr. Originality, who accused me of thieving the PNC theme, would have been a little bit cautious not to thief Prime Minister Mia Mottley's slogan off of her Facebook page, where for the longest while she has had the phrase unbought and unbossed. And the Prime Minister of Barbados has never made it a secret where she got that theme from. It is Shirley Chisholm's autobiography, because Shirley Chisholm wrote in 1970 a famous autobiography called Unbought and Unbossed. And Shirley Chisholm, incidentally, is a distinguished Caribbean American whose parentage originates half from Guyana and half from Barbados. Shirley Chisholm, daughter of a Guyanese and a Barbadian parent, and a distinguished Afro-American or African-American. The Honorable David Hines would be very familiar with her work. In 1970, authored her autobiography titled Unbought and Unbossed. And of course, Prime Minister Mottley is quite rightly very proud of Shirley Chisholm as a Barbadian, a person who identifies as a Barbadian American. So she's adopted the slogan for the longest while, Mr. Originality. Mr. Originality, so excited and elated he was by the novelty of paying taxes. I ain't gonna use the word thief, that unparliamentary word. I looked at it. And I suffer my moments of pettiness. I wanted to share it and put thief. But I said to myself, I'm going to save it for this Friday.
In the spirit of PNC.
I'm going to save it for this Friday. I said that already. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Mr. Speaker, standing order. The honorable member is not supposed to heckle. He's not in his seat. He has to sit in his seat.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Oh, yes, I forgot that. I forgot that the time when Mr. Granger leaned on the podium and said he's unbothered. It was at the Pegasus. And so, Mr. Speaker, but those are but examples of the depths to which Burnham's party has sunk under the stewardship of the honorable. No, Burnham's party is not bothering me. Those are the depths to which the People's National Congress has sunk.
We're scraping the bottom of the barrel here.
And Mr. Speaker, throughout the week, we were regaled by all sorts of spurious statements. All throughout the week, we were regaled by spurious comments, and absurdities.
You continue to hide because you're doing illegal stuff.
Here who speaks about illegality? Here who speaks about illegality? Here, Mr. Speaker, I don't really know facts on this matter, but I am told that there's a certain chain of fast food restaurants that for years was selling fried chicken and fries, and I believe maybe even some bit of ice cream here and there, charging the poor people of Guyana value-added tax and collecting the value-added tax from the poor people of Guyana that he now professes to love. Charging the poor people of Guyana value-added tax. They now profess to love these people. Collecting this tax, making a profit off of these people. And collecting the VAT and not paying over the VAT to the GRA. And when the time comes to pay over the VAT to the GRA, writes the GRA and says, please write off this VAT and these taxes that I owe you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on 48, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have never...
You forget the Great Bishop argument? Sit down!
I am speaking.
Sit down!
I am speaking.
Sit down!
Mr. Speaker, I have never had a write-off of VAT or any tax in Guyana. Never had a write-off of VAT or any tax in Guyana, sir. And I challenge the finance minister.
Honourable member, you stand on what standing order?
48. And 41.6 included. I have never had a write-off of tax in Guyana. Never. Not once. Never once. I have never asked for a write-off of taxes in this country. And the Honorable Zulfikar Ali is not here, but he can confirm if he were here that I've never had a write-off of tax or a VAT in this country. Never, not once. And so I challenge the finance minister to withdraw that remark or produce the evidence of a write-off of primary tax in this country. Any tax.
Mr. Speaker, once again, sir, it's called hoodwinking. It's called hoodwinking by obfuscation. Because, Mr. Speaker, I see the honourable member is not resuming his seat. I'll wait for him to resume his seat before I respond. Mr. Speaker, it's called hoodwinking by obfuscation, or what you might call splitting hairs. Because every other person in this country, when they don't pay their taxes, they're subject to something called penalties and interest. And having failed to pay over his taxes in a timely manner, he accumulated a vast amount of penalties and interest. I want him to stand up and say that he's never asked for a write-off of penalties and interest.
Stand up!
Stand and say that. Mr. Speaker, there's an old saying, who the cap fit, wear it.
Continue, Senior.
There's an old saying, I didn't name anybody, who the cap fit, wear it.
Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat that I never asked for a write-off of any tax. The Honorable Minister is correct that I asked for a partial write-off of penalties and interest, a partial write-off of penalties and interest after having paid over $100 million in penalties and interest. And the Honorable Minister would know that...
Honorable member, thank you. Senior Minister, continue.
Mr. Speaker, as
Sowing and reaping.
Mr. Speaker,
You can get it too. I sat here all week, Mr. Speaker. I'm on bother. As nasty as you got to be sat here. What you did?
Mr. Speaker, to invoke those famous words, and further, I need say not. Mr. Speaker, that kind of duplicity characterized the honourable member's entire presentation and all of his interventions throughout this week. On every matter. On every matter. And I could go on through a long list of issues. Whether it be the question of consultations on the budget. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party, no People's Progressive Party civic government engages in a single symbolic consultation on the budget a few days before. I said that to all of the members of the private sector, and I've always said it to members of the private sector on every occasion that I've met them in close proximity to the budget. We consulted the private sector extensively in the preparation of our manifesto. We are the only political party to have done so. We received extensive submissions. We are engaged with the private sector literally every week, if not every day. Whether it be at the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Tourism. I meet with members of the private sector on one private sector body or another. And so, Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party civic government's policies are informed by stakeholder input, not by a single token engagement a few days before the budget, but by an ongoing, deep and profound engagement with the private sector so that we can understand what their priorities are, what their interests are, what they would like us to do more of, what they would like us to do differently. And Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member was not content to insult those on the opposite side of this house, the honourable member went on to describe the leaders of Guyana's private sector and stakeholder community as politically captured, and he repeats it, and he repeats it with great pride. He repeats it with great pride. The Private Sector Commission, the Georgetown Chamber of Commerce, the Guyana Manufacturers Association, Regional Chambers of Commerce, the Women's Chamber of Commerce, the Miners Association. Mr. Speaker, he describes all of these people as politically captured, not content with hurling vile insults to those of us on this side of the house. He proceeds, sir, to hurl insults everywhere else too. Well, I'll tell you what. It is because of that mindset, sir, through you, Mr. Speaker, that you are now sitting on that side of the house, leading the smallest group of PNC MPs in the history of Guyana. The honourable member says he's going to be coming on this side of the house. Well, sir, Mr. Speaker,
you will resign. You will last your term in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
I ain't got belly like you. Yeah, you're not in mindset to this. You're an opportunist that is not prepared to serve people. You go on every single Sunday to preach the good news, and you should come and listen. And you should come and listen to change your mindset.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member says that he is waiting. The honourable member says that he is waiting to come on this side of the house. Well, I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, and it's no secret that I maintain an open channel of communication with people all over the political divide. I speak with people in every political party. I maintain an open channel of communication. So I will confess, sir, that I had an engagement with a very senior member of the People's National Congress of pedigree, who has been in the PNC for a very long time, not one who, when he was catapulted to the leadership, had to hide and bob and weave about whether he's a PNC member or when he become a PNC member. And we all recall the drama over whether he's a PNC member at all, and if so, when he became a PNC member. I spoke, Mr. Speaker, with a prominent member of the PNC, and I said, man, what's going on over there? Where I'll find this job from? And Mr. Speaker, that senior member of the People's National Congress gave me a very interesting response. He said in cricket, to give you a cricketing analogy, they got something named a night watchman. Now, I'm not a cricketer. The cricketer here is Charles Ramsey or Stephen Jacobs, in fact. Right? But the senior member of the PNC said to me, they said, I know you don't play cricket, but you just watch cricket. You ever hear about a night watchman? Stephen Jacobs and Charles Ramsey will explain to you, the Honorable Stephen Jacobs and the Honorable Charles Ramsey will explain to you what is a night watchman. But I'll tell you what.
He's shielding the water. Ashley, this man trying to get the job.
You know about baseball? You know about cricket? You know about cricket? You know about baseball? Because I have a baseball analogy for you too. All right, you're a guy. You need to spend a lot of time in the United States of America, though. But anyhow, that's beside the point. Mr. Speaker, the senior member of the PNC who spoke with me said to me, there's a man y'all used to call Norton Little Leaguer. So I said, yes, we used to call you Little League, but this chap take the cake. He said to me, now Pee Wee, he taught me a word that I had to Google. He said, you might not be familiar. He said, I know a little baseball because I live in America before, or I have family who live in America. He said, you ever hear the phrase T-baller? I said, how you spell that? He said you could spell it either T-baller or T-E-E baller. And I invite the public and I invite members of this honorable house to Google T-baller. I had to Google it. I had to Google T-baller. Honorable Schumann, you have young kids who play baseball. You know what's a T-baller. The person said to me, in cricket we call a night watchman, but in baseball a more suitable name, a more suitable description for the Honorable Terence Campbell is T-baller. T-baller. They say, you know, you should call it T-ball Terence or T-baller Terence. Well, out of respect, I wouldn't do that, sir. Maybe not in this honorable house, maybe outside. But Google T-baller. I had to Google it to discover what is T-ball and T-baller. So, Mr. Speaker, for all of his bombast, over the past week, sir, for all of his bluster and bombast, Mr. Speaker, even within the PNC, Mr. Terence Campbell, the honorable member, is not taken seriously, sir. He's not taken seriously. He holding the fort like a night watchman until time comes for a real leader to take over back. I see Mahipal angling there. I don't know if it can be Mahipal. And Mr. Speaker, it is most unfortunate. It is most unfortunate. And it is most unfortunate, sir, because look where we are. Look where we are.
You know, nothing substantive. Depletion of the NRF.
Man, this chap is something.
You're really trying to talk on a Friday, man. You're really trying to talk on a Friday.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I don't allow myself to be lectured by T-ballers. I don't allow myself to be lectured by T-ballers. I don't allow myself to be lectured by T-ballers, sir. Mr. Speaker, I don't need Mr. Terence Campbell's endorsement or validation. Nobody on this side of the house don't need your validation. Nobody on this side of the house don't need your validation. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker, through you, sir. Nobody on this side of the house needs validation from the likes of Terence Campbell.
Honorable member, please allow the minister to continue.
Mr. Speaker, the behavior is on display for all to see. The behavior is on display for all to see. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy for the honourable member to continue. Mr. Speaker, a simple matter over the course of the last week, well, maybe 2 weeks. A simple matter, sir. Mr. Campbell wants to run a country. Mr. Speaker, over the course of the last 2 weeks, Mr. Campbell, the honourable member, and the APNU MPs that he leads, and Win could not agree, sir, on the matter of allocation of portfolios in a shadow cabinet. That is the big and bad. That's with all the bluster and bombast. Mr. Campbell could not secure more than 2 shadow cabinet seats in his negotiations with a political entity that is less than 1 year old. With all of his bluster and bombast and bullyism.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, Mr. Campbell.
The Honorable Minister of Finance is wrong about not being able to secure more than 2 seats. In fact, the first offer was for 5 seats. So he's repeating stuff that is incorrect, sir.
Honorable Minister, I will uphold that point of order.
And Mr. Speaker, I will not. Mr. Speaker, I, of course, was not privy to what was transpiring between them. But what I do know is, I do have an article here dated February 1, 2026, where this article is headlined, APNU win yet to reach agreement on budget debate arrangements. Stabrook News, 21st of January. APNU says win failed to engage meaningfully in talks on united opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, whether it is 5 or 2 or whatever it is, what I do know is that for all his bluster and bombast, the honorable successor to Aubrey Norton was granted the mammoth 15 plus 5 minutes to speak in this budget debate because he was unable to reach agreement with Win.
On a Thursday.
Mr. Speaker, incapable. These are the people who want to present themselves as an alternative government. Incapable of working together as an opposition on something as inconsequential. It's not like this thing gonna be cast in stone forever till thy kingdom come. on the simple matter of allocating portfolios for the purposes of the budget debate. And Mr. Speaker, they rather give up all than accept the 2 or the 5 that they were offered. They rather sit down because you are the weakest presence of the PNC in the history of Forbes Burnham's party. You could not even extract significant portfolio representation. Well, Mr. Speaker, what I know, sir, is that they sat down meekly and trotted out one after the other on with their little 15-minute allocations, or like the backbenchers that he is, like the backbencher that he is. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, Mr. Terence Campbell, the honourable member, sir, has no claim to credibility. Mr. Speaker, when this gentleman was nominated to lead APNU in the Parliament, he was asked, are you a PNC member? Mr. Speaker, on the 15th of November in the Demerara Waves, the headline is, APNU's parliamentary leader secretive about PNCR membership, plays down party leadership prospects. You talking about who hang your head? Mr. Speaker, I am as happy to be a follower as I am to be a leader. I am as happy to be a follower. You have never followed. You have never served as a regular MP. James Bond and Tandai McAllister serve in the PNC, and they're not sitting where you are sitting. You never sat as an ordinary MP. You are catapulted into the leadership. Well, Mr. Speaker, for the record, I am equally happy to be a follower as I am to be a leader. And I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. And he who is not willing to be a foot soldier is not entitled to be a general. He doesn't want to be a foot soldier. He starts with Anug. We don't get to Anug. When he couldn't establish, here laugh here, Mr. Speaker, when he couldn't establish that he's a PNC member, here what he said, my blood was always green. I went to Bishop's High School. I have the story here. My blood was always green. I went to Bishop. Never mind, sir. Never mind, sir, that on the 19th of July 2025, never mind, sir, that on the 19th of July 2025, the Honorable Terence Campbell said in Culture News, I was never part of any political party. New APNU candidate Terence Campbell. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Campbell is on public record as being a founder member of ANUG. Stabrook News, January 8, 2019. Businessman Campbell walks away from ANUG.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
I was involved in the initial discussions to form ANUG, but before the launch of that party, I had departed. There is not, a resignation was not even necessary. Before the launch of ANUG, I announced that I was no longer in any discussions with that political party. So I was never a member, never signed up, never paid any fees, anything, never filled out a form. So I asked the Honorable Minister to withdraw that, sir.
Honorable Minister, we heard from the MP, he was never associated with that statement. I'll uphold a point of order. Thank you.
And of course, you know, Mr. Speaker, I will defer to your ruling. I will simply cite a Stabrook News headline dated January 8, 2019, where the story is headlined, Businessman Campbell walks from ANUG due to polarized political climate. And the story goes on to say, local businessman Terence Campbell, lest there be any doubt who we're speaking about, has ended his brief foray into politics.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on 48 yesterday because...
Honorable MP,
yeah.
I just want to hear what is in the article and give a ruling.
But Mr. Speaker, can you give me 1 second? Because yesterday...
Go ahead.
Yesterday, when I raised the issue of the Bangladeshi government establishing a high commission in Guyana to explore the labor market, your ruling at that time was that we do not, I think we wouldn't follow the news or something.
I was just about.
One more thing, sir. Over and over again, and I've said this many times, the headline does not reflect what was said by someone. It's happened to me at least 5 times recently with several different news outlets. So I would encourage the Honorable Minister to read properly rather than just read headlines. But the point is, I'm rising on your ruling last night, sir.
Yes, sir, and you're in order.
Very, very well, sir. In fact, the honourable member. I will do, sir, exactly as the honourable member has requested. The honourable member asks for me to read from the article. Mr. Speaker, the article has a quotation in inverted commas, quoting from a press release.
Mr. Speaker. Whether he reads it or not is not important.
Yeah.
And I was impacted by that last night.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I just want from my ear to hear the end of that, because we do have a standing order that speaks specifically to reference to news, right? And it says that we should not. And I may have to now rule absolutely on it, because people are refuting what these quotes are. And but I still wanted to hear what's in quote, because this is something I want to also talk to the media about. You know, because in here, I laid out the principle for the media, but out there, I banned the media. Go ahead, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, so do I have your permission, sir,
Yes.
to read from the article? Very well, sir. So the article, Mr. Speaker, and again, for those who want to read it in its fullness for themselves, it is the 8th of January 2019, Stabrook News, headlined, Businessman Campbell Walks from Annog Due to Polarized Political Climate. And somewhere midway through the article, there's a quotation carried in inverted commas in quotation marks that reads, sir, as follows. It says, open quote, so it's a quotation from the party. It says, this is Annog, of course. It says, open quotes, it is clear that Terence has come under severe pressure because of his leading role in establishing Annog. Some of us have also come under pressure from official sources very recently as a consequence of our association with Annog, and in the past. We have endured and survived and expect to continue to do so in the future, and the quote goes on. But what I wanted to draw attention to, sir, was the quote, the release from the party, quoted in inverted commas in quotation marks in the aforementioned cited article in Stabrook News, that Mr. Campbell, according to this article, and according to the direct quotation carried in this article from Annog, that Mr. Campbell played, in quotes, a leading role in establishing Annog. Fast forward, sir. Fast forward, sir.
Minister, so it says a leading role. You know, there are many organizations which I played a leading role in organizing, but never was a member of. So while it may sound as if he was a member, I can't associate leading role with being a member of, right? Let's move on from this. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell. Yes.
A simple Google check will show that ANUG was launched on January 18, 2019. And through you, I'm asking the minister to say the date of that article.
Honorable, I am not going to continue along the line. I've ruled. I understand being involved in the formation of organizations and not being a member of it. We have accepted your position that you've never been a member of ANUG, and the minister will move on.
Very well, sir. I might add, sir, I won't quote from them, but there is a vast array, vast collection of articles carried in Stabrook News, in Demerara Waves, etc., on this matter. You should have been paying attention. I said the date on several occasions. I said it on several occasions. I'm not here to compensate for your inattentiveness. You suffer from some kind of attention deficit. I'm not here to compensate for your attention deficit. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Ashton.
Very well.
Minister.
I'm not here, sir. I said the date of the Stabrook News article on many occasions. Mr. Speaker, it is most regrettable, sir, that the cameras are aimed at me on this occasion. I would have liked this spectacle of Mr. Campbell's behavior to be broadcast for the nation to witness.
And the graph that they're involved in. That's what the people want to see. And I will fight.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell, we have lectured on the use of unparliamentary language. But I checked my thesaurus just now, and the particular standing order speaks to language which the speaker may disallow. Thank you.
And so, like I said, Mr. Speaker, throughout his presentation, the nation was subjected to the same kind of duplicity, fancy footwork, splitting hairs, throughout his entire presentation in this House, Mr. Speaker, and throughout the entire week, sir. Mr. Speaker, on the subject of Guyana's macroeconomic performance, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member spoke, first of all, cited with much aplomb. He cited with much aplomb the practice in Ghana. And he brandished, sir, a document that lists the spending made in Ghana from the authorized budget funding amount, which of course is governed by Ghanaian legislation. It's called the APFA in Ghana, governed, I believe, by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, if I'm not mistaken. A model, sir, with which I'm very familiar. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, they comply with what is required by the Ghanaian legislation. We have in this country, we're governed in this country by laws. And we have a Natural Resource Fund Act.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
The minister is entering into terrain that is currently before the court, sir.
Let's hear out the Honorable Minister, because the reference was made in here concerning the Ghanaian legislation. It was held up as the ideal for us. I think the point that he is trying to make is they have their rules and laws and we have ours. But I don't want to.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday when I raised it, I said the reporting on the use of the funds is a good model to follow. I did not say that, and I particularly, if you go back to the Hansard, I said I will not drift into any area that's sub judice.
Yes, you did. But if it's a good, I don't know where the minister is going with this. So if he's going to tell us, you know, what is good for the goose and good for the gander, I want to hear.
Thank you.
He's standing on the permission of the Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too have no intentions of venturing into matters that are currently being considered by the courts of Guyana. But this matter was raised in the Honorable House by the Honorable Member. And I don't know if he expects that, or he believes that he enjoys some monopoly on the right to raise this matter with the expectation that I will not be responding, because in that case, he is grossly mistaken. I will repeat what I was saying a minute or two ago. In Ghana, they have their own legislation, and they follow their own model, and they comply with that model. We have in Guyana a Natural Resource Fund Act, which was passed by this National Assembly in 2021, in December 2021, in that very famous sitting of this Honorable House, when, of course, there was that much publicized incident with the attempted theft of the maize. And this Parliament enacted a Natural Resource Fund Act with which, well, first of all, which is vastly superior to what was in place previously, and with which we are in full compliance. And Mr. Speaker, on the questions concerned, without, like I said, prosecuting or attempting to prosecute this matter this evening or in this Honorable House, I will draw attention to the fact that there is a vast literature on this question of whether funds should be earmarked or not. There is a vast literature on this subject matter. And Mr. Speaker, in Guyana, for as long as that is what is in our law books, that is what we are required to comply with. If and when the law changes at some point in time in the future, this People's Progressive Party civic government will comply with the law, the extant law at the time. But Mr. Speaker, in its infinite wisdom, this House legislated that the transfers from the NRF will be transparent, will be transferred in accordance with a simple and parsimonious formula that every single Guyanese citizen will be able to understand, and that all of those revenues will be paid into the consolidated fund, and their utilization will be in accordance with the national budgetary process. And that, Mr. Speaker, is precisely what we are doing in accordance with the laws of Guyana. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the honourable member to acquaint himself. And as with all of these matters, the jury is out and there's a vast literature out there, but there are compelling arguments why resource revenue should not be earmarked. I draw the honourable member's attention, sir, to a publication by the OECD. The OECD in 2019, sir, published, this is just one example, published in 2019 policy guidance. It's an OECD development policy tools. It's a publication in that series. And it is titled Using Extractive Revenues for Sustainable Development, subtitled Policy Guidance for Resource-Rich Countries. Mr. Speaker, there's a whole chapter in this publication on the pitfalls of earmarking natural resource revenue. There's a whole box 2.3, from page 24 to 25, and I'm just pulling out one box. The box is titled The Pitfalls of Earmarking Natural Resource Revenue from the OECD. Now, I'm not saying this is the only view, sir. I'm not saying this is the only view, but this is a rather compelling view. And I don't present myself as a subject matter expert on anything. But I will say that this publication was authored by people who can legitimately and appropriately present themselves as subject matter experts. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member made much ado about macroeconomic performance and incurrence of debt. Mr. Speaker, it is this People's Progressive Party, Civic government, and our predecessors that brought Guyana back from bankruptcy. I believe it was the Honourable Minister Onej Walrond who read this morning from the 1993 budget, quoted from the 1993 budget speech, when more than 100% of government revenue was being utilized to service our debts. And it is a previous People's Progressive Party Civic government that has brought us back from the bankruptcy in which the PNC had placed us. Mr. Speaker, today Guyana's debt to GDP ratio is the second lowest in the Western Hemisphere, thanks to prudent fiscal management by the People's Progressive Party. When countries around the hemisphere and around the world have a debt to GDP ratio, have debt to GDP ratios that exceed 100%, and in even more cases that exceed 16, 17, and 80%, Guyana's debt to GDP ratio at the end of 2025 was 28.6%. Like I said, the second lowest in the Western Hemisphere. Mr. Speaker, and the same applies to our debt service to revenue ratio. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, compared to the more than 100% that Minister Walrond referred to in 1993, in 2025, the debt service to revenue ratio in Guyana was 5.53%. Coming from a position where we were spending more than 100% of our revenue, we are now spending 5.5% of government revenue to service our debt. And at the same time, sir, we are investing aggressively to transform our country for the long term. And at the same time, sir, we are improving and expanding social services. That, Mr. Speaker, that, sir, is prudent and responsible economic management. But the honourable member doesn't want to hear that. The honourable member instead, Mr. Speaker, believes that he can continue in the tradition of distorting the facts and distorting and misrepresenting the truth to present a false and inaccurate picture to the people of Guyana. But these are different times, sir.
But Honourable Minister, you're imputing now, right?
I withdraw, sir. I'll be guided by you, sir. I withdraw. The honourable member made much ado, sir, about the performance of the he gave this absolutely astonishing, he made this point, sir, about the rate of growth. And he made the point that we were growing at 46% and we are now growing at 16%. Mr. Speaker, when you start at 1 and you grow by 1 to 2, you're growing by 100%. When you grow from 2 to 3, you're no longer growing by 100%, you're now growing by 50%. When you grow from 3 to 4, you're no longer growing by 100% or 50%, you're now growing by 33%. When you grow from 4 to 5, you're still growing, your economy is still growing by the same absolute level, but your rate of growth as you grow on a larger base, your rate of growth will decline. Mr. Speaker, that is not rocket science. It's not rocket science. It is not brain surgery. It's not even frying chicken. It's basic arithmetic. It's basic arithmetic. It's basic arithmetic. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member speaks of the non-oil economy. Sir, we know that apart from the services sector, Guyana has a very important non-oil extractive sector. We have gold, we have bauxite, we have other minerals, we have quarry stone and sand, etc. Mr. Speaker, just like, I believe it was, I don't recall who it was on their side, the honourable member cited when the gold industry was declaring 700,000 ounces during the APNU-AFC period. Mr. Speaker, that declaration was thanks to large-scale operators that the People's Progressive Party brought to Guyana. The honourable member cited AGM and Troy, that the PPP brought to Guyana, that they inherited, that were producing gold thanks to them coming to Guyana, thanks to the People's Progressive Party. And he cites that as the big example. Mr. Speaker, this matter has been ventilated on so many occasions previously. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member turns to bauxite. The honourable member turns to bauxite. Sir, when the People's Progressive Party demitted office in 2015, bauxite was being produced in the Berbice River. And more than 1,000 persons were working at the bauxite mines in Berbice. I believe it was the Honourable Minister Vanessa Ben, who spoke of the fact that people from Aichuni, Kwakwani, Linden, New Amsterdam were working in the bauxite industry in Berbice River. Mr. Speaker, the PNC, who the honourable member now represents in Parliament, is the party that sat down. Well, I don't know if he at that time was with, well, Anuk, I guess, didn't exist at that time. I don't know who he was with at that time. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member who now heads the APNU contingent in this honourable
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, standing on 40A, but really and truly, this is an honourable house. And the Honourable Anand Prasad is saying that he's leaving to go call Kanu on me, imputing to me to be a drug dealer. I don't believe that that's the standard of the house.
Honourable member, I didn't hear that, but if honourable member is going to use that language, please desist. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and let me be crystal clear that this People's Progressive Party, Civic Party, and in government, whether in government or in opposition, we were in opposition at that time, we would always stand on the side of the working people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the PNC sat down and allowed the Berbice bauxite operations to be closed. allowed hundreds of workers, more than 1,000 workers, to be put out of work, even if there were labor issues. Instead of addressing, well, they didn't have a ministry of, did they have a ministry of labor? Did they have a ministry of labor? They they didn't have a ministry of labor. Mr. Speaker, they didn't have a ministry of labor. So I don't know if that is what paralyzed them. I don't know if that paralyzed them. But Mr. Speaker, whether because they had shut down the Ministry of Labor or for whatever reason, they sat down and allowed those people to be put out of work. Those people were Lindeners. They came from Ituni and Kwakwani. They came from New Amsterdam and elsewhere in the Berbice River. They were all put out of work because of the PNC, the APNU and AFC in government at the time. Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party will bring back an investor to resume bauxite production in the Berbice River. And we will work, sir. We have already worked with the investor, sir, to have metallurgical grade bauxite produced in Linden. And this year, sir, in Linden, we will exceed 4 million tons of bauxite in Linden. Hundreds more Lindeners are employed today in the bauxite industry that were employed. About 500 more Lindeners are employed. That's 500 Linden families are employed in the bauxite industry than were employed in 2020 in the bauxite industry as a result of us creating an investor-friendly environment in Linden. And they wonder, Mr. Campbell wonder, sir, no amount of jack in the box, jumping up and down like a jack in the box, will compensate for the fact that he is part of a callous.
Honorable Minister, we also have, like in one of the words, phrases that we don't use. I had to caution the like a foul, remember?
Certainly, sir. I would be guided by you. I withdraw. I think whatever the case, whatever. I withdraw, sir, and I'm perfectly happy to move on. No amount of histrionics, sir, will compensate for the fact, will remove or erase or alter the fact that it is the PNC, the APNU, AFC, as they were then known, that presided over the collapse of the bauxite industry, hurting Lindeners and hurting people of New Amsterdam and people of the Berbice River. No amount of history will rewrite that history.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on 40A. It was the Berbice, the Russell company to which you referred, who fired their own workers at on the Berbice River and left Guyana, taking out their equipment. At no point did the government fire anyone, and he's imputing to the government at that time something that they did not cause, sir. If the Honorable Minister has evidence to the contrary, I'm challenging him to produce it now, sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell, this one is very hard for me to rule on, having been involved as Minister of Labor in that dispute, which started a little while and had many actors at that time, then inherited by Minister Gopal, and then a Department of Labor. So it's a difficult one. From where I was, there is a lot of credibility to the position taken by the Honorable Minister, because I was there, in Cabinet too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Suffice it, sir, to say.
Honorable Minister, I was about to say, suffice it to say, I was even called racist by some actors.
Well, there you go, sir. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, sir, we have the benefit of your prior experience in this matter, as we do on so many other matters where we get the benefit of your wisdom and experience. Suffice it to say, sir, that it was the APNU AFC who were in government.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on 40 again.
Go ahead, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, you have pointed out that this matter was complex and started when you were Minister of Labor, then passed on to the Honorable N.K. Gopal when I think he was Minister of Labor, and then would have passed on to whosoever succeeded him at the in the APNU AFC. So this was a matter, the issue of poor industrial relations precede.
Okay, you're treading on grounds which you don't have first-hand knowledge. But the honorable minister was making a particular point, and I need to allow him to complete because of the facts that I know, right?
Mr. Speaker, I was in fact about to move on. I was simply going to make the point, sir. All that I was going to say, suffice it to say, that it was the APNU AFC who were in government at the time that the Berbice River bauxite operations were closed down and people were put out of work. That is all. Now I understand that that is a government that said government is not responsible for creating jobs. So I can understand why they probably felt it's not their problem, and if the people are in work or not, it's not their problem. That's a different matter. But all that I was going to say is that at the time that the Berbice River bauxite operations were closed down, it is the APNU AFC that were in government, and who therefore, whether by action or inaction, presided as the incumbent government over a situation that saw nearly 1,000 Guyanese families put out of income. And that is in the bauxite industry, not to mention all that is widely known about the sugar industry. And Mr. Speaker, I could go on for a very long time on various matters. Mr. Speaker, much ado, sir, was made of an IDB report that cites a poverty statistic.
Go to that wall.
Mr. Speaker,
The 58%.
Mr. Speaker, the 58%. Mr. Speaker, the report is unambiguous. On page 41, it has an appendix that is headed up, Appendix, Tables and Figures. And the title of that appendix, it's Appendix Table AOA, Surveys Analyzed by Country. And it lists the countries. And it says, for Guyana, source, Bureau of Statistics. Survey, Labor Force Survey. Years, 2016 to 2018, 2021. For those who need to be reminded, the period 2016 to 2018 fell squarely during the APNU AFC's tenure in government. And 2021 was in the heart of the COVID-19 shutdown. Mr. Speaker, the report is clear, page 41. 2016 to 2018, so that poverty statistic that they were trotting out is an APNU AFC legacy. It's an APNU AFC legacy. It says it here clearly. The report is titled 10 Findings About Poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's published by the IDB as working paper number IDB WP 01644. It's dated November 2024. And on page 41, it says that the survey analyzed for Guyana was the labor force survey for 2016 to 2018 and 2021 when we were in the depths of COVID-19. No. On this, I rarely disagree with my cabinet colleagues. It did not fly over their heads, Honorable Minister Zulfikar Ali. This is a pattern of behavior. This is a pattern of behavior.
Selective choosing of information and not putting the whole facts.
Selective interpretation. Selective quotation. Chronic and barefaced distortion. This is a pattern of behavior.
Misleading the country.
But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The people, you know, they say in
Mr.
Guyana,
Speaker.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
I'm forced to stand again because the Honorable Minister said chronic, this is 48, sir. He imputed chronic distortion. That would be to everyone, including myself, who would have cited the 58%. That's the latest available evidence that we have on poverty in Guyana. And the reason, sir, that there is not a more up-to-date is because the PPP government did not submit the necessary data for an updated report.
Okay, you stood on a point of order. If you want explanation, I will have to ask permission for the honorable member to take his seat. But I want to rule on the point of order about chronic distortion. I sat for 5 days and hear that we have 58% and 32%. And made out as if that is in existence now. No reference to the data, and I'm happy I'm hearing when the data was pulled from. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission and approbation, sir, I will repeat that while speaker after speaker on that side repeated that statistic, not one of them chose to turn to page 41 and disclose that the data related to 2016 to 2018 period. Not one of them. And once again, sir, further on this matter, I say not. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, sir, there is something called basic common sense. There's something called basic common sense. Mr. Speaker, this report explains that it is measuring poverty during the APNU period, admittedly. It is measuring poverty against a particular poverty line. Mr. Speaker, that poverty line is defined on page 3. The section called methods. And in that methods section, it describes the analytical approach, and it describes the poverty lines that are used in this document. Sir, let me quote from the report. The report says, and I quote, "We use 2 poverty lines for this paper. Rather than constructing new lines, we draw on lines already monitored by the World Bank. For extreme poverty, we use the cutoff of $3.65 per capita per day, which the World Bank defines as the median poverty line for lower middle-income countries. Teteba et al., 2022. I further quote, sir, that moderate poverty refers to individuals living with an income between $3.65 per day and $6.85 per day, where $6.85 per day is defined by the World Bank as the median poverty line for upper middle-income countries. Mr. Speaker, if we take the moderate poverty line of $6.85 per day, let us round that up. My arithmetic is not what it used to be when I was younger. Let us round it up for convenience to $7 per day. And let us use, again, for arithmetic convenience, 200 to 1. $7 per day at 200 to 1 is 1,400 Guyana dollars. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the honorable member to find anybody in Guyana working for $1,400 Guyana dollars per day. I challenge him to find anybody working for or willing to work for $1,400 Guyana dollars per day. Unskilled laborers, sir. Unskilled, and everybody knows this. Everybody in Guyana knows this. That an unskilled laborer does not come out of his bed and does not leave his yard for less than, Minister Jill says 8,000 Guyana dollars a day. Sir, common sense would tell you, sir, that you can't get any, nobody is working for that amount of money in Guyana. Nobody. Sir, if the honorable member can find people who are working at that rate and willing to work at that rate, bring them and we will pay them. We will employ them. But Mr. Speaker, it is convenient to continue to repeat the misrepresentation. And it is this convenient and now ingrained habit of misrepresentation. Like I said, could go on and on. We have a labor market survey, sir, that has shown how incomes have risen and how employment has grown and how unemployment has been halved. Sir, and how unemployment has been halved. Sir, Mr. Speaker, that survey is publicly available and many members quoted from it. Mr. Speaker, but it is this chronic habit. It is this chronic habit of selective citation of statistics, whether accurate or otherwise, that has been displayed for a very long time by the APNU, AFC, the PNC, that has resulted now in their complete and abject loss of credibility with the people of Guyana, and that has directly resulted in them being consigned to 12 seats in the backbenches. There is a direct nexus because today, sir, the Guyanese people are much wiser. They are much wiser. They are much, much wiser, sir. With the result, sir, that as others have said before me, those who, for one reason or another, could not, of course, the People's Progressive Party won a very solid majority. But we are a democracy and people are free to choose, and we will always protect and defend that. And there are some who are still not prepared to choose the People's Progressive Party. And we will continue to work to win their hearts and minds, and we will win their hearts and minds. But sir, there are some who were die-hard PNC and they can't bring themselves to vote for the PPP. But Mr. Speaker, in 2025, they decided that they did not want to have anything to do with the PNC any longer, and they walked away from the PNC. And you saw it, Mr. Speaker, in Linden, you saw it in Georgetown, you saw it in New Amsterdam, and you saw it in villages throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. And the tragic reality, sir, is that they still have not learned their lesson. They still have the same behavior. The same behavior continue. Mr. Speaker, imagine the tens of thousands of those people. It has everything to do with the budget. Because tens of thousands of those people preferred to walk away from the PNC and walk towards a party headed by an individual who is subject to international sanctions. Can you imagine that? They walked away from you. They walked away from you. You love the Lindeners, but the Lindeners discarded you. You love the Lindeners, but you did nothing for the Lindeners, and they discarded you. They discarded you. And they prefer to go and walk away to a brand new political entity headed by an internationally sanctioned individual, rather than vote for the PNC. Well, the PPP won 36 seats. You won 12. The PNC won 36. The PPP won 36 seats. You scrape home with 12. Mr. Speaker, and so, sir, tens of thousands of people, some came to the People's Progressive Party, and the rest of them went to win. That's a reality. That's what happened in Guyana. Associating themselves, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, jeopardizing themselves. Mr. Speaker, jeopardizing themselves, sir. Jeopardizing themselves by associating themselves now with a party headed by a sanctioned individual. Mr. Speaker, and I turn now, sir, to the leader of the opposition. And having listened to the presentation by the leader of the opposition,
Go ahead, Ashley.
having listened to the leader of the opposition,
Having listened to the reading lessons. Now that you finish with me, I got. You want to come, my That's why we love Annette. Where is Annette? Where is Annette? We love Annette. Bring back Annette.
But the leader of the opposition, combined opposition.
That's how chickens behave. That's how chickens behave.
I expected better of you, Honorable Mahipal. Be careful who you follow. Be careful who you follow. Be careful about following the night watchman. Be careful about following the night watchman or the T-baller. Mr. Speaker, I turn now, sir, to the leader of the opposition. And, sir, I believe that we really are at a very important point, a very important, almost an inflection point in the political evolution of our country. Because the PNC has evidently been decimated and discarded, consigned to the dustbins of historic irrelevance. Some have come over to us, and others have sought refuge, like I said, by a new political party founded by a sanctioned individual. Mr. Speaker, it is very important, and in doing so, sir, were willing, knowingly or unwittingly, to jeopardize themselves by this association. Mr. Speaker, I wish, sir, to quote from the U.S. Treasury Department press release issued, sir, on June 11th, 2024, on the matter of the sanctions. That press release said, it started, today the Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, sanctioned members of one of Guyana's wealthiest families, Nazar Mohammed and his son Azruddin Mohammed, their company Mohammed's Enterprise, etc., etc. It goes on to indicate other parties who were sanctioned, including business entities, namely Hadi's World, Team Mohammed's racing team, etc. It details, sir, the offenses committed. And it says, amongst other things, that between 2019 and 2023, Mohammed's Enterprise omitted more than 10,000 kilograms of gold from import and export declarations and avoided paying more than 50 million in duty taxes to the government of Guyana. It goes on further to say that OFAC is designating Azruddin and Mohammed's Enterprise for being persons who have materially assisted, sponsored, or provided financial, material, or technological support for, or goods or services to, or in support of corruption, including the misappropriation of state assets, the expropriation of private assets for personal gain, corruption related to government contracts, or the extraction of natural resources or bribery that is conducted by a foreign person. And it continues. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, our country was regaled with the news of an unsealed United States District Court indictment on the said Azruddin Mohammed. And in that unsealed indictment, it said that the named individual did knowingly, and I quote, did knowingly and with the intent to further the objects of the conspiracy, combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with each other and others, known and unknown to the grand jury, to commit offenses against the United States. That is, to knowingly and with intent to defraud, devise, and intend to devise a scheme and artifice to defraud and to obtain money and property by means of materially false and fraudulent premises, representations, and promises, knowing that the pretenses, representations, and promises were false and fraudulent when made, etc., etc., including in connection with interstate and foreign commerce, and it goes on. Mr. Speaker, it spoke about a conspiracy by the defendants, in quotes, to unlawfully enrich themselves and defraud the government of Guyana in connection with taxes and royalties. It spoke about offenses committed in the United States of America, coordinated with Company One via electronic communications between Guyana and Miami to transport gold sold by Mohammed's Enterprise from Guyana to Miami and Dubai via Miami. And in connection with those shipments that the defendants caused payments to Company One from bank accounts in Guyana to the Southern District of Florida. It goes on to speak of Company Two, whom the defendants caused to ship empty wooden boxes, Mr. Speaker, with seals from gold buyers. It goes on, sir, to state that the defendants reused empty boxes with intact GRA and Guyana Gold Board seals for shipments of gold to make it appear that Mohammed's enterprise had paid Guyana taxes and royalties on shipments of gold, when in truth and in fact, Mohammed's enterprise had not paid them on those shipments of gold. It spoke of shipments through Miami with at least 10,000 kilograms of gold, resulting in a loss to the Guyanese authorities of approximately $50 million US. And it spoke of the defendants using those proceeds for their own personal benefit. Mr. Speaker, it goes on, sir, to speak of conspiracy to commit money laundering. And I quote, from in or around 2017 and continuing through on or about June 11th, 2024 in Miami-Dade County in the Southern District of Florida and elsewhere, the defendants did knowingly and voluntarily combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with each other and others, known and unknown to the grand jury, to commit offenses, etc., in connection, of course, sir, with the offense of committing money laundering. It spoke of the purpose of the conspiracy. It said that the purpose of the conspiracy by the defendants was to unlawfully enrich themselves by engaging in a scheme to defraud, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, and I could go on, sir, but this is a document, this document is publicly available. Mr. Speaker, most people in Guyana would read this document and be shocked and horrified. They would want to know if this is a movie they're watching. They would want to know if this is a movie they're watching. Mr. Speaker, but this is not, I mean, these are occurrences and events that are in the minds of most Guyanese unfathomable, unimaginable. Mr. Speaker, I want, sir, of course, as I simply quoted, sir, from a public document, and I will defer, obviously the Attorney General has addressed this matter in his own presentation, and he posed some questions to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, which remain unanswered to date, or up to now. And the matter is, of course, engaging the attention of the court system. So I will not, sir, elaborate further on that matter. I have infinite faith in the court system in Guyana, and I have no doubt that the matter will be considered and determined. I wish, sir, because we listened, sir, to a presentation that would ordinarily, I think to most people, appear on the surface to be very convincing. Because we heard the Leader of the Opposition espouse his concern for the ordinary Guyanese citizen, the poor people of Guyana. He presented himself, sir, as a moral authority, as a champion of the vulnerable in Guyana. And if you looked at that presentation on the surface, if you were an outsider, or maybe even a Martian, an outsider to our planet, unfamiliar with what has been going on our planet and even in our country, I can understand why you might be mesmerized, might be convinced. maybe not mesmerized. The reading did get a little bit monotonous after a while. But I can understand why some may have been or could be convinced. But of course, Mr. Speaker, you can't have committed these offenses and not be a very sophisticated, even perhaps manipulative individual. You can't have committed these offenses. And, sir, I don't wish, like I said, to pronounce or express judgment or an opinion on this matter. I will defer to the courts of Guyana. But I want to share with the people of Guyana some extracts from an article carried by The Guardian, which is a highly respected, and this article is not about the leader of the opposition. It's not about the leader of the opposition of Guyana. I want to read this article from The Guardian. The article is headed up, well, it's dated 29th of April 2001, Sunday, I believe, 29th of April 2001. And it, like I said, was published by The Guardian. And it's a two-part article. And that two-part article is called Killing Pablo. Now, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the title, but I'm reading it as it is.
Which one of the Guardians? They got so many Guardian newspapers all over.
Well, it's theguardian.com, sir. It's online as theguardian.com.
Okay.
www.theguardian.com. But it's a story that has been widely documented all over the world. There are books and movies, there are academic papers, there are theses that have been written, theses and dissertations that have been written on this very case. Mr. Speaker, I don't want anybody to nod off, so I don't want to ask anybody to close their eyes as they listen to this story. But I see the Honorable Minister Manichan has her eyes wide open behind her sunglasses. And I'm not going to suggest that anybody closes their eyes, sir, because this is a matter that is so grave that every single citizen of Guyana
Should hear it.
needs to listen to this story and needs to keep their eyes very, very wide open. Sir, this is what, and like I said, there's a reason why I said I don't want you to close your eyes. You may close your eyes and you may imagine that it is not an individual called Pablo that the story is about. And you may substitute for the name Pablo any name that you believe might fit the story.
I'm going to school today. Trying. Let's go. What appropriate answer?
I'm not suggesting any name, sir. Mr. Speaker, in the preface, the prefatory paragraph to the article, the author, Mark Bowden, who incidentally wrote a book on this matter, says, and I quote, Colombian drug baron, playboy, and politician, Pablo Escobar started out as a car thief and became the world's 7th richest man. In the first of 2 extracts from his new book, Mark Bowden explains how the school teacher's son, the son of an innocent school teacher, would let nothing stand in his way, not even the might of the United States government. The teacher's son is Pablo in this story. Sir, the article reads as follows, and I quote again. As his fortune grew and his fame spread, Pablo began tending his public image, conscientiously denying any official connection to his illicit enterprises and working hard to appear likable, although his reputation terrified even hardened Medellin criminals. Employing leftist rhetoric when it suited his needs, Pablo played upon popular resentment of the established powers in Bogota and the historically hard feelings towards the United States. It goes on, it gets very interesting, sir. It says, surrounded by bodyguards and worshipful associates, he had begun to see himself differently. It wasn't enough anymore to have succeeded on the streets of Medellin or to dominate the international drug trade. Somewhere along the way, Pablo had begun to see himself as a great man. The story goes on. Politics was the next logical step. In 1978, he was elected as a substitute city council member in Medellin. He helped underwrite the presidential campaign of President Betancourt that year, loaning the campaign planes and helicopters, and also contributed liberally to the campaign of Betancourt's rival, Julio Turbay. So, underwriting the campaign, loaning planes, and contributing liberally to the rival as well.
We heard that tonight in the House.
I don't know if that sounds familiar.
Somebody said they supported both sides and as a businessman. Oh, yeah. We heard that tonight.
Mr. Speaker, the story goes on. 2 years later, Pablo backed the formation of a new national political movement.
Another movement.
A word, sir, that we heard used with pride right in this honorable house. 2 years later, Pablo backed the formation of a new national political movement, etc., etc. In 1982, he ran for Congress himself. Mr. Speaker, the story goes on. It said, so Pablo became a congressman. He became a congressman. It was just a substitute position. It was just a substitute position. I'm not going to use the word shadow position or position on the other side or whatever you want to call it. I'm quoting faithfully from the article. It was just a substitute position, but the victory seemed precisely the validation he had sought. Mr. Speaker, given the Colombian Constitution, the post conferred automatic judicial immunity. So Pablo could no longer be prosecuted for crimes under Colombian law. That's, of course, Colombian law, not Guyanese law. He was entitled to a diplomatic visa, which he began using that year to take trips with his family to the United States. He posed in front of the White House with his young son.
This is his
and began enjoying for the first time the mansions he had purchased for himself in Miami. Full stop. Pablo had arrived. Full stop. He told his friends that he intended someday soon to be the president of Colombia.
People probably used to call him president.
Actually, it's interesting that you should say that. Because he founded, the story continues, he founded his own newspaper, Medellin Civico. Of course, that predated social media and social media pages. So in those days, he founded his own newspaper, Medellin Civico, which produced occasional fawning profiles of its benefactor. Yes, I remember him, one Escobar admirer said in its pages, his hands almost priest-like, drawing parabolas of friendship and generosity in the air. The hands drawing parabolas of friendship and generosity in the air. Yes, I know him. His eyes weeping because there is not enough bread for all of the nation's dinner tables. I've watched his tortured feelings when he sees street children, angels without toys, without a present, without a fortune. Pablo sponsored art exhibitions to raise money for charity. He founded Medellin Without Slums, an organization that sought to continue his housing programs for the poor.
Somebody's been studying somebody here.
He took walking tours of city slums with two local priests whose friendship implied the blessings of the church.
Oh, quarantine pastor. Robert. Philippi.
At this time, he went to great lengths to erase evidence of his more sordid criminal past while still flaunting it in private. And he undertook an aggressive campaign to be seen as a benevolent, law-abiding citizen. He hired publicists and paid off journalists. I'm reading, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading, sir, from this article. Mr. Speaker, with his election, Pablo became a popular public figure. To an increasingly admiring Bogota press, he became Colombia's own Robin Hood. In April 1983, the magazine Semana profiled him warmly, noting only that the sources of his wealth never ceased to be the object of speculation. Waving his diamond and gold Rolex, admitting to his ownership of a fleet of planes and helicopters and vast real estate holdings worldwide. In the article, Pablo traced the origin of his estimated $5 billion fortune to a bicycle rental business, which he said he had started in Medellin when he was 16 years old. He went on to say, in quotes, I dedicated some years to the lottery. Then I got into the business of buying and selling cars. And finally, I ended up in property. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, He and other narco kingpins were, at least for this brief period, popular heroes, the embodiment of cool, as glamorous as they were dangerous in pop culture portrayals, such as the TV program Miami Vice. In real life, Pablo played his role with panache. Mr. Speaker, with panache. Mr. Speaker, Honorable James Bond is smiling with what I believe is familiar recognition. Pablo played his role with panache. Mr. Speaker, by 1984, he was untouchable in Medellin. He moved openly around the city, attending bullfights and nightclubs, throwing parties at his estates, all the while officially a fugitive. Popular and powerful, he had clearly bought off the police and courts there, and anyone who considered standing up against him was marked for assassination. Mr. Speaker, and the story goes on. And it gets more and more gruesome. Mr. Speaker, further down the article, Pablo was usually tipped off well in advance of any effort to arrest him. And he had homes scattered throughout the mountainous Medellin area. And Mr. Speaker, the story continues and tells the gruesome tale, sir, of how this behavior continued and continued until, sir, I can't even bring myself to read all of this article, how gruesome it gets. But I'm seeing some parts here, I think, that need to be mentioned. Mr. Speaker, it says that he had bombed or bribed just about every official in Colombia. But it was so clear that no one in Bogota was going to cut a deal that would jeopardize all important ties with the United States government. So what do you think Pablo then decided to do? Pablo then began trying to work some influence in Washington. He had tried to retain a lobbying firm managed by Henry Kissinger in an effort to influence the Reagan administration. And he retained a lawyer who worked in the same firm as Jeb Bush, son of the president-elect, hoping to eventually persuade the younger Bush to approach his father. Both efforts failed. Mr. Speaker, and this is why I said it became gruesome. No, the Honorable Attorney General is right. There are some gory and gruesome. Mr. Speaker, there are some gruesome and gory details to this story that I am terrified to read. I don't even want to read them. There are some gory and gruesome details to this story. Bomb the plane carrying civilians, a commercial flight. Bombed the plane, bombed an Avianca commercial flight. Bombed the plane. Bombed a commercial Avianca flight. Gruesome, Mr. Speaker. Killing 110 people on the plane. Mr. Speaker, it was an act of audacious cruelty. And Mr. Speaker, It is these atrocities that would prove ultimately to be fatal mistakes. They made Pablo enemies who were far more powerful than any he had faced before. Downing a commercial airliner was an attack on global civilization. It meant that Pablo now posed a direct threat to American citizens. And it goes on. Mr. Speaker, this is a terrifying story. It's a terrifying story. And it is not my want, sir, to superimpose any parallels, direct or indirect, obvious or obscure, to this story. But I ask all Guyanese people, through you, sir, while keeping your eyes wide open, to close your eyes and ask yourself if this story sounds familiar, if it rings a bell. We, sir, are at an extremely important juncture in our country's history. And, sir, just like in the case of Pablo, tragically, sir, it is the most vulnerable who are being exploited in pursuit of a very narrow personal effort to save oneself. To save oneself. And I felt sad, Mr. Speaker. I felt sad as I sat here and listened to the leader of the opposition speak. Read. Because he too is a young Guyanese person. And I asked myself, how did he end up here in this situation? And I went beyond, sir. I thought of all of the innocent people who are being seduced, recruited and seduced into this effort with no thought of consequence for them, with no thought of consequence for them, sir, who are being recruited and seduced with one objective in mind. Mr. Speaker, if the honorable leader of the opposition is innocent, then let the court process proceed and let him prove his innocence, as I'm sure he will endeavor to do, if he could. But tragically, Mr. Speaker, tragically, sir, the leader of the opposition has chosen to ensnare everybody, all the members of his family, innocent, poor people, vulnerable people, recruiting them by whatever means to this quote-unquote political movement, with, one might speculate, the hope that somehow this will protect him. Mr. Speaker, the tale of Pablo is a cautionary tale. It's a cautionary tale. And we have a duty as right-thinking Guyanese citizens, and there are many, the overwhelming majority of Guyanese citizens are right-thinking. We have a duty, Mr. Speaker. It will not happen. The court process will go its way and will continue and will reach its eventual culmination or conclusion. Mr. Speaker, but at some point in time, those innocent people who got disenfranchised with the PNC, didn't feel that they could come with the PPP, ended up over there. Some of them had a grouse, some of them felt they were treated badly, some of them couldn't bring themselves to vote for the PPP, ended up over there. At some point in time, sir, they will be left high and dry. And sir, one of their frontbenchers, a shadow minister no less, in her innocent delusion, said that even when they carry the money was still there. We all recall that statement. That even when they carry I'm not calling any names, sir. Said that even when they carry the money was still there. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, sir, thankfully, the Guyanese people are a lot wiser than to allow ourselves to go too far down this road.
And the education you're giving them tonight is helping.
They may not always be happy with the People's Progressive Party. We may not always get it right. Out of 10 things, we probably do 8 very well. We probably do one reasonably well. And number 10, we probably do not so well. We will not always get it right. But we get the overwhelming majority of things right. And we will continue to spend every single day, Mr. Speaker, not only this week and this month, every day for the next 5 years, to ensure that the people of Guyana see steady and sustainable improvements in their lives, and to ensure that our country does not end up down the abysmal path of becoming captured by Pablo and the likes of Pablo. Mr. Speaker, we commit ourselves to doing that work in order to protect our country and to protect the Guyanese people. There are some who, for the short term, may have been convinced for one reason or another that they would like to be over there. But we in the People's Progressive Party have infinite faith in the soundness of the judgment of the Guyanese people. And so I say with the greatest of respect, to the leader of the opposition, and I'm saying this publicly, I say with the greatest of respect to the leader of the opposition, through you, sir, prove your innocence in court, as is your right. Prove your innocence in court. But through you again, sir, I beg of the leader of the opposition, do not ensnare innocent, vulnerable Guyanese people in this effort to save yourself. If you are innocent, you will prove that innocence. But do not ensnare poor, innocent Guyanese people. It is the most, I don't want to use an inappropriate word, sir, but it is an extremely alarming exploitation. We have seen callous in Guyana before, particularly from the PNC. We have seen mercilessness. But this is a particularly callous effort to ensnare and endanger people. To ensnare and endanger people with purely selfish objectives. Purely selfish objectives. So I say, sir, on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government, that we are working hard, we are trying to build a modern Guyana, and we spent the whole of the last week speaking about the modern Guyana that we're building. Have we solved every problem already? We haven't. We're working every day to solve problems.
That's what we do.
That's what we do. That is what responsible governments do. And we have been very clear, sir, that the Guyana that we are building is not a Guyana where anybody will have to sit around waiting for a Pablo or a Pedro or whatever you might want to call him to come along to give them a small piece or whatever you want to call them. The Guyana that we are building, sir, is a Guyana where every single Guyanese person will be able to get a good quality education and training so that they can take care of themselves, to be able to get a good quality job so that they can earn for themselves, to be able to become a homeowner on their own so they don't depend on anybody to go and build a house for them and then own them for the rest of their lives, and be able to ensnare them in some inappropriate enterprise. The Guyana that we're building is a Guyana where everybody, every family, having become homeowners, will be able to own their own car, will be able to educate their children, will be able to live more comfortably, and we are seeing that. Mr. Speaker, in every single social indicator, number of students attending high school, number of students passing exams, access to improved health care, of course. Obviously, not every problem has been solved in the education sector, the health sector. But nobody can stand up with a straight face and say that the quality of health care and the quality of education they get today is vastly superior to what they benefited from 5 years ago. Nobody can say that with a straight face. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the position, whatever your political orientation might be, if you want training to become a doctor or nurse, we encourage guaranteed a job when you finish the training. We are increasing the places for medical training so that you can access training in the medical sciences in regions 2 and 6. We recognize that we need engineers, and we want young boys and girls to become engineers. And we have said you must not only be able to become an engineer by coming to Turkine campus or to Tain campus. Well, in fact, you couldn't do engineering at Tain campus. We have said we will now deliver engineering in regions 2, in region 6, and elsewhere, region 3. You can't come to the coast, or you live in the hinterland and you are not well, and it's a small village that doesn't have a big hospital. We will diagnose you using telemedicine. And on the basis of that diagnosis, we will treat you. This, sir, is the Guyana that we're building. You historically never used to get water in your village. We will sink a well and we will build a water distribution system. You historically never used to have access to electricity. We will deliver a solar panel and a household unit if you are too far away from a mini grid. And if you're living in a heavily populated community, we will build a mini grid for you in your community. Mr. Speaker, they came, they trotted out all week and said, well, in fact, the leader of the opposition today said, putting people last. I think he said that with a lot of mirth and amusement.
He wants to be put first.
He's the only one that must come
Sir, to all of the children who will be enjoying improved access to quality education in the more than 100 newly constructed modern schools across the country, and who will benefit from the 40 additional schools that we are building right now, we are putting those children first. Their parents who no longer have to buy textbooks, their teachers who no longer have to worry about buying basic school necessities because we're giving school grants, we are putting those teachers and those parents first. Mr. Speaker, the 14,000 children whose parents no longer have to shoulder the full cost of CSEC and CAPE, we are paying the exam for you. So no child will be told you cannot write 8 subjects because your parents can't afford to pay the fees. And all of us know, Mr. Speaker, of children who in a previous era could not write the number of CSEC subjects that they were able to write simply because their parents could not afford it. All of us know children who could have gone on to do CAPE, but whose parents chose not to. They were brilliant children, capable of going on to CAPE, capable of winning scholarships, doing well at CAPE and winning the scholarships that would come with topping the country at CAPE, but did not go on to write CAPE because their parents could not afford to send them. And we are saying to you, we will pay for the CAPE. We will pay for the CSEC. We will put the textbooks in the schools. We will give you a cash grant every single privilege of visiting the number 75 village hospital not so long ago. I was in Barbies, as I am frequently. A brand new hospital staffed by specialist doctors, including highly talented and highly qualified Guyanese doctors. All of those patients who are going to benefit from that world-class healthcare, sir, they don't count. You have 38,000 who have already benefited. You have hundreds of elective surgeries and emergency surgeries that have been done. The hearing aids that we will distribute, the assistive aids that we will distribute. The more than 90,000 old age pensioners who will receive an increased pension. They're not going to be benefiting from this budget, Mr. Speaker. And so we have listened, Mr. Speaker, and I could go on in every sector, in the farming communities, the sugar workers who will continue to be able to work in the sugar industry as we continue to strive to modernize the industry and make it viable and competitive. They don't count. The rice farmers who will continue to benefit from our extension services and our support with paddy and fertilizer, they don't count. The cash crop farmers who will benefit from the Hope-like canals that we are building to make sure that the risk of flooding is minimized. And we are building those Hope-like canals in regions, in region 6, in region 5, and in region 3. Hope like canals. They don't count. The farmers who will be planting the 100,000 plus acres of new land that will be opening up for cultivation, they don't count. Well, Mr. Speaker, we count them. And I can assure you, we will continue to put all of those people first. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure that we're building out, the roads that for so long have been inadequate to handle the rapidly growing traffic. Many speakers on our side of the House made reference to the fact that now in 3 months, we import 9,000, 10,000 basically, a whole series, 9,999 motor vehicles are imported. Within 3 months, those are Guyanese families becoming owners of their own transportation. And that didn't happen by magic, Mr. Speaker. It didn't happen by magic. It happened, Mr. Speaker, because, very simply, it happened, sir, because more of them are working, more of them are earning, more of them are in a position to go to the bank and take a loan because they now have an income, they now have a demonstrated accumulation of some amount of savings in the bank, they are financially included, they are credit worthy, they have assets that they can pledge, and the banks consider them to be a good credit risk. Mr. Speaker, on that matter alone, I can speak for hours. Sir, if you look, Mr. Speaker, at the manner in which private sector credit has grown, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we understand what is happening. Mr. Speaker, credit by the banking system to households. We have to understand what's going on. This 10,000 cars every quarter didn't happen by magic. The banks don't lend people who are not earning or who don't demonstrate a good credit risk. You have to have a good credit risk because the banks are lending other people's savings. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2019, or if you want to fast forward even to the end of 2020, it doesn't matter. Either benchmark will give you the same result. At the end of 2020, total credit by the banking system for the purchase of motor cars was $10 billion, $10.4 billion. The year before it was 9.3. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025, total credit for the purchase of motor cars is now a whopping $33.3 billion, more than 3 times what it was in 2020. More than 3 times. That is $33 billion have been lent to Guyanese families. Mr. Speaker, let us, sir, process. I know you, of course, are a distinguished economist yourself. So I know you will process these numbers faster than most. Let us process for a moment what has happened with private sector credit just for the purchase of motor vehicles. The banks in Guyana have lent Guyanese households $33 billion, meaning they have found enough Guyanese borrowers who are sufficiently credit-worthy, meaning they either had assets that they could pledge and or they had a stream of income that the bank was satisfied will be able to repay the loan to lend, Mr. Speaker, $33 billion to Guyanese families to buy motor cars. Process that for a minute. The answer, the reason, sir, is very simple. The reason is very simple. More Guyanese people are working, more own their own home, so they can pledge their home or an asset as a collateral. More Guyanese families have a level of disposable income that demonstrates creditworthiness. They are therefore a good credit risk, and the banks have confidence in them. The banks, as you know, are very conservative in Guyana. So imagine even with this conservative posture. Mr. Speaker, this is reflected everywhere. It's reflected in every single sector. It's reflected in every single sector. Mr. Speaker, I could be here for a very long time. I could be here for a very long time, sir. If you look at every category of vehicle registration, Mr. Speaker, if you look at private sector credit and the manner in which private sector credit on the whole has increased. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2020, total credit by the banking system amounted to 259 billion Guyana dollars, 259.8 billion Guyana dollars at the end of 2019. Hold that number, 259.8. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025, that number, which you will recall at the end of 2020 was 259 billion. At the end of 2025, it is $531.8 billion. More than double. More than double. And it went to Guyanese businesses in agriculture, in mining, manufacturing, services, credit to household. Mr. Speaker, credit to households has doubled. At the end of 2019, credit to households was 33.5 billion. It was 34.1 billion at the end of 2020. At the end of 2025, it is $66 billion. These are not, Mr. Speaker, real estate mortgages. At the end of 2020, real estate mortgages amounted to 90.6 billion. At the end of 2025, real estate mortgages amounted to $185 billion. Double in 5 years, double. And what's more, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that every single Guyanese who wants to set up a small business, we want them to be able to access credit, access financing for their business. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, our president made an announcement that we will establish an SME development bank.
100 million US injected in this year.
This budget includes $100 million US. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to use that money to give small business loans to small entrepreneurs, sir, at zero interest, at zero collateral. We will not ask them to pledge collateral, and we will not charge them any interest. And what is more, sir, is we will work with them to be able to access additional financing with commercial banks, and we will work with them at a concessional rate. And we have already described the mechanism under which that will be done, that they can access up to another $7 million. And Mr. Speaker, our ultimate objective is for them to graduate out of this program and become small and medium-sized entrepreneurs who can stand on their own 2 feet. And so, Mr. Speaker, like I said, I could go on for a very long time, but perhaps I will save some of that for another occasion. I will conclude, sir, very simply. I will conclude, sir, very simply by saying the following. We really are at a truly historic moment in our country's history. In so many ways. In so many ways. And the people of Guyana are demonstrating a greater sophistication in their political judgments than at any other time in our country's history. And we saw this in 2025. And Mr. Speaker, our pledge to all Guyanese is that not a single day will go by over the course of the next 5 years. Not a single day or a single hour will go by over the course of the next 5 years that we, led by our president, will not be working hard to convince every single Guyanese person, those who voted with us and would like to stay with us, and those who for whatever reason did not vote with us. We will spare no effort in working hard to convince you and to demonstrate to you in an even more emphatic fashion than we have done in the past that the People's Progressive Party remains the vastly superior alternative amongst all competing, if I might afford them that courtesy, amongst all competing political alternatives. Our manifesto spells out what we will do. And as my colleagues have said before me, yes, and the privilege is mine, sir, on behalf of the People's Progressive Party Civic Government, to thank everyone in this House who contributed to this debate. Not only my colleagues on this side of the House, but in fact, even those on that side of the House. To thank all of them for putting on display, once again, to the Guyanese people, why a vote for the People's Progressive Party Civic is a vote for Guyana and for the Guyanese people. I am privileged, sir, to commend Budget 2020, to join my colleagues in commending Budget 2026 to this Honorable House. And at the appropriate time, sir, with your permission, I will be moving the relevant motions to secure its passage. I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. Honorable members, the debate has concluded today, Saturday, the 7th of February, 2026. Before we suspend, we will consider and dispose of the report of the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply. And this is on the allocation of time for the consideration of the 2026 estimates of expenditure by the Committee of Supply. We will now go into Committee of Supply for this purpose. Sergeant Arms will now put the mace below the table. And for the first time members going through their budget process, we're now going into Committee of the Whole, the Committee of Supply, to consider the allocation of time for each one of the heads, the ministries, and the report on those allocations by the Business Subcommittee has been circulated. So now the Assembly is in the Committee of Supply, and I wish to report that the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply, this committee, we met on Wednesday, the 4th of February, 2026. We considered the allocation of time for consideration of the 2006 estimates in this subcommittee and passed a resolution on this matter. As I've said, the copies of the minutes, resolution, and schedule have been circulated. I now call on the Honorable Senior Minister, Dr. Singh, to move the necessary motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I now, sir, move that this committee doth agree with the Business Subcommittee in the said resolution. Thank you very much, sir.
And the details of which are included. I now put a question that the Committee of Supply approve of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. We have passed the resolution. Just want to draw your attention. I think one of the days we're going to go till 2 a.m. The third. Well, we have allocated the time. We just can't consider it now. Let the assembly resume. So we're back in committee. Honorable members, at this hour, again, I want to congratulate the Honorable Senior Minister for his almost 9 hours and 35 minutes of presentations during these debates. This is a good time to take the suspension, and we return on Monday at 2 p.m. Have a safe trip home. Good night.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement. Men's total wellness formula. Packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.